Be right there, chat. Hold on. Watch the cat. Isn't he cute? Hi. Hi, baby. I got something cool that I'm going to show you guys in a bit. Um, one sec, sorry. I need to grab my water. Okay. Ooh. Hello. Hello. Aw. You are so sweet. Yeah. Oh, where'd the chat go? He's a cuddly chonk. Is he a chonk? Stuart, thoughts on the Napoleonic invasion of Russia? Listen, because it was Russia, I'm sure Stuart thinks that was based. Even though Napoleon got, like, fucked. I didn't know Stuart was that funny. Good job. It's a warm-up comic. So, I have some catnip, you guys. I've actually got quite a lot of catnip, actually. And I will happily give it to this boy. I will happily give him the drugs in exchange for some cold hard cash. I did not read the psychic war document. Is it okay if I read it on stream? Because I'm actually kind of tempted to do so. But honestly, last night I got offline and then like I played some video games and then I got tired and then I wound up thinking of more shit to ask ChatGPT for my research and like it supplied me with a bunch more documents. I'm going to look over the the UN Human Rights Council's a report on the occupied territory of Ukraine from like I think it's like 2014 to 2022. Yes, I know, Maruzzi. It's terribly incurious. Asking the clanker to give me sources and then like looking at those sources. Goddamn, I'm gonna be putting a lot of that stuff on my Kindle. Did Tony finally make his video? Unless this is Tony, which I don't think it is. No, this is some other random dude. I don't know if Tony is ever going to make his video. Oh, okay. But we'll start out today with a goal. And like I said, I do have something cool that I want to show you guys because I have a way to get a cat cam. Hold on. This. And I'll show you that in just a moment. But basically, I have turned my phone into a camera or into like a thing. Tony just wants an excuse to watch Hutch every single time he is live. I mean, for research, yes. Secret Hutch fan detected. I watched a little bit of this video and then I was like, okay, this is going to be stream content. I know that Hutch is probably going to watch, or Hutch is going to watch this, but listen. I love Hutch and everything, but he's got he's got the ADHD bad, and sometimes the tangents are real. But you know, hello Alex K. Did you use the iRuin app? No, for the I'm using Droid Cam, which is like it lets you turn your phone into a webcam for OBS or just in general, really. Yeah, he pauses a lot. I pause a lot too, to be fair, although I'm usually trying to talk about the video. But Hutch will, I guess, get derailed on things that don't have anything to do with the video. At least I try to get derailed on things that have to do with the video. Are there audio issues or is that my end? Are there audio issues? There shouldn't be. I'm not playing anything right now, just the mic. Is the audio okay for everybody else? Also, hold on, just let me get the chat up here. Or let me get the chat onto the screen, rather. Okay, everyone else is saying, it isn't bad if it's to make quick comments, but it can get hard to follow a video with his tangent. Yeah, I understand. Sometimes I also, like, I need to make sure that I'm going back 5 seconds if I don't know what's being said. Or it's a thing that can definitely go. That and also gonna want it here too. Which, hold on, let me show you guys this. I know it's just a black screen right now, but let's see. Oh, well, that's good. I'll be able to approach him because he's walking away. Check it out. It's my phone. And hello. Look at this baby. He is a big boy. Yeah. Well, thank you. Stuart appreciates being called a cute cat. Anyway, um, yeah, I don't have I need to get a some sort of gimbal or something for this thing because I don't have one right now. This is also an old phone. This is a Samsung Galaxy S10e. This phone is old as fuck, but it still works. The case is falling apart. I had a different case for it, but it wasn't as comfortable to type with because I do a lot of writing on my phone. So yeah, I don't know. I'm probably gonna buy another case for it, but yeah. All right. Anyway, shut up, Kalinda, and get to the content. We will do just that. Uh, Also, I'm gonna check. Well, actually, maybe. So, is there any interesting news that's going on? I don't know if Addie is here or not right now. I am not gonna thumbs up. Well, um, let's see. What is happening? Oh, also, I did a bunch of other. Here, let me go to this because that. Oh, hello, Addie. Do you have any? Is there any interesting news that you want to report from like Israel or any funny shit going on or whatever that you wanted to tell us about? What's up with Iran, so on and so forth. Wait, did the Crimes New Roman guy do a hit piece on our boy Hutch? That guy seemed somewhat reasonable when tackling right wingers. Yes, he did a hit piece on Hutch. And when we watch that hit piece, we'll see whether or not the guy is just another stupid leftist. A lot of leftists seem reasonable. Oh, did you check out the New Jersey 11th primary stuff? Hold on, just a sec. Let me. Somebody wrote something about that in stream suggestions. Okay. They said, my friend who lives in New Jersey told me this was basically the primary. Basically, we had a four-way race for the Dem nomination in a special election. The candidates were as follows: Malinowski, Normie Dem, former congressman, pro-Israel but not insanely so. Way, former lieutenant governor, very pro-Israel. Gill, some shitty county commissioner who tried to steal his wife's state assembly seat, who the former governor endorsed over his lieutenant governor, and then Meja, Bernie / AOC backed progressive. AIPAC decided Milanowski was not good enough on Israel, despite him being like 90% of the way there, and spent heavily attacking him. As a result, it looks like Meja picked up enough votes to win. AIPAC set $2.3 million on fire. My response was AIPAC's reputation will never. What the fuck? That's funny. Hold on. Let's look this up. New Jersey 11th District primary. Wikipedia should hopefully have a. We go. This will give us all the stuff. New Jersey's congressional. Oh yeah, because this is after Mickey Sherrill resigned to become governor. So, huh. So this is for the United States House of Representatives for the remainder of the 119th Congress. Joe Hathaway is the Republican nominee. Put some news about Iran and stream suggestions. Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, and it looks like Addie is also going to throw some stuff at me. I'll talk about this first, and then I'll talk about the Israel news, and then I'll go from there. Yeah, I will definitely watch the Hutch hit piece soon, guys. I'm just gonna wait like a little bit, although I do want to start watching it before Hutch goes live, because I know that's probably gonna be. Well, I don't know if it'll be the first thing that he does. It does seem like Hutch kind of like chills with his chat of it before he immediately starts on stuff. But yeah. A special election. Okay, so April 16th is when the election is supposed to be held. Spending by AIPAC against Tom Milanowski was a major issue in the primary. He considered himself a pro-Israel Democrat, but AIPAC targeted him with negative advertising after he declined to unconditionally support foreign military spending. The ads may have inadvertently boosted Anilia Magia. I don't know how to say these names. Okay, so, oh damn, look at all these other people here. That's very funny. Is there any polling? What's the polling? Or do we not? Oh, there it is, polling. I'm just blind. Okay. Oh yeah. She's a like, is she? Is that a she? I think so. I'm not sure. 29.11%. I mean, it's not that much. It's like a slight difference. I guess we'll see what happens. Otherwise, it looked like this guy was like on the path to win. Who was so did APAC just come in and not endorse a candidate and instead they just spent negatively to attack this guy? That just seems okay. What? Whatever. She was only oh, and now she's picked up a whole bunch. Okay. And it's just because APAC was fucking attacking the other guy? That's so weird. I don't know if that's the only reason why, honestly, but in fact, I assure you when we look back, there might be more to it than that. There must be stuff about but I mean, honestly, I feel like this kind of goes to show you that it seems like APAC is kind of a little bit nuts with regard like APAC is one of those orgs it seems where any sort of criticism of Israel at all will not be tolerated. Anything where you say shit where like you might be okay with pressuring Israel is kind of insane. And it's just really stupid, you know, like I feel like they're going to have to get used to the fact that like criticism of Israel is going to be a thing that's going to go up and that's going to happen. It wasn't just that the way APAC was doing so by attacking Milanowski as the not anti-ISIN up. Oh, I wonder if they were lying about that. I mean, regardless, I really hope that if the progressive Democrat wins, I hope that like it means that like they send her to Congress and that it is not like and that like she doesn't get beaten by a Republican. Although on actually no, you know what? I feel like right now, I don't know how blue New Jersey is a blue state, so yeah. Yeah, but also there are a group of Americans that can run whatever attack ads they want. Oh yeah, no, I know, Addie. Listen, APAC is not directed by Israel. I don't really buy that. I don't think I've really seen any evidence of it. Yeah, sure, they might work with Israel sometimes or work with Israeli politicians. So yeah, I'm not saying that they can't run whatever attack ads they want. Obviously they can. I'm just saying I just think that it's a bit silly. I feel like the uber pro Israel people are maybe in the future might have to reckon with certain things related to that. But yeah, at the same time, like the NRA should also get back to the fact that people don't like pew pews. It's not all pro Israel people. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know it is. They're just for whatever reason. I suspect they're actually APAC seems to be the more right wing group. Like that's why, like I always said, from what I've seen, I like these guys. J Street seems cool. You know, because they're pro Israel and they're pro peace. We want Israel to be secure, democratic, and the national home for Jewish people. Yeah, like these guys seem pretty good. Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear the APAC's probably like super right wing hawks or whatever. Or at least now they are. I mean, after all, we've had like what is it like 20 years of fucking BB or 15 or it's he's been there for a long time. It's fine for pro-Israel right-wing people to have a pack as far as I know. I disagree with them a lot, but I'm not a member. Oh, no, obviously. Yeah, no. I'm not saying that any of this isn't fine. I'm just saying like from a strategic perspective, I don't know. But like I guess I don't know what Israel or like what pro-Israel people can really do. Issues. Fighting so to transform our economy so it works for working families, not just the wealthy and powerful. This seems pretty an economy for everyone. National paid sick days guaranteed, childcare in every community. First 40K in wages tax free. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Maybe breaking up monopolies, bring back small businesses. I hate monopolies. And obviously, of course, she supports Medicare for all. That's fine as long as she stop private equity, fix our commute and get home faster, free public college and cancel student loan debt, guarantee workers the right to a union. This I think is good. Um, yeah, this is all like, pretty like Bernie level stuff. Yeah. I don't even really see any foreign policy shit in here, but protect the 14th Amendment. Insurrectionists. Oh yeah. Well, that's good. Um okay. Yeah, it's all very, economic populism and stuff like that. Whatever, that's fine. I don't, hopefully she can win. I think Milanowski not being anti-ISIS, that's kind of fucking insane, but AOC follows the J Street line on Israel. Yeah, I'm sure she does. You know what? That's because the J Street line on Israel is fucking based. I just don't really care if their messaging gets less effective. That will be their problem to deal with. I don't know why people really care so much because there's this perception that AIPAC is actually controlled by Israel. Yeah, and I don't know. Okay, hold on. So what do we have here? Adi also is reporting that F-22s were also taken off the schedule for the Super Bowl at the last minute. Oh yeah, that's right, they were. Khalid Mashal said they're only open to a Hudna for 5 to 10 years. Hamas floats an alternative to disarmament in New. Oh boy. Israel Hayom. Oh, is this Miriam Adelson's thing? Not that I know how much she has control over it. But that's fine. That doesn't mean this is wrong or whatever. I think but did you mention is this her her outlet? Israel Hayom. Yeah, okay. That's fine. It doesn't mean that it's bad necessarily. Just kind of, kind of like when I watch I-24, I'm aware of the fact that they are right-leaning. I just had a hard time finding other English coverage. Ah, I see. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I need to get more like Hebrew translation stuff, like better stuff for that. Also, Netanyahu is going to the White House Wednesday. Was supposed to be there next week, but moved the trip last minute, so that's odd. Also, apparently the apartment that the Israel bobsled team was robbed over the weekend. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I just think about Insomniac goes, learn Hebrew. Yeah, just learn Hebrew, bro. Come on. It can't be that hard. Who's this new anti-Hutch video from? It's from a guy called Crimes to Roman. Or Crimes New Roman. This is his second channel, I guess. It has more subs. I don't know why he felt. I don't know. I think he posted this on this channel because he was probably trying to get more subs on this channel. Because this channel only has 1.45 thousand subscribers, and the other channel has like 37.6K. So Hebrew is pretty easy though compared to other language. The grammar is so annoying. Hutch slander, hate to see it. I mean, this guy. I'm pretty sure this guy's a leftist. Let's be real, but we'll find out as we get further into this. Don't worry. I just watched a little bit of it and I was like, oh geez. Brain broken English speakers. I know some Hebrew. I actually don't know much Hebrew at all. Even though you would think that I would have picked up some or like at least gotten some words from watching Fauda, but I didn't. He looks like a rejected Zoolander character. Who would make an anti-Hutch video? Unfortunately, lots of people. I know, right? Hutch is such a nice guy. It's really weird. Why would anybody shit on Hutch? He's such a nice dude. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this for. Well, all right. First, Iran. So, Iran again rules out giving up uranium enrichment. Suggests U.S. not taking talks seriously. Of course they are. Of course they're gonna fucking do that because they don't want to give up the nukes. I'm gonna look into at some point in the future. I'm gonna look into what Lonerbox was saying about the JCPOA and how it probably like wasn't even necessarily that great of a deal, even if like ultimately at the end of the day it slowed down the like Iran's nuclear enrichment or whatever, but it might not be the panacea that everybody says it is, because people don't necessarily understand Iran. I've certainly like learned a lot with regards to stuff that Lonerbox has said about them. You know, like it seems like it's actually crazy. They basically just, their overriding principle literally seems to be, we want to destroy Israel, and we're going to put so many resources into that, so much so that their country is fucked, their economy is struggling, they're sanctioned out the wazoo, and all the money that they do still make, they are just throwing at their fucking proxies instead of, you know, spending it so their people have better lives. Like, yeah. Not only will they make hit pieces, they won't debate him or Lonerbox when they have the opportunity. It's a right-wing strat wrapped in lefty bullshit. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, none of these lefty video essays are ever going to debate you. So, like, they scoff at the very notion, but they will happily shit on you from, you know, the corner of their, or from their like their ivory towers as they write out their video essays talking about, you know, like how amazing mutual aid is and how you shouldn't vote because fuck that, and yeah, how harm reduction isn't good and both parties are the same and so on. I don't know what any of those words mean, Chase. If any of the Israelis want to translate, go ahead. But okay. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, God damn it, on Sunday ruled out Tehran ever giving up uranium enrichment in its negotiations with Washington, insisting it will not be intimidated by the threat of war with the United States. Araghchi told a forum in Tehran that Tehran had little trust in Washington and even doubted that the U.S. side was taking renewed negotiations seriously. Why do we insist so much on enrichment and refuse to give it up, even if a war is imposed on us? Because no one has the right to dictate our behavior, Araghchi declared. Oh, okay, sure, buddy. Their military deployment in the region does not scare us, he added, referring to the buildup of U.S. forces, including the arrival of the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea. The United States and Iran reopened negotiations on Friday in Oman. Oh, hey, it's Oman, the country that like apparently never does anything, but then they do. It's the one we all forgot about. After the previous talks between the two countries were suspended due to Israel's 12-day war with Iran in June 2025, which ended with a U.S. strike over several Iranian nuclear sites. Iran is seeking to have the U.S. economic sanctions on the country lifted in exchange for what Araghchi said at the forum could be a series of confidence-building measures concerning the nuclear program. They fear our atomic bomb. Well, we are not looking for one. Our atomic bomb is the power to say no to the great powers. Araghchi said, oh, okay. This is such a funny message. It's so mixed, you know. They fear our atomic bomb, but we're not, like, well, we are not looking for one, you know. They're afraid of our nuclear bomb that we're not actually looking to get, but also our nuclear bomb is the power to say no to the great. Oh, he's saying that like the saying no is their nuclear bomb. Okay, dude. I feel like there's it kind of reads like he's also saying, like, you know, if you don't want nukes, why wouldn't you give up uranium enrichment, bro? Like, do you really need to have a civilian nuclear program? Is this necessary? How big was that hat you wore when you cast it? Oh, great morning for some bad faith. Oh, hey, Tim. Wait, what do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that, but oh, Chase was doing some high-level magic. Anyone else claiming they didn't want nukes is highly unserious. I mean, it seems very likely that they do. You're asking why a country with several enemies that want to see them destroyed would want a nuclear program. No, I'm not asking why. I know why they want a nuclear program, but here's the problem, Tim. Iran is kind of obsessed with Israel. And by kind of, I mean a lot. They're very obsessed with Israel. And given that, like, Iran has a whole bunch of shit with regard, like, yeah, I'm sorry, but if you're Israel And the country that's funding all the groups that are constantly attacking you and want to destroy you, the same country that like rages about the Jews and has a whole bunch of really crazy anti-Semitic shit in their founding document, and then turns around and like is always going on about how they want to destroy Israel. You really think that you want to let those guys get a fucking nuclear weapon? That just seems insane to me. Why should they be able to get a nuke when they have repeatedly declared their desire to destroy Israel? I want to be super rich. Yes, Aeon, that is Conduit. That is the one and only. He is the one who made the videos on Hassan. Yeah, Crimes to Roman. Oh, Crimes made a new second channel. But Iran just wants deterrence. Should Israel give up theirs as well? You know what, Tim? I'm gonna be honest with you. I disagree with how Israel got their nukes, but no, I don't think that Israel should give up their nukes, because Israel has never done anything that would make me think they're going to use their fucking nukes. Also, again, Israel is a country that is in a region where a lot of other countries don't like them, used to fight wars with them all the time until like the two big ones made peace. And they're like constantly getting shit from a whole bunch of different enemies. Yeah, no, I think I understand like why they would want nukes. But they want nukes for defensive for like to maintain a defensive posture in case anybody comes at them. Iran wants nukes not just because that they want to maintain a defensive posture, but because that they want to destroy Israel. Yes, they allegedly want to destroy Israel. Comparing the two proves how dumb you are right now. If we lived in a world in which nuclear armaments could be dismantled simultaneously and without doubt, yeah, there would be no nukes on. Yeah, I know. I mean, like, it's just. Also, I'm pretty sure that Israel's like first strike nuclear thing is literally just like they'll use nukes on you if you use nukes on you first, or I think, or if they're afraid that they're gonna that they might um that like they're in danger of possibly getting destroyed or whatever. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like Iran should stop trying to destroy Israel. It's so fucking stupid. They're like obsessed with it. And they put so much of their money into it. Money that they don't really have a lot of because they're sanctioned so much. And the reason why they're sanctioned so much is because they spend so much of their money funding Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Maybe they should stop fucking doing that. And they'd probably have a way better economy. They have so much oil. They could be super rich. Their country could be doing really well. But they're like, no. Okay. Western countries suspect Iran is seeking to acquire a nuclear bomb. Iran has denied seeking to acquire nuclear weapons. However, it has enriched uranium to levels that have no peaceful application, obstructed international inspectors from checking its nuclear facilities, and expanded its ballistic missile capabilities. Prior to the June war, Iran said Israel had recently taken steps towards Israel said Iran had recently taken steps towards weaponization. Oh yeah, we watched some stuff with their new missile before, their new pointy missile thing. Aragachi's comments came after U.S. lead negotiators Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner visited the USS Abraham Lincoln on Saturday, signaling the persistent threat of U.S. military action against Iran. The U.S.'s Central Command, CENTCOM, said the two top officials visited the nuclear-powered vessel. In a social media post, Witkoff said the aircraft carrier and its strike group were keeping us safe and upholding President Trump's message of peace through strength. Of course, you know, we got to say stuff like that. There it is. Threat of war continues to hover over negotiations, even as Trump called the talks very good and called Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian. I feel like I should know how to say his name, but okay. Posted on. Oh, actually, I guess I've never really heard anybody say it because I think Didn't Iran's previous president die in a helicopter crash? Yeah, so whatever. He posted on social media that they constitute a step forward. Following Friday's first round in Oman, Trump signed an executive order calling for the imposition of tariffs on countries still doing business with Iran despite US sanctions. Not necessarily a bad thing. In no way does that mean so now every country should get one. Oh, yeah, for nukes, true. Rip axis of resistance. Hope Lebanon can finally stop being a weird series of internal city states. I mean, yeah, I hope like the axis of resistance unfortunately is still around, but they've been dealt a lot of heavy blows lately. Hamas is in shambles, Hezbollah is in shambles. Really, the only one who's doing well is the Houthis because because they're not really. Although even then, like they were getting hit and stuff, but yes, Monkey, we will watch the hit piece. The rusty dagger. I hope Ukraine gets those rusty daggers soon. The hotties, the Houthis. I can't believe people were calling them that. I feel like it's only because that Trump was doing it. Like, why? It's wrong. Do you believe Israel wants to exist in a world where Iran does as well? Obviously, Iran would say no to the same hypothetical. I believe Israel wants to exist in a world where Iran doesn't want to destroy them all the time. Yes. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't think that. If Iran stopped trying to destroy Israel, then Israel wouldn't give a fuck about Iran. And they'd all be chill. I don't think that Israel wants to destroy Iran completely or whatever. They want regime change there, yeah, but that's based on the fact that Iran's current government is fucking insane and obsessively trying to destroy Israel. And they have been basically since they came into power. Like, that's been their whole thing. They are the last holdout. I would argue that they are honestly one of the biggest obstacles to peace in the Middle East. Or rather to peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians. Setting aside like Hamas and all those other people. But like Hamas is being propped up by Iran. Hamas and Hezbollah and all that. Like, Iran is the last big country. They're like the last like ally to the Palestinians that is still fueling this dream that they have of full right of return and being able to destroy Israel or whatever. And I think that's very silly. Oh yeah, and Israel and Iran did have a great relationship before 1979, although that was under the Shah. But I have every reason to believe that if Iran's current government got overthrown and they had a democracy, it would not at all surprise me if Iran and Israel, tentatively started to have a decent relationship again. I'm not going to assume that everybody in Iran, loves Israel, but they probably don't hate Israel as much as, the regime would like them to. It's just... Yeah, I know that Tim said the existence of Iran, but that's kind of silly. That's not how that works. No, Israel doesn't want Iran to seek to exist. Iranian and Jews love each other, at least diaspora Iranians. Yeah, that makes sense because a lot of diaspora Iranians are they either grew up in the West, or they actually I think it is mostly because they grew up in the West or whatever. Probably do have a decent relationship, and they probably also were taught about or remember when Iran and Israel were good friends. Okay. United States also announced new sanctions. Okay. It remained unclear on Saturday when and where or if there will be a second round of talks. Trump, after the talks on Friday, offered few details, but said Iran looks like they want to make a deal very badly, as they should. This is from Iran's Oman's foreign ministry. That's the Aragachi guy. He's shaking hands with his Omani counterpart. Aragachi appeared to be taking the threat of an American military strike seriously. He said that after multiple rounds of talks last year, the U.S. attacked us in the midst of negotiations when it joined Israel's war. Top Iranian diplomat called into question the United States' commitment to negotiations. The continuation of certain sanctions and military actions raises doubts about the seriousness and readiness of the other side to conduct genuine negotiations, he said. We are monitoring the situation closely, assessing at all signals, and will decide on the continuation of the negotiations, he said. It's not clear up to where it will go. Protests, okay. Talks between the two arch enemies came amid a major U.S. military buildup in the region in the wake of Iran's brutal crackdown on protests that began late December, driven by economic grievances. Critic WG, did you see reporting that some of the U.S. military officers have allegedly been pressuring their troops to go see the Melania movie? No, that sounds fucking stupid. Authorities in Iran have acknowledged that 3,117 people were killed in recent protests, publishing on Sunday a list of 2,986 names, most of whom they say were members of the security forces and innocent bystanders. Of course they're going to say that. International organizations and media have put the toll far higher, possibly in the tens of thousands. The US-based human rights activist news agency, HRANA, I'm just going to say it like that, which has kept a running toll since the onset of the protests, says it has verified 6,961 deaths, mainly of protesters, and has another 11,630 cases under investigation. It also counted more than 51,000 arrests. Jesus. That's nuts. Okay. Yeah. Oh, good. I can actually scroll with my board on this one. Okay. Oh. And yeah, I'm sure Noah did drop a new video. I'm not going to watch a video from Noah because it's probably just going to be him obsessing over Israel. And I don't care. Like, listen, Chase, me being willing to cover like some of this lefty infighting shit or to see what these people say about Hutch or whatever doesn't mean that I suddenly want to start listening to leftists talk about Israel because it's always the same shit. And I just don't care. Okay, senior Hamas official Khalid Mashal, who heads the terrorist organization's operations abroad, spoke Sunday at an Al Jazeera forum in Qatar addressing the demand to demilitarize the Gaza Strip. Instead of Israel's demand for disarmament, Mashal proposed what he called guarantees, including a long-term ceasefire lasting several years and a commitment to a non-public display of weapons. Okay. According to Mashal, disarmament under Israel is an attempt to turn the Palestinians into an easy target to eliminate. Yes, because Hamas is totally out there protecting Palestinians right now. Yeah, Chase, I don't care. Listen, let me tell you what arguments Noah's going to make in the, quote, Gaza ceasefire live video, end quote, okay? He's going to talk about how Israel is still doing airstrikes, and then he's going to talk about how, like, Israeli snipers shot kids. And he's probably gonna like exaggerate like the entire fucking thing. Monkey Tom times 2 Roman is like the I think the main channel of a guy whose videos are crimes is called Crimes New Roman. But yeah, that's what it's just gonna be. It's just gonna be him bitching about the fact that Israel's still doing strikes against Hamas. And then, of course, he's going to use insane language and go on about how this means the genocide is still ongoing and how Israel's Holocaust against the Palestinians is continuing. And like Israel is murdering people and like they are implementing their final solution, you know, and obviously, yeah. And he's going to talk about settler colonialism and use all the buzzwords. And I don't care because it's so fucking boring. That's it. That's what it's going to be. There's no reason for me to watch it because it's just the same shit. And he'll probably call it the IOF because that's what he does. And he might throw in the Zionist entity or whatever, you know. Okay. According to Mashal, disarmament under, yeah, okay, blah, blah, blah. Yes, because Hamas has been doing such a great job of protecting Palestinians. He argued that a framework of guarantees could instead be established through mediators to ensure the continuation of Gaza's reconstruction process. Yeah, we understand. They don't actually want to give up their weapons. Michel, a member of Hamas's leadership council, said the terrorist organization has presented various parties with a formula under which guarantees would be provided that the war in Gaza would not resume and that weapons would not be displayed publicly. He said the idea revolved around how arms could be concealed and preserved without being used or shown. Yeah. The senior Hamas figure also said the organization had proposed a long-term ceasefire lasting several years as an additional guarantee. Michel claimed he believed Hamas could persuade the Trump administration on the issue of weapons and force this approach on Israel, adding that mediators were discussing the proposal with U.S. officials. Isn't it funny how they only ever want a ceasefire to last several years? They never want a permanent ceasefire. Isn't it funny how they don't want to give up their weapons? Yeah, I feel like that's pretty telling. Especially when you couple it with the statements of them saying that they absolutely that they want to just do October 7th again and again and again, and their overall operating principle. Yeah, that's what these guys do. It's kind of fucking stupid. So I asked the chat, or I asked the Clanker about about whether or not it could find me stuff about Russians fighting in the Donbass in the 2014. Pulled up this apparently. By the way, this is further news. The Lactoid lied. How tanky is Times New? You mean Crimes New Roman from 10 to? I don't know. Oh god damn it! Fuck you, chat. Oh wait. This is one thing that bothers me. ChatGPT will send you to sources that don't exist because I feel like they're looking at the Internet Archive or something. And yeah, so I'll have to try to find that, but not always. I think that's actually the first time that that's happened. But we'll see. All right. Anyway, let's go. Let's do it. Let's get to the slop. Because I know that's what all of you bastards are here for. Hello. Oh, also, okay. We're gonna do this goal for 2 hours. $1 equals 1 pet for Stuart. Completed goal equals catnip for Stuart. There we go. Yeah, so if I complete the goal, or if you guys, if the goal is completed, I will give Stuart some catnip. I actually really enjoy the research streams with Loner and Destiny, but yes, Slop O'Clock. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm obviously not going to get as many people if it's not a research stream or whatever. But anyway, here we go.
John Politics. Here to talk about politics in the politics zone. Normally, I don't talk about politics on the main channel, but you know what? We're spiced it up today. Every now and then I get asked.
I'm sure it's totally got nothing to do with the fact that this is your main channel and you don't have as many subs as your other channel where you do talk about politics.
To like debate on something, and I literally never say yes because it is entirely pointless.
It's so pointless to have to defend your ideas.
Whether it be the absolutely awful Jubilee videos or more personal one-on-one debates from political streamers who definitely aren't just trying to inflate their egos.
Everybody always says this. I mean, like, listen, even if that's the case, who cares? It's still exceedingly helpful to be challenged or whatever. It's incredibly, like, I don't know. Watching debates has been super helpful for me to learn about what the other side said, and also to be equipped with, you know, like, how do you refute things, what kind of arguments you want to use, all these other kinds of things. And also, you know what? Let's be honest with ourselves. Debates are entertaining, and that's why people tune in to watch them. I understand there's an element of team sports, and I'm not going to deny it. But I do think that people should fucking talk to each other who disagree, even if it's in like an adversarial fashion, instead of all of us just sitting in our fucking echo chambers, which obviously this guy is comfortable doing. You know, it's why I don't watch FD Signifier and others like him. Hell, I remember when Vosh murdered Noah Sampson. Yeah, right. I know. It's because none of these people actually want to talk to anybody. They just want to sit in their echo chambers, be reaffirmed by their audience as they like sit in their comfy chairs, filmed on their expensive cameras, and talk about theory.
Debate and discussion on the
Also, let's be real. Every single one of us who's doing this absolutely has like at least a little bit of an ego.
internet has felt increasingly more pointless over time. However, I think a lot of the real problem for this is that many people who kind of grow up and evolve on the internet kind of come to see as this sort of rabid, warlike engagement as a means of engaging with politics in a legitimate way. I'm talking about this now because a little while
I mean, it's not legitimate to just talk about your enemy or to like talk about like your political opponents and the things that they believe. It's not like legitimate to challenge them. Okay.
ago, I discovered that the game YouTuber Hutch, as in like the guy who did prop hunt videos with sea nanners and folk like a decade ago, real blast from the past, has now kind of shifted almost entirely to being a political content streamer. Credit where
I'm pretty sure that Hutch did canvassing. I might be wrong, but did he not? Was he not at those canvassing events? Meaning he's probably done more political shit than you ever have. I know that he worked with Progressive Victory, which again means he's probably done more political shit than you ever have. Also, Hutch was not always. Listen, I watched Hutch back in the day when he only streamed on YouTube in like I think 2018 to 2019 or whatever, like during that time period. You know, I watched him do like I watched him play Warzone a lot, but he would still be talking about politics during those streams. Sometimes he would talk with his chat, and sometimes he would like do like some political content before like he would start playing games or whatever. He would play games with his friends, and then he would mute his mic on Discord or whatever. He'd talk about politics. I think sometimes he even talked politics with his friends. He went. I discovered him because he went on Destiny's stream, and when he did so, he would talk politics with him. And he even debated Hassan one time back in the day, when Hassan still talked to people. He's been on political panels. Hutch didn't just switch over to politics like 5 minutes ago. It's been a while. His streams have been a mix. Hutch was a member of Optic, not just some random prop hunt YouTuber. They were a huge org. Yeah, I know. And obviously Hutch is one of the OG streamers. Let the man pose his thesis. Don't just attack the man on the tiniest disagreement. Oh, I won't. Don't worry. But you know, I'm just saying that this guy is incorrect.
credit is due, like I want to give him props for willing to make such a dramatic change to the kind of content that he makes, particularly if he doesn't enjoy doing games anymore. That legitimately takes balls to do in the absolute hellscape that is content creation, and particularly with a noble goal of wanting to educate people and make a better world for the people who inhabit it. Like, genuinely, that is a no.
Also, thank you for the 199 Fallen. Yeah. Catnip for Stuart, guys, if we reach the goal. Maybe I should like put something on the screen that in like some text or something like that.
Noble goal. However, as somebody who kind of also grew up on the internet, it's very obvious that I can see that.
Also, is he playing Soviet music in the background? It's okay, Tony is watching the whole week. It's true. Hutch still plays Arc Raiders on stream. Tanky yeah, he does. He'll usually like stop his YouTube stream and go over to Twitch when he'll do that. And sometimes he'll just be reacting. But I mean, yeah, I think his switching to pretty much 100% politics corresponded to him streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Why do people say I grew up on the internet as if this is a credential? I mean, it is kind of silly to say because nowadays an increasing amount of the population, quote unquote, grew up on the internet. I mean, I grew up on the internet. Anyone who's a millennial who had internet in their house when they grew up can say they grew up on the internet. He's just a bad writer too.
Hutch is a product of this environment, and how he engages in making political content is extremely evident of the fact that his brain has been entirely rotted by this false version of political engagement. If you take a look at his channel, I think you can very much see the kind of content that he is making. This isn't like serious political analysis stuff. This is political content in the most intense word of content. He is engaging with things like making fun of Hassan, including pushing the insane shock collar conspiracy theory. Like, that's kind of my litmus test for if somebody actually has legitimate
Conspiracy theory. Okay, dude. Okay, sure. Whatever you say, my dude. Listen, I'm not one of those people who's out over here. I feel like people got way too obsessed with the shot caller shit. But Hassan gave that story legs because he wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. He would not stop talking about it. And he kept changing his story and lying. Maybe if he had just shut up, then like this whole thing maybe might have blown over faster. But all he did was he kept throwing more fuel on the fire because he could not stop himself. Like, first he denied it, and he said that he was reaching for the Zin, and then, like, what was it? I think the next day or something, he actually came out and, like, he was like, okay, I'm going to show you guys the shot caller, but he wouldn't give anybody the model, and Lonerbox had to do, like, a fucking duck hunt to figure out what it was, you know, and, like, and I think it was just like, oh, it's not a shot caller, it's a vibrate caller, but it turns out it was a shot caller, and I guess, like, he cut off the prongs or something and then taped over them. And yeah, like he just, and it was also very funny watching all of his like his orbiters and sycophants like change their stories as Hassan changed his story. It's like watching MAGA as they you know, as Trump puts out new marching orders and they immediately change. It was the Zin, it was the gate, it was some noise. It was vibration. She clipped her dewclaw. Yeah, I know, right? Like there was so much of that too. And then obviously people started asking other questions about it, or noting the fact that it's kind of fucking weird that that like Kaya basically sits in a that she like basically sleeps in the same spot all day in the corner of Hassan's stream, and like she's like a working dog and she really needs to get more. I don't know, like. That's kind of strange, but like, no, I'm not gonna like obsess over it or whatever. But Hutch himself has said the reason why he talked about this so much is because it was fucking hilarious, and it is really funny. I mean, like any streamer, a part of a cult audience is that way. That's true, they are, but I think some streamers are worse than other streamers. You know, just saying. Like, there's at least a sizable portion of Destiny's audience that will be critical of him when he says or does dumb shit, or who, like, hardcore disagree with him on certain things. Also, there's some people in Lonerbox's audience who don't agree with his Israel take or his genocide take. There's at least some number of people in there who think Israel's committing genocide in Gaza, but they still keep watching Lonerbox even though they disagree with him. It's also very showing when people are that willing to lie with zero shame. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's just weird, you know? Yeah, but nobody's there to challenge him on it because he won't, because he exists in like his insulated echo chamber. Okay.
criticisms of Hassan is if they believe in the just absolute
Also, if you want me to speed this video up, I can do so in exchange for cold hard cash.
That shit shot caller gate thing that happened. Hassan. There's so much anti-Hassan stuff in here. Now I get it. Everybody has to play the thumbnail game on YouTube.
Also, just as an FYI, Hutch also talks lots about MAGA. He doesn't just talk about lefties, and if you go and you look at his channel, his videos, like there's lots of both. Lately, he's been fighting with leftists a lot, and he does seem to have a problem where he will engage with these people on Twitter, and his replies are full of them, and that's...
Everybody has to do the clickbait thing, but I think once you actually look into
I'll give you $1.5 for 1.5x. No, gonna have to be a little bit more than that. Sorry. How about $5 for 1.5x? Although I guess like if multiple people give $1.5 for 1.5x, but I'm not that cheap. I apologize, monkeyed. Oh God, you can like stop talking. Can you like stop talking about the biggest left-wing creator on the internet? Oh my gosh, I'm so tired of this. Yeah, I know, it's so stupid. Sev thinks it's genocide, but still says, yeah, but I mean, Sev has like a more reasonable argument for why he thinks, like, Sev didn't think it was genocide at the start. Also, by the way, what Sev says about it could very well turn out to be true. I could totally buy that there are fucking insane Israeli militia unit or Israeli military units on the ground that are doing fucking crazy shit with genocidal intent or whatever, and that it's not like a top-down thing, because it's not like this has never happened before or that this couldn't happen. And like the lack of accountability kind of just contributes to the fact they never, like, I could buy that. I could see that happening, especially when you have fucking crazy people like Yehuda Vach, who's like just out there. Seems like he's just looking for an excuse to get his guys to like just kill more Palestinians, you know? Oh, thank you, Tally.
1.5x.
There are 100,000 soldiers there. Of course, there are insane units among them. Yeah, I know, right? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're committing genocide. Although there's absolutely guys in there who are doing fucking war crimes. That doesn't mean they have genocidal intent, though. That's another thing. But I'd like to see those guys investigated. And like Yehuda Vach should, honestly, that guy should have been fired a long time ago. I'm surprised that he hasn't been removed from his post just because some of the insane shit that he's been doing has also been putting Israeli soldiers. Like there was an article about that in Haaretz, how more Israeli people have like died or whatever. Can we please watch the Irrelevant and Pisco versus ICE Defenders 2, please? You know what, Maritzi? Yes, we can watch that. I will happily like play a video game while we watch that. Or maybe I'll walk on the treadmill while I watch that after I get finished with this. But yeah, I'll watch that. Sure, why not? I think that could be an interesting thing. Also, I think Lactoid is one of those ICE defenders, isn't he? Or is that a different video? Good afternoon, Short Stat Goblin. It is not afternoon here, but you know. I don't think so. I linked it and tagged you. Okay, all right, thank you. More Pisco content. Yeah, but you know what? It's going to be good Pisco content this time. Oh, you vote. Oh, you went and voted in your election, Short Stat Goblin. Based democracy enjoyer.
A bit more of his content, which I've tried to give a fair shake, you can kind of see that he has become the epitome of this rigid internet mind whose views are not really based on an evolving political scope, but a line that has to be drawn because everybody else that you don't like is seen as hard opposition. Don't get me wrong here. It is entirely reasonable to see things as hard opposition, but it isn't just about seeing people as hard opposition. It's about Hutch fundamentally not having the contextual understanding of the things that he's talking about to be able to give legitimate critique. It doesn't really take long to notice that kind of a lot of the content that he makes for people who are unfortunately
This is going to be really good. I can't wait to see what he says about this.
Online and recognize a lot of the people in these thumbnails is almost entirely targeted at this idea of the far left.
They just need their villain. Like they need to be the heroes of the story, the downtrodden.
Why is he putting far lefting quotes to say, oh God.
The cheated. It plays into this kind of other narrative of like, you know, the noble kind of victim, the noble kind of like victimhood of the online left. It's like a big part of the cultural and political identity that they have.
Almost every single time that Hutch comes across something that Hassan says, which is unfortunately frequently, he very rarely gives legitimate deep critique and usually ends up just kind of yelling.
The Democratic Party.
Wait, hold on.
Identity that they have.
Almost every single time that Hutch comes across something that Hassan.
You guys see it? Do you see it? I hope other people see it too. I'm glad that he didn't cut this and that he actually showed it. I don't know if anybody will catch this because this isn't up on the screen for very long. But this guy searched for Hassan and then he scrolled through all the videos. It's kind of a bit weird to do that because in some ways, for like people who aren't watching or who don't spot this, they might think that these are all Hutch's, these are all of these videos. Like this is just all of Hutch's content, all this shit about Hassan. Because if you actually go to scroll Hutch's channel, it's not all just Hassan videos. I mean, he might not be trying to hide it, but the fact that this is not up for a long time is kind of weird. I don't know. Because it very clearly, it seems to project like this weird, I don't know, like why are you trying to like just talk about, it's just strange that like he's focused so hard on Hassan talking. I'm not saying that he's trying to hide it because he did include this here, but at the same time, I mean, like, look.
Cultural and political identity.
Hold on, I'll slow it down for a second because how long is this on the screen for? Also, by the
have
way,
almost-
listen, I might be being slightly bad faith here. I don't know. Obviously, I have an issue, but yeah, you should watch less Hassan. Then I'm kidding. I know, but like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a lot of charity for people like this. Hutch is famous for one yelling, two having a full head of hair. True.
almost every single time that Hutch comes across something that Hassan says, which is unfortunately frequently, he very rarely gives legitimate
Okay, it's on the screen there for a bit. I don't know if anybody will notice the Hassan or that he searched for Hassan, but I've never seen someone do an overview of thumbnails to gauge someone's content in good faith. Yeah, I mean it's probably not like you need to watch it. Hey Kalinda, have you ever thought Hassan not bad? Yeah, I understand that that's what this guy's going for.
deep critique and usually ends up just kind of yelling.
The Democratic Party has this profound skill in snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Ah! What the? What is this take? What is this take? What is this take?
And to be clear, like, I don't have extremely strong opinions on Hassan one way or another. He said some dumb shit, but I will say, to echo the sentiment that FD Signifier said recently on one of his live stream videos.
Y'all never gonna get me to dislike Hassan based off content, because I've engaged with Hassan on real shit on numerous occasions, and he puts his money where his mouth is. He comes through in a way that I don't expect, and I know a lot of white creators, and I love a lot of them. I would call Hassan first.
Content-wise, whatever.
What? Hassan is the epitome of not putting his money where his mouth is. That is not true. Where do these people get all of this from? Hassan never engages. Like the most political engagement Hassan has really done, at least recently, is fucking going out to protests. Which, I mean, you know what? Sure, good. It's cool that he does that. But like, you need to do more than that. And the fact that like he has cultivated an audience full of people who are anti-electoral, and he has talked shit about electoralism or like kind of addressed it with a sort of meh thing, and he doesn't engage in the vote blue no matter who, and spends so much time shitting on the Democrats and doing false equivalencies. It's just like, hey, now he has a bullet vest that he wears, calling himself press. Yes, that's clearly political praxis. Yes, true. Honestly, I think a lot of that is for the publicity too. Like he's literally just out there fucking LARPing. Yeah, I know Aeon Android FD is also terrified of death. By the way, I thought that was funny, that whole thing that happened between them, you know? Yeah, I know that FD doesn't like Destiny. Destiny was disgusting towards FD. I don't know if he was disgusting, although, like, I don't know that I agree with Destiny donating like 10K to what was it, the Minneapolis Police Department. Although, also in fairness, he did donate it to Crime Stoppers, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But yeah. Wait, this disclaimer on screen. I haven't interacted with him personally, but I know people who have, and they all say the same thing. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, it was Atlanta. Thank you. Although, mind you, apparently, like JD Signifier, the group that he was doing stuff with in Atlanta, they were doing not good things with that money. I don't actually know what. Anyway, let's see.
I don't expect, and I know a lot of white creators, and I love a lot of them. I would call Hassan first.
Content-wise, whatever, Hassan shows the fuck up, and that is what matters. I've been reading a really good book called Don't Talk About Politics, which talks about stuff like this in particular, about how a lot of social media, as well as the broader political sphere, has kind of become this big warlike zone in which
Hassan totally shows up, except for when it's time to vote or encourage his community to do so.
people do not view people as people. They view them as opposition. To quote the book, the emphasis is not on convincing others, but on beating them by proving the other side wrong definitively, vanquishing them with a counter-argument showing, with great force, it's not just your views are better, but why theirs are.
I mean, but there is an emphasis on convincing others. It's the people in the audience. What? I don't like this notion that like you shouldn't do debates or you shouldn't interact with the other side, because like unfortunately, at least part of what we do here is fucking entertainment. What was FD's group doing? I don't fucking remember. Was it like some kind of fraud? Stop Cop City. Was it decentralized movement focused on Atlanta, Georgia? Issues. Domestic terrorism charges. The issue is that he doesn't levy this critique at Hassan either. He does the same thing. It's not necessarily about debate. I mean, like, yeah, that is true. Like, Hassan doesn't, like, Hassan, this idea that Hassan is out there doing shit is stupid. He's not. Like, voting is the most important thing that you can do, and Hassan is never, like, showing up for that. Except that's what leftists do all the time. Their entire advocacy is built on the idea that if you aren't with them, then you are pro-genocide. Yeah, true. Hello, Simon. So many videos on YouTube are just a summary of one book. Yeah, that does seem to be the case. What was the... weren't there like... Legal scholars, protesters, and state and local groups were interested in the domestic terrorism charge. Oh, wait, did they get charged with domestic terrorism? Wait, okay, here we go. March 2023 attack and domestic terrorism charges. On March 3rd, 2023, dozens of people attacked the Cop City construction site with rocks and firebombs, destroying construction equipment. Hours later, police raided the South River Music Festival about 0.75 miles away and detained 35 people, of which 12 were released and the remaining 23 were charged with domestic terrorism. Festival attendees have accused police of selectively charging protesters from out of state while releasing Georgia residents in order to further the narrative of outside agitators. Coordinated that could, I don't know if that's true, but the arrest warrant for the festival attendees stated that domestic terrorism charges were brought against those based on probable cause, such as having mud on their feet, and that those with legal aid phone numbers written on their bodies were considered suspicious. According to The Intercept, there is no information contained in the warrants that directly connects any of the defendants to illegal actions. By the way, I just want to say, I think it's kind of crazy that Wikipedia thinks The Intercept is a good source to use when they wouldn't think the same thing about the Gray Zone, but they think Dropsite and The Intercept are fine. Atlanta's police chief, Darren Schreierbaum, refused to comment when confronted by journalists about this allegation. Okay. I mean, maybe that's not true. Or maybe, like, they arrested the wrong people. Like, I could buy that. But, like, if there are, like, it does look like there were some people who attacked that construction site with, like, firebombs and shit, which is not good. Books are great. Just read them so you can tell the video essayists they can't read. I wish that I could read faster than I do. That would be so good. Or that I have more time. According to The Intercept, there's no blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know. So there was, like, some sus shit going on here. I thought there was other stuff. Wait. Or maybe it wasn't that. RICO indictment. 6 people... In September 2023, 61 people who had been arrested in the forest or at Stop Cop City protests were charged with racketeering under Georgia's RICO law. This indictment is likely the largest criminal conspiracy ever filed against protesters. This racketeering case was stalled. Defendants in the case maintained their innocence and reported difficulty getting work and other hardships while they awaited trial for 20 months. Yeah, listen, this might all be bullshit. I got no fucking idea. But by the way, I just want to say, and I'm really sorry, but, like, maybe I'm wrong about this, but it seems to me that having a facility to train police is not a bad thing. Cops need more training. And all of these people who want the cops to act better or whatever, they all push for things that are bullshit instead of pushing for things that could actually work to, like, make the police force work better and make it work more for the people. But of course, obviously, the issue is that people like FD Signifier probably just think that police should be abolished or whatever. And that's the problem. Okay. Like, if you read this book and your reflex is to use the content of the book to attack some other political content creator with its content, you failed the assignment. Oh, are you saying he's misrepresenting this book? Anyway, I don't know. That's apparently what happened. Like, that he's just quoting this. Belinda, but have you considered cops are ontologically evil? Yeah, I know. That's what people... But, you know, unfortunately, I hate to say it, guys, but if you want, like, real police reform, you kind of got to spend money because it costs money. There's a threshold for sure, though, where the return on investment isn't good enough to justify more spending. But I don't think leftists cared about that at all. They just hate authority and accountability. Yeah. You know, like I don't know. I think like in that case, it just seemed they were just like, you know, don't build this training facility for cops. But like the training facility might have actually been a good thing. Also, pro-employment vetting, pre-employment vetting is extremely important. Finding the right personality type for law enforcement. Yeah, absolutely. That's important too. There's a whole bunch of shit that should be done, but a lot of that stuff is going to cost money. Every cop should also be wearing a body cam and be required to leave it on. But yeah. Oh, okay. For Lubu, it's about Twitter. Okay, that's what this. So yeah.
Also wrong. I think the popularity of debate that we've seen grow and grow in online culture, from, you know, people like Destiny to various political panels online to the late not so great Charlie Kirk, I think the illusion of the marketplace of ideas and the popularity of debate kind of turning political discussion or discussion in general into almost a kind of warlike action is very evident in how Hutch speaks and engages with content. He doesn't see Hassan as simply another point of view. He sees Hassan as a literal enemy.
I'm so fucking pissed right now. Fuck this guy, bro. This guy is political opposition. Never in a million years should be.
I mean, he is a also, wait, hold on a minute. Would this guy say the same thing about MAGA and the right wing? I don't think that he would. So it's very weird that he expects us to talk about Hassan like that or to view Hassan in this way when Hassan spends so much of his time shitting on us and like just being overall in general bad for the Democratic Party and advocating for fucking China and terrorist organizations and just having terrible takes as he sits in his $1 million mansion and like fucking poisons the minds of young people with his anti-electoral like political apathy garbage, because both parties are the same, don't you know? This is why federal law enforcement pre-Trump with local ranks are so professional. The Fed LOE/CI pre-employment vetting is very high level. I want this book to get popular as abundance, to be honest. It makes a great point. I mean, honestly, maybe I'll check it out at some point. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, LBJMVP. Yeah. Hassan is bad, but not. Oh no, Hassan's not as bad as MAGA. The reason why Hassan's not as bad as MAGA, though, largely has to do with the fact that he has the fact that he doesn't have like really very much political power, but he does have his voice, and it sucks that he has his voice. But the annoying thing is like I mean, when I say it sucks he has his voice, I mean like the things that he pushes for are counterproductive to actually defeating MAGA. The problem with is that like people like Hassan and all these other people, like the black pill leftists, they kind of just help MAGA by like not like harnessing their audience and pushing for Democrats and pushing for things like harm reduction and all this other shit, you know? Yeah, and it's just silly. It's not. Now, that being said, if Hassan were as big as MAGA, or if he were as popular, or if he had as much power, then I might be saying like other things about him, because like at the end of the day, Hassan is illiberal, just like MAGA is illiberal. Neither one of these guys care about things like democracy. And I say that because Hassan is out here fucking simping for like China, which is an authoritarian country. Do we actually know what Yehuda Vosh actually said besides the Haaretz article? Did he do any interviews? I know he's like a settler, like one of those crazy settler dudes. Hassan's legit believes in terrorism and authoritarian centralized regimes. Yeah, he does. I think Hassan is worse because he can play both sides and try to defect liberals to the leftist movements. I don't think Hassan's worse than MAGA, but a lot of my reasoning for that is like, even if Hassan had the same amount of power as MAGA, he wouldn't be worse than MAGA. But it also depends which lens you're looking at it through as well, too, right? If you're looking at like who's more illiberal, I think they're both pretty illiberal.
Ever associate with him, his ilk, his supporters.
To Hutch, he's not engaging with Hassan or the online left. He's engaging with this sort of boogeyman, this construct that he has made, to which he just finds the most ridiculous things to blame on them without fully being able to realize the flaws of the side that he's on, which is the center.
Straw man alert! Oh boy, here we go.
And the Democrats who have done nothing but fuck us in the ass for God knows how many years. I found this pretty.
Hi. Would you like to go and ask some of the trans people in California if they feel like Newsom has fucked them in the ass, quote unquote, as you say, or do they instead perhaps feel good that they live in a state that has you know, made it a sanctuary state that wants to protect their rights perhaps they appreciate that. You know, like, do you think that gay people in the United States are maybe happy that thanks to Barack Obama's Justice Department and and the Democrats or whatever, actually not even just that, thanks to the Democrats, their right to marry has now been enshrined in law and it's not just left to a Supreme Court decision? What about the fact that like it's been in blue states for the most part where abortion is still legal? What about the fact that like it was Republicans that took away that constitutional right? And yeah, sure, we can say that it was shitty that the Democrats didn't realize or that they took Roe for granted and never thought that it would be overturned. And you know what? That's fair. But at least they learned their lesson from that. And they did pass a bill that made it so that like enshrined gay marriage in the Defense of Marriage Act. Yeah, Kalinda, I hear they hate Gavin for not voting for trans folk in sports. I just like, that's so stupid. It's such a small thing. Also, like, I'm curious as to what the nature of that was exactly. Because I don't necessarily disagree that trans people probably shouldn't be playing in competitive sports, but I also recognize that A, that's a complicated issue, and B, I don't think the government should have anything to do with it. Leave it to the individual leagues and let them figure it out and let them do so with like scientific evidence or whatever. It should be something that is decided on a sport by sport basis. And I think that that's a fair way to do it. I don't think that the fucking government needs to be shoving its nose into this. And I don't think that like, that this is something that we should really care that much about. There's like 5 of these people. Who gives a shit, bro? They already hated Gavin, but now they're using that California healthcare bill veto to post hoc justify. You know what? Hold on. Quick side tangent. Gavin, Stuart. What are you doing? Is it time to feed you? Are you hungry? You know what? We're gonna feed him. Come with me, chat. We're gonna go to the kitchen together. Hold on, one sec. Okay. This slightly bigger. And then no matter how many pro-trans policies Newsom makes, they'll still say he didn't do enough. Well, yeah, because at the end of the day, all these people want to do is complain. That's their entire point. You know what? Actually, fuck it. We're gonna make the cat cam way bigger. Okay. Hi. Look at this baby. Doesn't he have a cute face? Aw. He's so cute. Look at his markings. Make America great again. Great from what? True. Hello. Yeah, I need to get a like a gimbal or something for this because right now I'm kind of holding it awkwardly in my hand.
Republicans wanted to
okay.
make catnip illegal.
Ooh. Republicans wanted to make catnip illegal. Thank you for the $1.99, Fallen Leaves. I bet they did. Bet they did. They absolutely did. They do want to make catnip illegal. Oh. You hear him? He's
But
purring.
Democrats
Okay.
want to
Let's
subsidize
go.
it.
Stuart really is the best of us all. Oh, thank you for all the money, you guys. Oh, shit. No, stop. There. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, Stuart. Fuck it. We'll just use this for now. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on. Come here. Okay. All right, whatever. He's finally came over. Oh. Look at him. Look at your baby. Come here. Yeah, it seems like the video is a bit laggy once I walk too far away from the but you know what? It'll do for now. This cat is adorbs. Adorbs. There you go. Gave him his food. Okay. All right, chat. Yes, I said I did get Stuart as a kitten. I got him when he was about 5.5 months old. So I've had him for a while. He is 12 years old now. I've got kitten pics of him. If you guys want to see them, I would be happy to share those kitten pics or some kitten pics for some cash dollars. And then yeah, I can show you some kitten pics. Kitten pics. Oh, hey, we achieved it. We hit the goal. Which means that Stuart will get catnip. Okay. What the fuck? What is happening? Start another goal. Okay, there we go. I kind of want to set it to teal or above super chats, but you know, I don't know. I don't feel confident enough that that's a thing that necessarily y'all are gonna want. Or that y'all will pay for that, I guess. But we'll see. Oh no, Stuart is gonna become a crack. Wouldn't that make this an OnlyFans subscription? True. I think more smaller goals get more money. Yeah, you know what? They might, especially if I do a whole bunch of them. But all right, yeah, new goal. Kitten pics. When this goal is achieved. And also, I will absolutely give Stuart catnip. Hopefully, when the next time he comes back to bug me, I will give him catnip. Okay, let's keep going with this.
Clip where he blames people like Hassan and the far left for the already happened.
He tried to do sweeping loan debt. And do you know who rejected him? The Supreme Court. Do you know how they were able to reject him? Because there's a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. Do you know how they got to a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court? I'm losing my temper. People like Hassan, in part because people like Hassan use the massive platform that they have to tell their audience that there's really no difference between Democrats and Republicans.
True.
It doesn't matter if a Democrat or Republican wins in 2016, even though Ruth Bader Ginsburg was like 152 years old. And we all knew there was a serious risk that she wouldn't make it to 2020. And that wasn't enough. So maybe if you guys would have taken the Supreme Court more seriously in 2016, he would have been able to forgive more student loan debt. But you didn't. So this is the position that we're in.
Hutch is completely stuck because of this warlike mentality he has adopted.
Is he going to refute any of that? I mean, there is things one could say to refute. Well, not to refute it, but you know, if it wasn't for your guardianship, Stuart would have made millions off OnlyFans. Imagine having like OnlyFans for cats.
And believing that for some reason the left is the broad ultimate solution and not that the Democrats have had complete autonomy this entire time and have just completely misread what the American people actually want and thrown everything into the gutter is just not something mine.
Oh, do you think that the American people are all just secret socialists who are just waiting to, like, you know, realize that they're socialists? Is that where we're going with this? That the Dems don't appeal to what the American people actually want, even though they have previously won a whole bunch of elections, and like their main problem is really that they're really bad at messaging?
The fact that we fucking lost in 2024 and that Biden did very little over his entire term. Any of the gains that he did make, either temporary or lapsed, and the fact that has been able to do what?
What? Are you fucking kidding? Really? You don't think that shit like the infrastructure bill or like the Recovery Act, the fact that that America recovered faster from COVID than a lot of other countries did, you don't think any of this matters? Or even just the cancellation of a bunch of student loan debt. By the way, after that Supreme Court decision, Biden just found a different way to do it. And then he still did it. Like a bunch of people's like student loan debts got canceled because of him. Yeah, apparently, like, I guess these people don't think the infrastructure bill matters or the CHIPS Act. What in the actual fuck? Do you actually, like, these guys just think, or the Defense of Marriage Act was passed under Biden and he signed it into law. That's another good one, you know, for people who care about the rights of gay people. Every piece like this is let us lie and you're obsessed if you call us out. It's just so weird. And now he's just going to talk about how Trump was able to achieve a bunch of Project 2025 shit, all of which, by the way, Trump is doing via executive order, which means that the next president, if they are a Democrat, which hopefully they will be, is just going to undo it. It can just, like, none of these people paid attention to anything that Biden did, because I guess that Biden didn't push the make economy better or give us socialism now button, and therefore that means that he sucked.
Half of Project 2025 over the course of a year of him being in office, with less of a majority than Biden has during.
How much of that Project 2025 shit was actually passed through legislation, and how much of it was Trump signing a bunch of executive orders that are going to get repealed by the next Democratic president? How tanky is he from one to Mike from PA? I mean, I haven't seen him say anything so far that necessarily indicates that he is a tanky, but this guy is absolutely a Hassan dick rider, and he is very clearly like one of those both parties are the same, the Democrats suck people. It's such a self-report. Why won't Democrats do illegal and authoritarian shit like Trump? Yeah, it seems like that's honestly where a lot of this is going, you know, or like, oh no, Joe Manchin got in the way. Why didn't Biden like illegally pressure him by threatening to investigate his daughter if he didn't play ball, which wouldn't have worked, but I don't know how tanky Mike actually is. He's more of a character than a politics guy to me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how tanky Mike actually is, but you know, what's the tea? Who are we watching? Oh, hi, Mr. Miser. This is a guy who made a hit piece on Hutch. This guy's obviously a far leftist, or a black pill leftist. DOMA made gay marriage illegal more or less under Biden. Oh, it was the Respect for Marriage Act, not the Defense of Marriage Act. Sorry, I confused the two. DOMA was the one that they passed. I think, I don't know if it might have been in the 90s. Yeah, I think it was in the 90s. In order to like basically outlaw gay marriage. And then that got struck down by the Supreme Court. After Biden's administration also said that they weren't going to defend it. And then the Respect for Marriage Act was passed by the Congress under Biden. Yes.
His term, just for some reason, doesn't ever cross his mind, but I digress. I think that debate culture has almost kind of evolved into this form of content where Hutch, even though he's not directly debating people like Hassan or
it's because neither of these people will talk to him.
He also doesn't like, when he makes content, when he talks to his viewers in streams, he tries to almost debate them in the videos and then break down their claims by kind of collapsing all nuance as possible, even if he is entirely unequipped to handle the discussion at hand. Like, there's a really interesting clip that I watched of his video where he thinks that Emma Vingland got dunked on by MSNBC on this panel where she talks about how the Democrats need to do something else instead of being a bunch of flip-floppy, limp-dicked assholes who don't really do anything besides kowtow to the big tech oligarchy donor foundation that they built.
Jesus, that's a lot of fucking buzzwords there. Holy shit. Big tech oligarchy donor. Okay. When was the last time Hassan actually debated anyone that Israeli teenager he talked to for some reason? No, I think there might have been something more recent than that. I mean, I guess Hassan kind of debated those MAGA parents, but I didn't really watch that much, although I guess, or maybe he didn't. Did we get a bingo for buzzword? No, we didn't. I mean, if somebody wants to do that, they can, but I wasn't necessarily expecting that. But based on like even just watching this, I know exactly where this is. Like, this guy has so far not actually really refuted a single argument Hutch has said. Like, he did not refute the argument that Hutch made about the fact that if Hillary got elected, then the Supreme Court would look very different right now. And I think that's an important argument. And sure, you could say, oh my God, Ruth Bader Ginsburg should have retired while she was in there. Although at the same time, you know what I might say to that? Depending on when she did it, it's very likely that Mitch McConnell would have just stolen that seat too. Why don't we have Big Jew yet? Do we still need material conditions? Bruh, how is making a critical video essay any different? It's not. This guy is clearly doing this for the clicks. And he's also clearly doing it on his main channel to try to get more subs there, because not as many people have subscribed to it as the political channel that he has. He's literally doing what he accused Hutch of doing. Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, that's right. Hassan mini debated Tim Miller from the Bulwark, and yes, he did not do well there.
Over the past 10 years or so, and Hutch can only interpret this as her wanting them to be more on the left.
He's got 48% strong disapproval. How come the Democratic Party's approval rating is lower as a brand
because
than
of the message that I was just trying to elucidate?
So you believe it's because they're not far left enough?
No, I believe that there needs to be a different approach to politics here, not building.
To be fair, I mean, like, she kind of dodged that, but no, that is what she's saying. She's saying that the Democratic Party is not left enough, and that's why they've lost popularity, and I think she's probably obfuscating a little bit here and avoiding that conclusion.
Obviously, people like me and people like Emma think it would be great for them to be more left. But in the context of this discussion, it isn't even about them being more left. It's about them having any balls to do any of the stuff that they legitimately said that they were going to do in the first place. Like, they gave up on $15 minimum wage. They did nothing to address affordability.
Oh my God. You don't know how American politics works. Why do I know more about how American politics works? And I don't even live there. Why? Why do these people think that Biden can just push a magic button? What in the fuck? He had a fucking 50-50 split Senate. What was he supposed to do? Compromise is a thing that you need to do. This is literally just Green Lantern shit. This shit that Hutch talks about so much. These people think that the Democrats can just wave a magic wand and just fucking do shit, even though they can't. That's not how this works. Okay, I'm sorry, but more Democrats should have been elected, and they weren't. And therefore, that's what Biden had to work with. And like, why don't Dems just press the call me button? Yeah. Kalinda, you know more because you're not an American. Well, no, I mean, like, honestly, a lot of this stuff is stuff that I learned from, like, actually, it wasn't just stuff I learned from watching other political streamers. I've just kind of been immersed in this political stuff. $15 an hour minimum wage drop. Yeah, like, listen, that's fine. But, like, also, Jesus fucking Christ. Could Biden have potentially gotten like a higher minimum wage if they'd raised it to like $12.50 an hour instead of $7.50 an hour? That actually maybe might have happened. But none of these people advocate for that. And I bet that if that had been done, then none of these people would have cared. Or they would have just been like, well, it's not good enough. And like, oh, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I have to go, but this video just seems like it's not about debate culture or anything high-minded other than I don't agree with Hutch and he criticizes people I do agree with. I mean, yeah, pretty much. That seems to be the basis. Because he's not actually going to full-on address any of Hutch's like arguments, and then he's just going to say a bunch of dumb shit. Yeah. Also ignores all the blue cities and states that do have $15 an hour minimum wage. Yeah, I know, right? Like, listen. It's a lot harder to like do that kind of shit at the federal level. And it's probably near impossible for $15 an hour to be passed at the federal level when you have a 50-50 split Senate and 2 of the Democrats on your side are not like fucking blue dogs. Although Kirsten Sinema was most definitely I'm pretty like she ran she was like Fetterman. But everybody knew that Manchin was a blue dog. You know, but he was still instrumental in getting some things passed. And if he wasn't in there, then it would have been a Republican in that seat. Oh yeah, hello to 83 people. My understanding is that Manchin and Sinema were open to an $11 minimum wage, which is still an insane improvement over $7.25. Wait, really? Okay, well, Jesus Christ. I don't know why nobody pushed for that. Biden signed an EO for raising the minimum wage for all federal workers, which was, oh yeah, he did do that. He raised it to $15 an hour, I think, too, which is nice. But, I mean, all of these people would have just responded with, well, maybe you should just fire the Senate parliamentarian in order to, like, get that passed or whatever. But, like, it's still, Sinema still voted against it. I remember that image of her in that fucking short skirt coming up and giving the thumbs down to it on the, like, I think the House floor there or what have you. But he did raise it for federal work. Yeah, and of course Trump reversed it. Yeah. I'd have to look up exactly what happened here, but, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't even necessarily matter that much because like the actual answer here is that they wouldn't have had to do any weird shit if there was more than a 50-50 Senate.
Once again, they're in the process of throwing trans people under the bus. Like
how the fuck are they doing that? What are you talking about? That's not true. What are you on about? Biden did a bunch of shit to protect trans people. Basically, probably most of what he should have. All of the stuff for like schools to protect, like all of that, the civil rights stuff. His Justice Department was like, you know, defending all of that. What are you talking about? What is it that you want him to do? There are lots of blue states that are protecting trans people, like California. Or is it just that you guys are hyper-focused on the issue of sports? Hutch talked about this and challenged Pisco about wasting political capital trying to bully Manchin. Well, yeah, I know. Like, that's another thing too, right? Like, you can only bully Joe Manchin so much to get shit done. Yo, what the fuck did he do for trans people? Oh, who, Biden? Or this guy? Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand what Biden's Justice Department, or rather, like, I think Biden had like interpretations of, I think it was like Title IX and whatnot that he, oh, this guy. Yeah, like Biden's Justice Department had things for trans people to ensure that like trans kids in like high schools and whatnot could use the bathroom, that they defended civil rights or what have you. Louisiana is trying to sue Newsom for not extraditing a doctor for having done trans care. Oh, well, hey, there you go. Also 300 subs to go and you have hit 1,000. Oh yeah, true. Biden probably did more for trans people than any president in history. This isn't saying much, but yeah, I know. Like, if your administration is like putting out like civil rights stuff in order to ensure that trans kids can use the bathroom that matches their gender identity in schools and stuff, I think that's really good. And yeah, like it.
Genuinely don't know how you can look at the fact that Trump won and so many people neglected to not vote and see that as an issue of the far left not sucking off the Democrats enough, but instead that the Democrats like just have lost the faith of the public because they're endlessly trying to push this garbage centrism that nobody actually wants. To speak on the trans thing for a little bit as well.
Okay, are you actually going to substantiate your claim about Biden throwing trans people under the bus, bud?
There's another video that I watched where Hutch gets extremely mad at Hassan saying something along the lines of things wouldn't really be that much better for trans people under Kamala if she won as opposed to Trump.
That's actually, by the way, that's an insane take, given all the things that Trump has done. Not only did he revoke all of those civil rights guidances, I think that's what they were called. Sorry, I don't have the right words for it, but I know that Biden like did stuff for trans people. But like also there's the thing about how making it so that your passport must match your gender, must match the gender that you have at birth, like your birth gender. That's something that Trump did. He banned, you know, like sex changes for minors or like any kind of like healthcare for minors. Like, it's just, you should try and debate this guy because it would be glorious. No, it's bots. I can't, because this guy said at the beginning of his video that he won't debate people. This guy does not debate people. Like, it's insane to make that claim. There has been so much bad shit. Trump has targeted trans people so much in his administration through his executive orders and whatnot. And his Justice Department isn't going to do anything to try to fight against the insanity that red states are doing as they target trans people.
He's going to tell you that, and by the way, this is a wrong statement that he's going to deliver, but don't you think things would be better for trans people right now if Kamala Harris, after making concessions about transphobia and leaning into anti-trans narratives, if she had won, don't you think things would be better for trans people as opposed?
What trans narratives did she lean? What anti-trans? What are you talking about?
To right now?
What an insane thing to say. That is crazy, because they validated people's concerns when it came to trans.
Oh, okay. It's literally just the sports thing. That's it. It's because these people have this ridiculous maximalist take on that. That it's like, because the Democrats are like trying to be reasonable on that topic and they accept that it is actually a complicated thing. That means that Democrats are like pandering to the anti-trans movement or whatever, when the important shit with regards to trans rights is still being addressed by Democrats, or Democrats are still in support of trans rights. They still want trans kids to be able to get health care, and they still want like adult trans people to be able to get health care, and they don't want trans people to be discriminated against. Like, Hassan debate Ethan poorly. Yeah, I know Hassan did debate Ethan. I want to get guys like Hassan in a room and make them give an example for these claims. It's literally just going to be sports. Sports, yeah, and sports are, I think, the least important trans rights issue. They impact trans people the least.
That's all they did. I understand why parents have those concerns. I maybe have some of the same concerns. It's a really difficult issue, but it should be up to, you know, the individual athletic bodies to determine whatever regulations and the government.
Oh,
should be
hey,
involved.
based. Hell yeah, Hutch has my take. But Kalinda, what if Kamala validated everything Mega was saying about trans people? Yeah, right? Yeah, what if she did that? They care more about Newsom interviews than California policy. Yeah, true.
He also says this, which I find to be absolutely hilarious.
If you want better outcomes for trans people, I believe you have a moral obligation to dunk on Hassan every time he says stupid shit like this. You are morally obligated to call this out. Unironically, some of the best trans advocacy you can do is debunking Hassan Piker claims about like the Democratic Party. You in that action would be doing more for trans people than Hassan has ever done in his entire life.
This is, again, kind of an example of Hutch being so alienated by Hassan and not really having legitimate knowledge of what he's talking about, where he's just so blindingly.
Are you going to
angry and
substantiate that, or are you literally going to do the same shit that Noah Sampson did in his fucking like hit piece against Ethan for the Hassan nuke, where all he said was, oh, you know, all these clips are just out of context, you guys, and that's it. That's all he fucking said about it. There was nothing else, no more. And at no point did he substantiate it. At no point did he say, okay, let's show you how a clip is out of context. And like, you know, it's not even that hard to do. You go to Filmot and you type in what Hassan was saying in the fucking, in the clip that Ethan had in the content nuke. And then you play it out and you get like the larger context in order to see whether or not it was actually taken out of context. But like, there's several claims that Hassan makes in clips that show up in Ethan's content nuke where it's like, how the fuck could that even be taken out of context? Like, what was the context? What was the context of you saying that, like, there weren't rapes? What was the context of you lying when Kamala brought up the rapes on October 7th? What was the context of you, like, watching fucking Houthi propaganda videos and like, leaving poor Nick alone with them while you did that? Like, what was the context of you, like, calling Israel Nazi Germany? There's no context that makes you look good. Sports is like trans medicine. State doesn't need to get between a doctor, parents, and their child, or a league and its players when it comes to these decisions. Yeah, exactly. Like, let the individual leagues decide. And like, hopefully they'll do it on the basis of what doctors have to say, based on the empirical evidence related to like stuff with regards to trans people. Because not all sports is necessarily, like, this isn't even necessarily going to matter in every single sport. But yeah, I really hope Teeny Tony's Hutch hit piece isn't like that. I mean, we'll see, but I don't know if that hit piece is ever getting made.
Ways that to somebody like me who is queer and is involved heavily in trans rights and has read a lot of queer theory, I know Hassan knows what he's
you've totally read theory.
talking about. And Hutch is literally just like
examples.
LARPing being a trans activist right now. Any queer person with any reasonable amount of historical knowledge knows that even though, yes, the right absolutely hates us and wants us to basically burn in pits, the Democrats tolerate us and absolutely have a history of throwing us under the bus to kowtow.
Examples? Do you have examples that are not like from like the fucking 90s and early 2000s? Because the modern Democratic Party is pretty pro-trans and gay and like, or like queer rights. What in the fuck are you on about? The crash out Tony had in Hutch's chat before being banned was hilarious. Oh yeah, that. Listen, if you've got screenshots of that, that would be funny to see. Or like if there's like a video of that where we can read it, because yeah, that would be funny.
Ever we need. For example, right now with everything fucking Gavin Newsom is doing, everything that the Democrats have done before with constantly—
Wait, everything Gavin Newsom is doing? Okay, what? Name some things Newsom has done for trans people.
kowtowing to the whole trans swimmers thing. Like,
is that your only example? Is this the only thing that you guys care about? You know, it is. It's the only thing that you give a fuck about, because it's the one area where you can shit on the Democrats. And you've decided that this is more important than making California a sanctuary state for trans people and for like protecting doctors who like other states are trying to extradite because they did trans surgeries on trans kids. Making California a place where trans kids can go to get the healthcare that they need? Like, what the fuck? What is wrong with you? You think that none of those things matter because, oh my God, Gavin Newsom recognizes that trans people in competitive sports is a complex topic? I'm so triggered. I'm sorry. And by the way, if I'm triggered, just imagine how triggered Hutch is going to be. Also, guys, there's still a goal. If you want, if you want to see the kitten pics, I got lots of adorable kitten pics. I got lots of videos of Stuart. I got a shitload of pictures. Linda, have you ever considered that being skeptical about trans people in sports is the same thing as wanting to kill all trans people? Yeah, you know what? True. I never considered that. You're right. Yeah.
Like the fact that Hutch doesn't understand that this pandering is an issue that will legitimately affect building a coalition is insane. Like, he also has clips where he defends Ezra Klein and his completely insane abundance shit and talking about building a broader umbrella, like having pro-life Democrats.
But abundance is based.
What Ezra Klein is talking about is a much more macro level analysis.
By the way, I do think that Ezra Klein should have used a better example instead of abortion. I don't think that was a good idea. You know, but my pro-trans position became way stronger and more grounded after I started listening to liberals. Yeah, mine too. Like, I have positions on like trans stuff that probably people might not, because I'm not on the whole like full-on 100% self-ID stuff. Like, I do think that there is an underlying that there is some sort of internal thing that goes on like in your brain or like inside you or whatever that is related to that is where gender dysphoria comes from. Like, I think that disconnect is something that is felt. I'm not going to full on go and say like, oh, you must have gender dysphoria to be trans. But at the same time, I kind of feel like you do, but not, the gender dysphoria doesn't need to be so crazy that you need to like kill yourself. Actually, you don't even necessarily need gender dysphoria, but I do think that like, in order to say that like, if you probably should feel that disconnect, you know, in some way. Even if it doesn't manifest in like some insane dysphoria. But yeah, if you feel that disconnect, also typically speaking, if you have dysphoria and you feel that disconnect in a way that's impacting you, then at that point it does become like a mental health issue where the treatment for it is transition, according to at least like all of the evidence that we have right now. You know, insane abundance shit. Yes, the tanky economics shit is so much more reasonable, historically speaking. Listen, Miffed Muffin. Economics isn't real, okay? This guy can't accept that different states will elect different Dems, and we should allow Dem politicians to feel comfortable in the DNC running as pro-life if it means they can win a Republican seat. I mean, like, maybe, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that. I don't know how far, like, I do think there's maybe a worry about going too far with that, because there's, at some point, you may risk getting into, like, the same territory that Democrats were in back when they were letting racists into their party, which sure netted them a lot of stuff, but it also meant that they were going to be beholden to people. It's an identity mismatch. Yeah, exactly. It is. It's an identity mismatch. Don't let DSM brain rot control how you think about psychology. I don't know. Or wait, DSM brain rot? Okay. I mean, listen, I don't like Abundance, the book, or policy, but not going to lie, I agree with him about being willing to change the strategy of running 100% agreement Dems in deep red states. Yeah. If you want surgery, you need dysphoria. In my opinion, the risks of surgery and availability are not at a point where everyone can do a cyberpunk body mod thing. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of like another thing too that I'm a bit unsure about. A part of me thinks, you know what, fuck it, you should just let adults decide. But at the same time, there's definitely risks to that. And I don't, MILF Muffin. Sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to miffed Muffin. The transports comment isn't important isolated, but in the broader context of Dems feeling the need to abandon wokeness after 2024, it's a warning sign. I mean, the problem only, here's the issue, okay, is that I think it really depends how you define wokeness. The backlash and the pushback against it has forced Dems to not abandon, trans people. I mean, listen, I don't want Dems to abandon trans people, okay? But at the same time, I do think that trans people, or that like acknowledging that there are legitimate concerns when it comes to trans sports in terms of like issues of fairness and whatnot, is not abandoning trans people. Yeah. I'm sorry, Miffed Muffin. I did not mean to. Did I actually say MILF Muffin? I didn't mean to do that. I know it can be a slippery slope, but right now I don't really think that we are there. And like, it just, you don't need to take the most maximalist position on trans stuff. And like the you don't need to take the whole like you know, self-ID 100%. It's the only thing that matters. And like, if someone identifies as a woman, they should be allowed to compete in sports or whatever. It doesn't matter if they've had the surgeries or any of this other stuff. Or it doesn't matter if you try to pass. If you say you're a woman, you should be able to go into the men's room and or into the women's room or whatever. All of this shit is like, you know, there's certain things in there. And then like, obviously, and then, you know, like the xenogender shit or the like none of it means anything. I can identify as however I want or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. All that stuff has just kind of been a little bit more like it. I don't necessarily agree with like that kind of gender abolition. We should bite the bullet that a lot of sports should be done by birth gender. Though again, these people aren't serious about fairness because they turn a blind eye when biomen use T. Oh, I mean, like they do. Well, okay, Dense Pixel, I don't think that you should bite the bullet entirely because that there are trans people who I think should be able to compete in sports. If they or like, I think that if you transition pre-puberty or you didn't full on go through a male puberty, then I don't necessarily think it's bad for you. Like that, I don't think you should be like excluded or whatever. Yeah, the trans trendy shit kind of wrecked their movement. I mean, the problem is I don't even know how real that is. That's my other issue, is that I'm not sure that we actually have proper data on any of this shit. I don't know how many people are actually suing or if that's even a big thing. You know, like I know there was someone in here that was saying that the other day, but I don't know. I don't know how much of that. There's so much shit. Like it's also hard because we need way more, like we need more data on all of this. Yeah, I think with the sports stuff, it should be left to the sports governing bodies. This is not something that the government needs to get involved in. I think trans should be able to compete in sports because sports are gay. True. Conservatives always have hated women's sports, to be honest, yet suddenly got defensive when a trans person is involved in it. It's because they hate trans people. It's because trans people are icky. The trans trendy stuff was happening online big time in 2016 to 2020. That might be true. There's definitely, like, I'm not saying that it's not happening. It's just that I'm wary of overstating it necessarily. Like, yeah, it really depends. There's like a bunch of shit related to that, but I don't know. But I don't think that like I think that a lot of that xenogender stuff that Doe was pushing is just really cringe. Like all this, like, I identify with the aesthetic of a deer. I'm not actually an otherkin. Like that shit's weird. Like trans people don't identify with the aesthetic of a woman. Okay, trans women like see themselves as women, and when they look at the mirror, they see something that doesn't match with what they feel they are in their mind and in their brain or whatever, and it causes them like a great deal of distress. And I feel like if you don't understand that, it's just yeah, I don't know. Like I think some of that shit is just really stupid. I don't like women's sports, and when trans sports drama started, I didn't care mostly for that reason. Well, yeah, there you go. I think in the Olympics, they literally categorize some sports based on testosterone levels. Like major sports already have come so far, they will figure it out. Yeah, I don't know. Just let the leagues fucking decide, okay? There are pro-trans people who believe in sex-segregated sports and restricted youth transition, including a non-insignificant number of trans people. Listen, Tally, I don't disagree. You know, like I don't want like yes, I think that kids should be able to transition if they actually have gender dysphoria. They should be that healthcare should be a thing that's available to them. But the key statement within there is if they actually have gender dysphoria, you know, and usually that's probably going to mean that you're going to wait until puberty starts before like you put them on any of these drugs, because at that point it seems that they will know. Based on what I've read, if they actually have it, because obviously, like, you don't want to be doing that with people who are desisters or whatever. And yeah, it seemed like that's fine. I don't think that's a problem, and I think it's fine to like gatekeep all that stuff. You know, that's totally fine too. And then make sure that we get more data on it so we can ensure that this is a thing that was working or whatever. But yeah, like I imagine the number of like kids who actually have gender dysphoria is probably not that many. Gender dysphoria is like a pretty rare thing. First of all, female to male, there's no reason for them to transition before 18. That might be true. Like I don't, you're right, there's not, because that going through female puberty doesn't fuck them up as much as or like, I mean, it might, but it doesn't fuck them up in the sense that it irreparably changes their body in ways that'll make it so it would be impossible for them to pass in the future. Whereas with trans women, it does. And so that's kind of a different thing. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I keep hearing all these numbers and I don't know how accurate they are. People are always saying stuff about how there's way more women who are transitioning to like male to female or female to male nowadays than there used to be, and all this other crap. And there's so much shit and I don't know. And I just don't care that much about it. But like, yeah, at the end of the day, I feel like this is something that the fucking medical community should figure out, and the government should not be shoving its nose in it and like getting in the way between your doctor and like parents and their kid. There is reason for them to transition if they don't feel comfortable in their body prior to 18, such that they begin to inhibit self-harm and depressive symptoms. Well, yeah, I know. That's the other thing too, right? But there was talk, like that other person was specifically talking about surgeries, right? I care a lot about this topic. Maybe we can discuss it when I eventually call in. I know that you do, Tally, but the issue is that because I haven't done a shitload of research on it. Like I listened to your conversation with Erudite, where I think you said that you're not in favor of like any kind of like youth transitioning or anything or whatever at all. And I feel like you're going to come in and throw a bunch of research at me that I'm not necessarily going to be prepared to tackle, because I haven't really looked into this a whole lot. Like I can argue about it on the philosophical level, but yeah. Oh no, that's not my position. Okay, I could have swore that you were saying something like that when you had that convo with Erudite on that WIC panel. So do you think that youth should be able to transition, but it should just be like really gate kept? Yeah, no, I should say I could say no. All I'm saying though is that like I just would want to like do my own research if I was going to talk to somebody about this. And obviously that's not, I also don't care that much about this topic. Oh, sorry. I thought you said I was against all transition. No, youth transition specifically, like kids, being able to transition, or at the very least, like, puberty blockers or something. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah. That's what you said in that conversation with Erudite, and Erudite knows way more about this than I do. But yeah, so I'm not gonna, like, there needs also, the other problem too is that there's not even really a whole lot of research on this, which sucks, because I care about what, like, I'm an empiricist at the end of the day, and I really want more data so that I can so we can really know. And right now there's not a whole hell of a lot. Only reason to go after trans kids is to overturn Title IX, which is what ensures gender equality in schooling. It's not about trans kids. It's about controlling who has a right to education. I mean, yeah, I know that that's going to be a thing too. So, anyway, let's continue with this video. Yeah, I am also against kids committing suicide. But I mean, again, you guys, like, this is a complicated topic. Like, I think that like stuff like the Cass report actually did a fairly good job with where like they talked about the various issues relating to the research that was available. But I don't think at any point in there they said that, like, transition is like bad and fake and trans people aren't real or whatever, which is unfortunately what a lot of right wingers will use when they boost the Cass report. And I hate that, well, I mean, Tally, like, for some trans people, it probably helped them quite a bit. But it's not just transition. Transition is not a magic cure-all for trans people. It's not just transition. It's also, like, having a good support network, having people who support you, like people who support you and love you and all this other stuff. Like, yeah, transition is a treatment for gender dysphoria, but that alone isn't, like, you still need to continue. You should still continue to go to therapy or whatever. Like, really, saying that transition is a cure-all for gender dysphoria is like saying that me going on Vyvanse is a total cure-all for my ADHD. It's not. I still have other issues with ADHD that I have to, like, work on and stuff. In much the same way that going on antidepressants can really help you with depression, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah, no, listen, Tally, I understand that. I know that there can be problems with transition, and I don't, and I do think that it's important to like make people aware of that or whatever. But yeah, I also, but I don't think that I hate the stance, and I'm not saying that you're doing this, but I hate the stance that a lot of right wingers will take that transition for youths should just be banned straight up. Because that means that we can't do any research into this topic or into this thing that we don't really know all that much about. And it basically, in their minds, they're essentially just saying, well, you know what? Fuck them to like the kids who do have gender dysphoria, which is not good. Or like they're saying, you know, just go to therapy. Anyway.
Descriptive analysis. He's thinking about the much, much bigger picture. He's thinking about the problems that we face in this country from like a 30,000 foot level. She says 2025, Ezra Klein wants to abandon women in red states. That doesn't seem to be true. Quite the opposite. I think he is saying the opposite.
And that a lot of the people who embrace alarm don't embrace what I think obviously follows from that alarm, which is the willingness to make strategic and political decisions you find personally discomforting, even though they're obviously more likely to help you win, right? Taking political positions, it'll make it more likely to win.
I don't want, like, guys, let's not have all of us like go in on Tally. Although Tally, like, I broadly disagree with you for not voting for Kamala and all that other shit. But yeah, that's a whole other thing. I mean, yes, Tally, this topic animates a lot of people. Also, like, the fact that you say that your wife desisted, hold on, so your wife desisted, correct? She didn't detransition, right? Was she on any drugs, or did she have a gender dysphoria diagnosis, which she then desisted from? Because that's typically what desistance means, right? It usually means that, like, the gender dysphoria goes away. It doesn't mean that, like, you were ever necessarily on drugs or whatever. Ellie has become Missy of today's chat. You're crazy for believing non-voters are bad. Am I, Nuxie? Am I crazy for believing that? Yes, this is Tally from Wick, guys. I made a distinction correct. She is a dysphoric person who socially transitioned as an adult. Okay, all right. Thank you. I'm glad that, yeah, okay. Because some people say detransition, and they and they fucking and like they conflate that with desister, which is annoying. Because these two things ain't the same. Another day, another one guy, true.
Senate seats in Kansas and Ohio and Missouri, trying to open your coalition to people you didn't want it open to before, running pro-life Democrats. And one of my biggest frustrations with many people whose politics I otherwise share is the unwillingness to match.
Only a moron would suggest this. Abortion rights have been our only consistent wins. This is so many levels of wrong. I don't even know where to start. I suppose I'll begin by saying the Republicans and independents support abortion access. It's just not their top issue. This is how 4 states that voted for Donald Trump in November also passed constitutional amendments enshrining abortion access, including Klein's example of Missouri, Kansas, and Ohio. Also passed pro-choice amendments in 20, respectively, then reelected Trump that year. So if beggars believe Republicans would vote in the blue column, if only an anti-abortion Democrat, it beggars belief the Republican. Okay, you know what? Wow, I'm so shocked. It's an actual fucking example. Listen, Marutsi, Avi is from Israel, so of course he needs to make everything about Israel. But yes, I do think it's bad not to vote. Especially if you're one of those people who's out there crying about, like, how shitty things are. Most socialists already supported zoning reform and YIMBYism long before abundance. It should be more concerning that it took this book for these liberal wonks to support that zoning exists. Wait, do you think that there weren't already the problem? The problem with the whole, or to learn that zoning exists, the problem with the whole argument here is that these zoning and housing policies are by and large local issues, and unfortunately, unfortunately, like, the NIMBYs are the ones who actually go out and vote. So yeah, it's things get kind of annoying there. I'm sorry, Steve Deason, but I do not give a fuck about football. And by that I mean, like football, American football. The problem with abundance is how Ezra Klein does not explore how and why it's so hard to get things done in the U.S. It's systemic on so many levels. Yeah. But what about Taylor Swift? See, I like some Taylor songs. Everything is India, Pakistan. True. Also, like, by the way, like, only P, that's fine. Like, if socialists support that, that's cool. I'm not necessarily talking about all socialists here. I'm talking about the dumb ones who think that the entirety of this problem is because of the rich landowners or some shit. Yeah. Wait, what is Nuxie saying? Did Nuxie say some more, like, crazy shit? So if I'm trans and blocked from voting, oh, it's you again, because my identity papers don't line up, I suck. Got it, thanks, bro, really punching up. Listen, that is like a very specific problem that is being faced by you, okay? And you know what? That sucks if that's happening to you. I'm sorry about that. That does not mean that, like, you're not the kind of, if what you're saying is true, you are not the person that we are talking about when we say non-voters suck, okay? We're talking about the people who choose not to vote because they don't think voting does anything, because they think that the Democrats suck and the Democrats are exactly the same as the Republicans. No, Nux is not Nux Taku. I don't know why you would think that. Nuxie was in here previously, though, saying similar shit. Like, it's not, like, yeah, I don't know. If what you're saying is true, Nuxie, then yeah, I'm sorry. And yeah, like, if that's a reason why you can't vote, that's fine. But you're not the kind of person that I'm talking about when I'm saying non-voters suck. It ain't because of you. But you're, of course, not going to listen to that because I guess you just came in here to cry about, like, me saying that not voting sucks. Voting days should be made mandatory holidays and not voting should be a finable offense. Vote blank if you must. Might be the most fascist take. I mean, I kind of agree with you there, Miffed Muffin, but at the same time, like, I guess Nuxie is saying that they can't vote because of probably they live in a red state and that red state has likely done dumb shit with trans people to basically take away their rights or whatever, and the identity papers don't line up, and yeah. And Shadows just use their real name except me. Lol. Wait, what Ezra actually absolutely gets into how and why it's so hard getting things done in the US. Oh, does he get into that? I'm sorry, I haven't read Abundance. That's something else that yeah. Listen, I got so much shit. But yes, not voting sucks if you choose not to vote and you don't have a legitimate reason not to vote. So, Nuxie, are you just assuming that every single person who doesn't vote is, like, not doing it because they're barred from doing so, like you? I think your case is probably not, like, I don't think that's necessarily true. Also, for some people, like, listen, you can absolutely still vote. What's first, Trump voters or non-voters? No, Trump voters are still worse. But that's pretty close. Although, really, arguably, people who don't vote, like, who of their own volition do not vote, are basically, they're just helping Trump. Like, Nuxie, if you could vote, would you vote?
The seriousness of your politics to the seriousness of your alarm.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus.
The seriousness of your politics to the seriousness
Let's keep funding Israel, though. I mean, that's not a difficult thing to do. We got a Israel mention, guys. We've got our first Israel mention. We got to make it about Israel. I think this guy will say genocide before the video is over. I do have to say, though, like, yeah, I do think that Ezra using the abortion example was not great. Because I have a very, like I said, I've got a, like, I'm really, like, kind of on the fence about that. I think there is a risk in, like, letting in people into your party who believe this about certain issues because there's a big risk, you know. Yeah. That person can shut the fuck up. I live in Missouri and we do vote here. and the very minorities these bitches use as weapons vote hard, and often it's these weird ass dipshits who think otherwise. Wait, are you talking about Nuxie, or are you talking about what the video is saying? Okay, Nuxie said, I mean, now if we talk about voting, are we talking about state on state violence? I wouldn't vote for my local official based on their foreign policy towards another state unless I was moving there. What? I vote based on how they affect the local. What? Their foreign policy towards another state? All I'm asking is, would you vote if you were able to? Would you vote in your local elections, your state elections, and the federal elections? All of these things. Would you vote if there was nothing that was hindering you? Oh, you're talking about Nuxie? Yeah, okay, I see. Because it seems like now you're just making excuses for not voting. Belinda, this is basic civics mantra in civilized countries. If you don't vote, you voted for the winner. So all non-voters voted for Trump. Yeah, I know, I've heard that. Wait, oh my God, you're a first-time voter. You're freshly 18 to voting. What are you talking about? Nuxie, are you okay? Yeah, what is state-on-state violence? Are you talking about, like, the states of the United States? Because I don't, yeah. Every vote counts. I live in a swing state district, in a swings district. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. I don't really believe it. I don't understand, like, what Nuxie is talking about. You have a responsibility to vote as an adult. Yes, you do. Miss CW, thank you. Like, I think, like, unless there's, like, some exceptional thing that's preventing you from voting, that's fine. But now I'm, like, separating it out from that, so Nuxie doesn't have that excuse anymore, and I'm asking them if they would vote. And I'm not even getting an answer. Now I'm just getting weird dodges. I don't, whatever.
Your alarm.
I'm sorry, you want to say that you're building a coalition to support people, to support women, and you want to bring in and run people that hate women, basically, that don't want women to have control over their bodies? How can you say that that's any form of a coalition? How can you not understand that having people like that completely shatters your coalition and has gotten us to where we are right now? It's gotten us to the point that Trump is in office, that things are worse for trans people, that we are being tormented on the street by fascists with guns.
Yeah, I know, right? But hey, if you voted for Democrats, this wouldn't have happened, because the Democrats are still better than the Republicans in every fucking way. And I mean, yeah, you can also run a pro-woman campaign. I think that, like, having one or two Democrat or pro-life Democrats wouldn't necessarily impact things. But I understand the argument against it, and I don't necessarily disagree. I do think that that voting for I do think that, like, pro-life Democrats, like, I feel like there's definitely, like, a risk there, you know, and that, yeah, I think that's fair. Coalition is my latest trigger word. Is it, Missy? Is it? I mean, I think having a coalition is important. And I don't think that people like Hassan should be in that coalition, because Hassan doesn't like or care about Democrats. Because you are losing, you need to win. You have, like, 5 pieces on the chessboard, and the other side has a full set. Do the math, Muppet Man. True. There isn't one Democrat. If I vote Democrat, I'm not really voting Democrat. I'm voting DSA or DemSoc because I get to choose who I vote for. When you say, do I vote, it's like a 5-year-old asking, do I vote even? I don't know why you can't just answer the question. Just answer the question. All I'm asking is, would you vote if you could? Because first you came in here and you were complaining about how, like, you shouldn't be attacking non-voters. I can't vote because of my identity papers and stuff. And then I said, if you could vote, would you? And now you're, like, giving me all, and now you're just doing, like, this weird weasel thing where you just won't answer. I don't even understand. Like, what do you mean? You vote DSA? Are there no Democrats running in your state? There are other people who live in Missouri in here who I think have confirmed that that's not true. I literally just asked you a yes or no question, and you couldn't even give me a yes or no answer. Yes or no, would you vote if you could? That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking about who you would vote for or any of that shit. I'm asking, would you vote? And then we can move on to who you would vote for. Bro, so you don't think there's a difference between voting for a Trumpy Dem and a non-Trumpy Dem? A Trumpy Dem? There are Trumpy. What are you on about? Who's a Trumpy Dem? Can you like type out a name in chat of somebody that is a Trumpy Democrat? What? I think Nuxie is saying voting is for losers. Yeah, apparently. Letterman? You mean Fetterman? Yeah, Fetterman is an example of a quote-unquote Trumpy Dem. Although I'm very curious about like what other Democrats you would consider to be Trumpy Dems. By the way, Fetterman is going to get primaried and voted out next election. Yes, voting for a Trumpy Dem is still better than voting for a Trumpy Republican. I would assume Gavin is the main. I hope not. That's fucking insane. I won't accept David Letterman's slander. Oh, and Android actually lives in Missouri. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to keep playing the video.
It's completely ridiculous. It's not about Hassan. It's not about trans people. It's that Hutch hates Hassan. He hates leftism. This fantastical version of it. And he cannot seem to think for 2 seconds that maybe, just maybe, he doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. He doesn't understand.
You have not demonstrated Mr. Crimes to Roman. You have not demonstrated that Hutch's version of leftism is some fantastical thing that he made up. All you've done is reaffirm it throughout this video by essentially just going on about how the Democrats suck, which is like all you've done is just repeat Hassan's points verbatim and done all the things that Hutch was complaining about. And then you say that like Dems are bad for trans people without giving any examples except for like the sports shit, because like that's the only thing that you guys have when you want to say Dems are bad for trans people. But like that's it. You have given very few examples.
And queer history or the complexities of being trans. Oh my God, if you're unfamiliar with this, like a great book to get into this for anybody, including Hutch, if you somehow found this, like Queer Then and Now, a great compilation of really important speeches from important activists, like incredibly good, accessible yet challenging stuff to make you
really. What kind of activists are they? Are they like leftist activists? Trumpy Dem, Joe Manchin. Is Joe Manchin really a Trumpy Dem though? I'm actually, you know what? I gotta look it up to see it. Like, how often did Joe Manchin vote with the Democrats? Will this book make me hate the Dem Party? I mean, obviously, that's what this person probably wants.
Understand this, like, on the most basic level, yes, things would be better under Kamala, but you know what? The Democrats.
Oh, thank you for admitting that. Oh my God.
Wouldn't be fucking doing anything to give us actual meaningful advancement.
That's ultimately at the end of the day what it comes down to. It's because these people are mad that the Democrats aren't going to, like, you know, push towards the socialist paradise that they all want.
That is
Eric Adams and Cuomo would be by default Trumpy Dem. Wait, would Cuomo be a Trumpy Dem? I know, yes, Eric Adams is a Trump. Actually, you know what? Eric Adams is just a corrupt piece of shit. Like, I don't think that Eric Adams switched over or whatever because he actually believed in any of the shit that Trump was doing. He switched over because Trump was blackmailing him. And he was like, sure, I'll go along with it because I don't want to go to prison. Like, yeah. Eric Adams is just a fucking, he was a corrupt, grifting piece of shit who just wanted to avoid prison time. And so that's why he did that. Which, by the way, proves that he obviously had no principles. But really, I think the fact that he took money from Turkey or gifts from Turkey proved that he had no principles, so.
Really hard thing for a lot of people to come to terms with, even some queer people. But everybody I know understands this. It sucks. It feels really bad to say, but unfortunately, that's just how it is. Hassan is right. And it is a hard thing to be able to understand.
No, he's not. You really haven't proven that at all. All you've done is just reaffirm all of Hutch's arguments.
Hutch doesn't even take 2 seconds to think about it. Proves that his brain is just like so.
Then why didn't you refute any of his arguments? The only one that you really like arguably refuted at all was the one about Ezra Klein. Everything else that you said here is like largely bullshit. For trans people like being thrown under the bus, all you've done is focus on a particular like one niche issue that like at the end of the day I don't think matters nearly as much as you think it does, and then like everything else has just been you going, no, but you're wrong. Kalinda, let the poor tanky speak. You're right. I'm sorry. It is blackmail if you were going to prison anyway. No entrapment, and you were offered the wait, is it blackmail if you're going to prison anyway? No entrapment, and you were offered the charges be dropped. That just sounds like a kind of okay, whatever. He was they basically bribed him. It was a quid pro quo. That's what they did. They said, hey, we'll stop with these criminal charges if you play ball with us. Which, yes, like I said, it basically shows that Eric Adams is a corrupt piece of shit.
In this warlike state that he can't even take 2 seconds to even do deeper research.
By the way, Hutch has been critical of the Democrats. It's not like he hasn't been. It's not like Hutch hasn't talked about how the Democrats like were shitty on messaging. It's not like he wasn't right there asking the questions about like why did Kamala lose the election that everybody did. Like
that he can't even take 2 seconds to even do deeper research on how trans people feel about this. I can tell Hassan has read our shit because that is the correct thing to say. God, like
really? Yeah, okay. I'm so glad Hassan like supports your virtue signaling while at the same time not actually doing anything. Trump refused to drop the charges with prejudice, which means Adams would have been beholden to Trump for the rest of his term because Trump would have been able to reinstate. Yeah, that was part of the whole quid pro quo. It was basically like, we'll drop these charges if you play ball with us, and if you stop playing ball with us, we're going to bring the charges back. The poor tanky should jump in Discord. This guy will not talk to anyone. You at the very beginning of this video, he talks about how debate sucks.
Oh. Like Hutch doesn't even seem
Hassan,
to know.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Hassan probably doesn't read very much. Not really. I feel like Hassan just kind of repeats shit that he says that he hears in leftist circles.
The difference between the importance of a stimulus check versus a tax credit.
Problems are solvable if you stop implementing this shit as tax credits, though weirdly that's never on the table. It's not weird. It's because Americans are geared towards tax cuts. Americans and the Democrats are terrified of presenting anything as like spending money on Americans, and only can angle any sort of political movement in the direction of less taxes. That's it.
Doesn't it accomplish the same thing? Like if you give someone a $5,000 tax credit as opposed to like a $5,000 stimulus check, doesn't it accomplish the same thing? And if the optics of it are more like palatable for the median voter, then what's the issue? No, because the check is way better. But for example, like the child tax credits, those came in the form of checks, right? I feel like the child tax credit, like people were getting like literal checks.
The child tax credit was really, really good. Also, wait a minute, hold on. Maybe I'm just like stupid. I don't. Difference between, oh shit, this isn't even. What was it? A tax cut and a tax credit? Or no, or a stimulus check. Isn't, I mean, it depends on how the tax credit works. I just realized I was supposed to do my taxes today. Oh geez. Okay, listen, I'm like a Canadian, okay? But, so how old were you when you desisted? What the fuck are you talking about, Moon? I mean, good one, I guess. Also, that's very feminist of you if you're from fucking Queeman's audience. If you just must assume that like all women are not real women. Maruzi is a legal analyst, that's right. Yeah, you probably did. Nuxie usually just comes in here and says like a few things and then fucks off. That's what happened last time they were here. Arg. Not, yeah, you're right. You're not a lawyer. It may also be credit gained in recognition of tax already paid in the form of a state discount applied. I guess like it depends on how the tax credit is applied, right? Like, it could be that you just don't pay that much in taxes, and so you find you have more money at the end of the year. Or it could be that that you pay that stuff in taxes, and then later on the government gives you the money. Oh yeah, the government pays the taxpayer back difference. Yeah, we have that kind of shit here. We have like HST rebate checks here, which can be paid out to you either in installments, or you can just get given the entirety of the amount. Like that's the thing that they do here. So yeah, I mean, I guess it really depends on like how it's implemented. I think it's kind of silly, you know. Oh, by the way, Maruzzi, you can like totally ban people if they just come in here and make weird physical appearance comments and say nothing else. I'm fine with that. If nobody is actually coming in here because if they actually want to contribute anything. And if that's all they've ever done here, yeah. I'm fine with you doing that, because that was happening a bunch during like the raid or whatever. Yes, I'm sorry, Maruzzi. Everybody's going to constantly think that you're a lawyer. It's just going to happen. I don't know why. It's very silly. Um, okay. Right. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, like I think it really depends. Like a refundable versus non-refundable. Non-refundable, if the credit exceeds the taxes due, then the taxpayer pays nothing but does not receive the difference. In this case, the taxpayer from the example would end up with a tax liability of $0, i.e. they could make use of only $100 of the $300 tax credit, and the government would not refund the taxpayer the $200. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It depends on how it's implemented. I feel like saying like, you know, the child tax credit was huge, by the way. It was really important.
They were like an advance on the tax credit, right?
These online echo chambers, essentially turning all form of political engagement that you have online, whether you're actually talking to a person or reacting to something, as you turn it into a debate, even if you're debating something completely imaginary, has ruined political discourse in a way that is so hard to describe. And like, I don't know what to do about it. Genuinely. Like I truly don't.
Maybe just ignore it and go about your business and stop bitching about it, because it's really not necessarily that big of a thing. Maybe like spend your time going out and like doing shit in the real world.
That's why so much of the content that I make on my main channel focuses on like trying to offer a level of education, trying to offer a level of context and historical knowledge.
Oh yeah,
like,
sure. Okay.
Debates don't change people's minds in the vast majority of the time. Like that's one thing that the book talked about that I really liked.
Sorry, I lost the chat for a second because all my shit was frozen. What does this guy think political discourse should look like? Probably people like jerking off about theory or something. I don't know. I mean, that's probably not even being bad faith. Is she even a legal eagle? True. Good question. Is she a legal eagle? I'm assuming the demographics, looking at TV elections debates. I'm assuming the demographics looking at TV election debates is not correlated to online streamer debates. I mean, probably not. No, I just saw clips of this video. When I saw it suck, I mean, it does, because it's literally just this guy's just repeating all of Hassan's stupid arguments about like how much the Democrats suck, and then not actually refuting anything Hutch is saying. I feel bad about it, but this guy's videos has not kept my attention at all. He's so dry and just boring. Oh, I see. No one makes good hit pieces these days. I mean, it's yeah, I don't know. It's hard. Also, really, I feel like hit piece is a derogatory term. If you actually have like valuable criticisms of somebody, like I feel like Conduit's videos, I think, are really good criticisms of a lot of his subjects. But Conduit's videos are not, I don't think they're like hit pieces because of that. He has an argument that he's making or whatever. But also Conduit's videos are, I think, particularly valuable because he literally because he'll watch this person for a week, which is cool, you know, to get a good idea of what it is they're actually saying. And when he did his Kyle Kalinske video, he also didn't like clip out any of the moments where Kyle was like shitting on Trump, which if he was trying to push some sort of narrative that Kyle never shits on Trump, then he would have cut that out.
It goes on to say that like debates are broadly useless. They're just for theater and reinforcing the view.
Yeah, I remember the Xander Hall is not your friend thing. By the way, I'm not going to watch that. That's like 1 billion years old.
Of the people who are doing the debates or cheering for either side. Like, it is theater. Like, that's what it is. That's what Hutch is doing. He is doing theater. If anybody wants to do legitimate political action, like, this is not it. Like, you can talk about
okay, what do you think legitimate political action is? Because it seems like you don't necessarily care that much about the importance of telling your audiences to go out and vote and shit. Because if you did, you would recognize that Hassan has cultivated an audience who doesn't think that's important.
In a meaningful way. But unless you're actually going out, you're doing stuff in your community, you are engaging in action, you are supporting people, like, you are not doing politics. Voting is incredibly important, absolutely. But if you're not doing stuff for people and engaging in things and educating yourself, you are not doing politics.
Okay, I'm glad that this guy like says voting's important, but does he realize that Hassan doesn't seem to think that voting is that important? Because he sure as fuck doesn't show it through his content. The Mudahar hit piece was pretty good as well. Wait, who made a Mudahar hit piece? I don't, like, I mean, Missy, I understand that, like, I do think that there were instances where Conduit probably could have, like, substantiated his arguments more against Kyle, like, when he mentioned that drop site news isn't good. But, I mean, yeah, a lot of that is also, like, the political stuff, too. Like, I can explain to you why I think drop site news is bad, but the problem is that depending upon one's political, like, leanings, you'll probably, like, one may disagree, you know?
It's so complicated, and the world has made engaging in politics so unbelievably dense and hard, and this culture that we've made has amplified that to be so incredibly confusing and polarizing that, like...
what, that's the problem? I mean, maybe, I don't know. You could probably find instances... Listen, I don't like drop site because they're basically just a fucking Hamas mouthpiece. I think probably a really good argument one could make against drop site is the fact that they pushed the lie with zero evidence that all of the protesters were all just like collaborators with Israel. And then they pushed the lie later on that all the people that Hamas were executing were collaborators with Israel, which I think is an insane thing to do. And a lot of their on the ground reporters are also just people who like Hamas or who are Hamas affiliated. And actively doing real world engagement in action on the ground in your community, actively going out and doing actual things and being in spaces and acting and doing and having actual influence in the real world. Oh yeah, I mean, that's stuff that like, I would argue that Hassan really doesn't do very much of that at all, except for when he goes out to like be a LARPer at protests and we're like a fucking press fest, and you know that he's just doing that to be a LARPer.
No fucking wonder Hutch and educating yourself. You are not doing politics. Like, it's so complicated, and the world has made engaging in politics so unbelievably dense and hard, and this
Yeah, so
culture
is this guy basically saying that you have to read theory before you engage in politics and you need to like know everything about everything or whatever? Like, I agree that you should know about the issues that you're talking about, but I don't know that you need to like go into it as much as he thinks that you necessarily need to or whatever. But at the same time, it also feels like he's basically just saying, you know, you just need to agree with me. You need to like read more stuff so that you'll agree with me. Yeah.
we've made has amplified that to be so incredibly confusing and polarizing that, like, no fucking wonder Hutch exists as he does. And for the record, I don't think it's possible to sing Kumbaya with everybody around the campfire. I don't think we should. I think the act of drawing lines makes people very uncomfortable, like Hutch, but it is necessary.
I mean, when you're drawing lines on incredibly stupid shit, then yeah, it does. Or when, like, the lines that you are drawing involve, like, you pushing for some extreme shit. Like, the stuff on Israel is just absolutely insane. And it comes from, like, a place because these people do not live in reality. If they think that, like, the only right position on Israel is to be an anti-Zionist, and to like do an arms embargo on Israel and call it a genocide and take the position that the only good solution is a one-state solution, that's insane shit. And like, you're not going to get a lot of normie people to agree that Israel should be destroyed in order for there to be peace between Israelis and Palestinians. You're just not. People are not going to agree with that because it's stupid. I guess congrats on his first Hutch hit piece, true. Hutch does draw lines himself, though, and it's to support Dems, which are the only party able to contend with Republicans. Yeah, that's my line too. Are you going to vote for Democrats? Are you going to tell your audience to vote for Democrats? Yes? Okay, welcome. No, get the fuck out. Like, that's it. That's my whole thing. I'm not going to be necessarily as purity testing. If you're a fucking Democratic socialist and you want to be in the coalition and you're going to tell your people to vote for Kamala and you're not going to be a fucking purity testing whiny little bitch, then go ahead. You are welcome. Because, like, yeah, it's fine. As long as you're going to support the candidate. What does get the fuck out mean? It means that the Democratic Party should not see you as out of the coalition. I know that you don't like that term, but it means the Democratic Party shouldn't see you as a friend and they shouldn't treat you as one. It means that liberal publications and like liberal podcasters should probably do a modicum of research before they invite you on your fucking show. On their show, like, you know, like the fucking Pod Save America people have had Hassan on multiple times, whilst apparently not knowing a single thing about any of the crazy shit that he says. Why is it meaningless? Missy, do you understand that there's a huge problem right now with the fact that in the online alternative media space, there is like, it is dominated by people who basically spend like a great deal of their time shitting on Democrats. They might not be as extreme as this guy, but, you know, like people who are constantly crying about corporate Democrats and who are pushing for populism or whatever. Yeah, oh yeah, Hassan does want to, Hassan's not a Democrat and he doesn't care about Democrats. So you just mean people shouldn't collab with people like Hassan? I mean, kind of. No, I mean, people shouldn't treat Hassan like he's a friend of the Democratic Party. People can absolutely collaborate with Hassan, but it should only be to try to convince his audience to vote. And depending upon who that person is, they should also probably try to be adversarial with him. Like, I do think that, you know, how does that help anything? I mean, Hassan doesn't care about Democrats and he won't vote for Democrats. Why would you waste your time talking to him when, like, the Democratic Party could be lending help and support to boost other like alternative media people? You know? Okay, I agree, if they collab, they should convince his audience to vote. Yeah, but and also, by the way, if they do collab, then they should convince his audience to vote for any of the Democrats. The problem, though, is that Hassan will not collab with Democrats who are not fucking Bernie or AOC. Yes, I know that Hassan voted for Kamala, but he never told his audience to do it. He never pushed his audience to do it. He said that he didn't want to influence people to vote one way or another. Like, I'm not saying don't talk to Hassan. I'm just saying, like, recognize that he's not your friend. Oh yeah, he collabed with Rokan. Yeah, but Hassan only collaborates with far left Democrats. He will not collaborate with, like, other people. It's like leftists are the only ones that he supports. That's the issue. Those are the only ones that he will lend his support to. And these are the same people, by the way, who like all of these people are just winning in like fucking like insanely blue areas. How is it so far very bad? Yes, this is it is bad. Yeah, all right, Nuxie. You still haven't answered our question about voting and you've been insanely invasive. Oh, two guide again. Well, I mean, just a little bit. Obviously, because like Missy disagrees with me, I guess. But yeah, like I don't know. I just think it's stupid to have like to like say that these people, or to not recognize that these people who spend so much of their time shitting on Democrats are like are helpful or good allies of the Democratic Party when they're not. And Rokana represents the district next to mine in San Francisco Bay, which is about the most progressive district in the US. Yeah, like all of these people basically only come from insanely blue areas. You don't really gain much by telling people to go out and vote for them. You should, like, if Hassan really wanted to help Democrats, he would be advocating for his audience to go out and canvass and like get out the vote for Democrats who need help in like purple districts or whatever. But he won't do that because he doesn't like those Democrats, because those Democrats don't pass their purity test. You lose more than you gain, actually. They just want to, mostly, it is. It's mostly just about complaining. Because most Americans aren't lefties from the Bay Area, and most Americans don't like commies who hate it. Well, yeah, I know. That's another thing, too, right, Epic? Like, all these people are delusional, and they think that, like, every American actually just is like super progressive, and they just need to be told about how amazing progressivism. Thank you for the praise, Kalindi. You're welcome.
Necessary to keep some people out. Straight up, 100%. Like, can you work on changing those people's minds? Absolutely. But there has to be a certain level of limitation in who you allow to be in your spaces. Because if things broaden to the degree where everybody is involved, then nobody is involved. There's no clear goals, and you devolve into what the Democratic Party has become, where they are literally just a stepping stool for fascism to arise.
There's real legitimate critiques you can make of the Dems, but this is not it. Why? You're doing it. It's the liberals always lead. No, Democrats were not the stepping stool for fascism to arise. You know what the stepping stool was? Fucking establishment Republicans, people like Mitch McConnell. Those were the stepping stone. It's conservatives that will always bend over to lead to fascists. Okay, it's not liberals, it's always conservatives. Conservatives who are scared that liberals and leftists are coming for their way of life. Or at least that's what they push for on like their fucking audiences or whatever. But they just want to keep power. Like, Jesus Christ. And you have you have the audacity to sit here and lecture people about how they don't know anything about history when you're still pushing this bullshit.
I don't think Hutch is a bad person. I just think he is very much a victim of this incredibly toxic mentality that has poisoned so many minds on the internet. I think him growing up on the internet absolutely did not help things, and I think that seeing him basically spend his entire time digging his heels into a reality that just straight up does not exist due to the state that we live in now is just like, it's just like really unfortunate to watch, because he has all these good intentions, but he has genuinely no idea what he's talking about. And it really fucking sucks to see somebody who could be working on themselves and doing good and using this big platform that they had and taking this risk to become somebody more focused on the real issues of our time, using that platform to endlessly talk about and try to reify the exact same things that got us into this place to begin with, while engaging in rhetorical tactics and context structures.
Catnip time in just a moment. This is just smug slop. I kind of want to read the psychic war manifesto on stream. Should I? Wow, this guy is even harder to watch than Destiny talk about guns or Lonerbox talk about U.S. politics. Wait, you think Loner's U.S. politics takes her back? It is so interesting listening to people who understand exactly what people like Hutch are trying to do. They just can't get through their head that they are who we want out. Yeah, I know.
That are detrimental to the future of political engagement and getting people to realize that we need something else. I do not know if there is a way out of this. I genuinely don't think there is. I think the only thing you can do is work to continually
Considering how far-right conservatives were able to push all moderates out of the Republican Party and only leave hardline loyalists, and they still win majorities, doesn't this suggest that you can push people to move to a side? I mean, you can, but the problem is that it's easier. Hello, ZJM. The problem is that I think the issue is that it's probably going to be easier to move people to like further right for the Republicans than it is going to be to move people to accept fucking socialism when Americans in general are very anti that whole idea. It just like that doesn't necessarily work with them. And also don't forget too that it's not the party base that wins elections. That's not who wins. It's independents. Independents are the ones who matter. And if independents, like, well, yeah, the Republican base was actually radical before Trump. Yes, they were. And so like, but then he just had to move them. It's just that, and the Republican Party still had more moderates in it before Trump. And now most of them have been pushed out because that Trump basically said like, you need to join my cult or else I'm going to like pressure you out. I think that had more to do with the fact that Donald Trump cultivated this whole environment within the party and he was able to do it. It wouldn't, because that he had this cult of personality around himself. Like, I think it had a lot more to do with him as a person. Remember, the more regressive sect in American history has been getting pushed every decade or so. We've consistently gotten more progressive. Yeah, I mean, America as a whole has gotten more like socially progressive at least. But oh, what's Epic saying here? Loaderbox doesn't know how the US political system works. So when he talks about it, it is essentially astrology. He's well-meaning though, but you cannot talk about complex systems without understanding how they work, without making tons of mistakes. There are 51 separate elections. Every time we elect POTUS, each state is a unique political landscape, a voting system. Independents are the most important voting bloc in some but not all state races. Oh yeah, no, I know. I was thinking specifically about like the presidency, like in terms of like being able to win, but also like just overall in general too. If you look at like the breakdown, in order to win a majority, at least nationwide, each party needs to like win over independents. But obviously, it is a state by state thing. It really depends. Like someplace like California, I suspect there seems to be a lot more Democrats, at least clustered in cities. Yeah. I'm saying liberals have consistently pushed boundaries, and the people meant to stop that push is the regressive sect or conservative. We've been pushing and they've been moving. Oh, I mean, like, yeah, you're right. They have. And like, that's fine. I don't necessarily think it's bad to have like a conservative party to like counter you from like running too far. You know, like it's good to have a good counterbalance. But the problem, obviously, is that the Republicans have gone insanely overboard with this. But yeah. Is winning independence more important than turning out your base? I think both of these things are important. You obviously have to turn out your base as well. But that's the other thing too, though, is that within the Democratic base, socialism is not popular. The majority of Democrats are not socialists. The majority of Democrats are not far left progressive people, like all of these people seem to think they are. That's just not the case. Whereas like the majority of Republicans were already like kind of crazy. At least the Republican base, you know. And also it's generally fairly easy to appeal to them too, because a lot of them, like ordinary people, are like fucking terrified of liberals and left-wing anything.
Read and understand the world, read good books like the book that I recommended and talked about earlier, and really engage in your communities, because engaging
Just read theory, bro. No one's saying you shouldn't engage in your community.
And meeting people and interacting is how you learn and have your minds changed. It's how you evolve your opinion. It's how I grew up. It's how Hutch should be engaging in things instead of continually building up his echo chamber and violently attacking.
The majority of Dems right now are crazy, just less crazy than Republicans. I mean, Johan, I don't know unless you're talking specifically about Israel, I don't think that I agree with
Hassan and leftists for literally no good reason at all. There are good reasons, absolutely, to criticize people like them, but like these aren't one of them. I know that at the very least, you, dear viewer, can think about how you engage with stuff and how you want to engage with stuff, and hopefully realize that doing what Hutch is doing only serves to make you feel like the specialist, goodest boy in your opinions. And you deserve better than that. You deserve to have meaningful criticism. You deserve to think about what you do, how you think, how you live your life, what kinds of interactions you
Oh
have.
yeah, I shouldn't say that progressives are socialists. Sorry. Obviously, like, progressive is like a different thing. I should say, did I say far left progressive? I think that's probably a good, yeah.
With people and understand that doing something like this isn't healthy and meaningful. It's not bringing change. It's not making you happier. It's not moving the dial in any meaningful way. So please, I beg of you, don't engage in politics like Hutch. It is not good. It is not productive. It is only there for content farming and making you feel like you're a special, cool little guy.
Yes, you can be liberal and progressive.
For sure, all the right opinions that definitely don't get their shit kicked around by just opening the news for 2 seconds. Anyways, that's been me, John Politics. You're in the politics zone. Thank you for coming. Fuck ICE. Minneapolis is the best city in the country right now. I hope that everything turns out better than it is, because it's really sad and angry, and we need something else. We need something else than what the Democrats are offering, or this will get worse. This will absolutely get worse. Okay, goodbye.
Yeah, what do you think that something else needs to be? Ugh. Every single socialist U.S. House rep is in the Progressive Caucus. Yeah. Not all progressives are socialists, but all socialists are progressive, generally, at least in terms of elected representatives. But yeah, most of them are progressive Democrats. Listen, guys, Johan cares a lot about anti-Semitism, and that's probably the main thing that he's talking about when he says that. But yeah. Well, that was absolute dog shit. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back, guys. It's catnip time. Are you going to rewatch the first 10 seconds of that Preston Stewart vid again? I mean, if you want, I can play it, but yeah. Oh, the Jews? Yeah, still no. I mean, listen, that's like a sort of complicated thing. The Republicans are definitely worse. Oh yeah, don't worry. I'll look at the manifesto next, but hold on. Let me get his catnip. Wick fought a Canadian conservatard yesterday that thinks Canadian Sikh want to secede and create Palestine from Canada. That's fucking stupid. One sec. Hold on. Come on. Okay, here we go, chat. Oh my god, do you smell that? When was the last time Canada donated the US a Boeing 747-800? Why do we need to donate one? No, let JM put us through torture just for free. Pay up, buddy. No, don't. Oh yeah, okay. You know what, said JM, if you want me to read the manifesto. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Jesus, look at him. He's losing his mind. No. Hold on a second. Jeez. There you go. Oh my god. He's eating it. Hold on. It's the good stuff. Could we donate a global 7,500 edible? I see. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, they eat it. Well, you can put it inside things. None of my cats ever cared about catnip, so this always fascinates me. He's doing weed. It's true, he is. He's just going crazy. Are you having a fun time, sir? Oh my god. Oh, he's just losing his mind. No! Absolutely not. There's still more here, you know. Oh my god, he's just knocking shit over now. Look at him. Oh, what? Oh my god. I hope you've got Narcan. Wait, we have a Royal Navy, but not a Royal Army? Oh, well, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's literally called the Royal Canadian Navy, I think. Oh! Are you, like, losing your mind now, Stuart? Are you, like, super excited and wanna play? I thought that this was gonna relax him, you guys. I may have made a terrible mistake. No, do not. Hold on. What the fuck is he doing? Look at him. Now he's like licking the laptop. Oh no. Oh my god. Catnip has only made cats chaotic from what I've seen. He's going crazy. Oh shit. Oh. Oh no. He hit he hit the button. Stuart. Hey, come here. What are you doing? Stop! You're getting my laptop all wet. Stop it. I shouldn't have done this up here. Oh my god, it's on your tummy. Ow. Ow. He got me. Make sure Stuart does not fed post. Kitties do love to roll around in the nip. Yeah, it's true. They do. Hold on. Okay. Okay, come here. Come here. Oh my god, I gave him way too much. Now he's gonna lose his mind. There we go. How does that look? What did I walk in on? Oh, Abby, I gave Stuart some catnip. That's what you walked in on. Get Thatcher off my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Not good. I think Maruzzi linked that thing. Hold on. Yep, that's right, guys. It's cat cam time. Okay. So Maruzzi linked me something. This is a major W for Sunday. True, it is. Maruzzi pussy camp time. Oh my god. Okay. Maruzzi linked a thing that, so like, yes, we will definitely watch it. Oh, right. Also, we were going to read the Psychic Manifesto too, weren't we? Think I can see Hutch in that YouTube feed. Yeah, he's here. I'm subbed to him. Okay. Yes, we did, Chase. I've finished watching the Hutch hit piece. I got through that. So, oh, Destiny was the one who just went live. Oh, there was other lefty drama. Apparently, Hutch is mad at like DGG because they said Hutch is unbelievably cucked and doesn't understand modern politics at all. I think Hutch is good, yeah. I might watch this later, maybe if I'm like playing video games or something while I watch it, but yeah, not right now. I'll watch that thing. Wait, why? What? Why? Oh, you're okay. Well, this is what the subreddit said. So here's this debate between Pisco, Hutch, and Josiah right now. Intense discussion with Hutch, my enemy. That was Pisco's stream. And Hutch literally argues that Democrats should not run on political accountability for current administration because that would violate the apolitical prosecution norms and undermine legitimacy of institutions. We literally have 4 years of this shit under Biden. It doesn't matter how much Merrick Garland did to appease the Republicans. how much he tried to prove his neutrality by going after Democrats. Half the country still believe that the prosecutions of Trump is political. It's the same. I mean, you know what? I think, like, this is one of those issues that I have with the whole tit for tat thing. This was something that I was kind of trying to talk to Destiny about, but I feel like maybe I didn't necessarily like say it. But I think that this is true, but I also think that you have to be careful. There's a line that needs to be walked here. I don't want to say I don't want to say like that Democrats should just do what MAGA has been doing. I don't think that that's a good idea because Trump has like violated a lot of norms. I don't want it to become a new norm, basically, that the Democrats would like. I don't want it to become a new norm that the Democrats are going to start. The Democratic presidents will start like directing their DOJs to do shit because Trump's doing that with Pam Bondi. That's not good, and I don't think that that should be a thing that happens. In fact, I would argue that like something should be changed, like the Constitution or something should be amended to make it clear that like the DOJ should be separate from the rest of the executive branch, and that the president shouldn't be giving orders to the DOJ. The only influence the president should have over the DOJ is appointing someone that's ideologically aligned with them, and that's it. Okay, there should not be any more like the DOJ shouldn't be directed or anything. Any DGGer likes and loves Hutch. Destiny definitely enjoys talking to Hutch. Yeah, I know. Destiny needing to only interact with Hutch indirectly is extremely cringe. That's not. Hutch was on Destiny's stream with IRI, like I think a few weeks ago. You cannot amend the Constitution to stop people who don't respect the Constitution. No, I know. I'm aware of that, and I agree that you can't to stop people who don't respect it. But I'm saying that I don't want to create, I think it would be bad if like a norm was basically set where from now on presidents are directing their DOJs to do things. And that's not how it's supposed to be. The president does have legal authority to direct the DOJ, however. Okay. Not making it normal is good, but there's a reason, including extraordinary circumstances. Yeah, all right. I mean, that's fine. But like, I feel like you have to make the extraordinary circumstances thing clear, because that's not what's happening. Oh, hold on. I'm going to try something else. One sec. I got an idea. You shouldn't go after Repubs at all, in my opinion. We shouldn't go. Are you serious, Johan? Because I don't think that's true. I think the next Democratic president absolutely should go after the Republican. He likes this toy, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna cover it in nip, and then we're gonna play with him. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Come here. No. Oh my God. He's losing his mind. Come here. Come here, buddy. Oh, he needs a second to scritch. But yeah, I don't want things to change like that, because Trump has broken so many norms that I don't think are good to break. And you don't want the president to be directing your DOJ to do shit or rather, I guess you don't want the president to be directing your DOJ to do shit like going after your political opponents. If there's actually legitimate evidence against your political opponents, then the DOJ should like act on that. But I don't think that the president should say, hey, you need to prosecute X, Y, or Z, the way Trump has been doing with Pam Bondi. It's not good. It's really bad. What? What are you doing, dude? He's losing it. Hey, look. Next Dem president needs to be super hawkish on Russian information warfare. That will solve a big part. I mean, yeah, I do think that that's important, obviously. He wants more, I know. My cat is a terrorist to spiders before eating them. Ugh. We need to restore faith in a system where politics are not about enemies, but political opponents, and pursuing the repubs only reinforces the decline of trust in our system. I mean, the problem, I'm sorry, Johan, but I don't agree with you. The problem is that the Republicans have shattered so many norms. They have broken so much shit. Trump is doing so much to break the system, and I would argue a lot of it is illegal. Like, he basically defunded an entire department, USAID, and the Department of Education, too. He shuttered USAID, and he did it without congressional approval. Like, yeah, like, you have to hold people accountable if they break the law. Because otherwise, what the fuck's the point? It's not going to be going after your political opponents. I'm not, like, they should not go after Republicans who didn't do anything. They should investigate and see whether or not the law was broken. I think that Kash Patel should be investigated because he violated, what's the name of that act? The one that says that you're not allowed to, like, bring politics into intelligence, or you can't do, like, political tests for people who are working for agencies like the FBI, even though he was clearly doing that. Yeah, fuck Trump, but half the country is behind him. You have to defeat the ideology at the ballot box, not in the courts. But if you defeat the ideology at the ballot box, then what? You just don't do, oh, the Hatch Act. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Kash Patel very clearly broke the Hatch Act when he was doing, like, fucking litmus tests to see whether or not you supported Trump. Y'all talk about the Tulsi allegation. Oh yeah, Tulsi Gabbard doing shit like that too. All of this stuff is stuff that's been happening. Bill Clockwell wrote Hutch Act. These people are doing insane shit. You can't just say, oh, you know, we just need to be Care Bears and not go after them for it. Like, it's not going to deter them. Then they'll just start doing it again. If people break the law, then yeah, then they should be held accountable for it, or else they're going to think they can just keep doing it. And it's going to just normalize it. I don't want all this shit to become normalized. Maybe if we're nicer to them, they won't be fascist. Yeah. We should not be nicer to them. I'm not talking about Republican voters, by the way, Johan. I'm talking about Republican politicians who legitimately broke the law. They should be prosecuted. And, like, this shouldn't be fucking slow-walked. I don't know if there's more credit to what Johan is saying than what you argue. I think there's more credit to... Well, I mean, I guess, like, are we talking past each other? I understand what Johan is saying, and that he thinks that the ideology and that we have to defeat it completely, not just one election. I mean, I think what needs to happen is that the Republicans with MAGA need to get so destroyed at the ballot box in 2028 and beyond that they will reassess things. Like, it needs to be like 2008 levels of destruction before they, you know, like, yeah, like, I think they need to reassess things. Or like when Barry Goldwater lost, and the extent to which the Republicans reassess things there too. Like, they need to reassess to stop running the yeah, and yes, I do think that holding MAGA accountable is really important. Well, I'll put it this way. Let's say we win in 2028 with a majority in both houses. And we have 2 years with that majority. Is congressional investigations the most important way to use those 2 years? I mean, it doesn't need to be the only thing. I think the most important thing would be to pass good legislation that Americans want. Or is passing laws to reform to help us carry the majority through to the next midterms? It's a serious question, to be honest. No, I mean, it is. But I don't think that you need to not, like, I think you can do both those things. Can't you? Because we don't have your parliament. Yeah, I know Congress was really slow. Wait, so you think that Congress can't do, like, an investigative committee whilst at the same time passing law? Really? You can't? Not in the federal government, because the federal government is that, oh, okay, so you're saying the federal government literally cannot walk and chew gum at the same time. It sounds like that's what you're getting at. Yeah, I know. Well, Obama expended his political capital on the ACA, yes. He got nothing else major done. Well, he did pass that big stimulus package too, but yeah. Although I do just want to say though that like you don't necessarily need to have Congress be investigating this shit, but the Justice Department could be investigating it. Have the Justice Department investigate it and let Congress make law or pass laws that the president can sign. It's a waste of time. We still have. Hey, now we built. Yes, we did. We did bail out the banks. That was a thing. Keep in mind, we haven't even been able to pass a budget in 2 years. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Johan is like super black-pilled about how most Americans are moving towards populism and authoritarianism and stuff. He thinks that they don't have faith in democracy. Listen, Johan, I agree. I do think that you have to like, you do have to fix things. But I don't think that saying we shouldn't prosecute people is not like, or that you shouldn't go after Republicans who have done bad things. Yeah, like you need to charge the people who broke the law. And that's what the DOJ should do. And then, yeah, like you can restore faith in the system. Yeah, no, listen, Epic, I agree. I think Congress should focus on that. I think that that's more a greater use of their time. Really, I think that honestly, Congress should only be like doing these investigations or whatever if like the fucking DOJ can't or won't. And usually it's the case that they can't, you know. So like I'm not against, by the way, the Democrats doing committee investigations. If they win the midterms and if they don't get both houses. But yeah, like I maybe they should do that. But although yeah, if the Democrats only win the House, then not only should they still be passing lots of legislation like Pelosi was doing when they won in 2018. But then the Senate wouldn't take that stuff up. But oh yeah, and states should enforce their own state laws too. But yeah, it's the DOJ's job, and I think the DOJ should do it. I don't know if I agree that abolish ICE should be the main ticket. I think that like you should probably reform that, or I guess you could talk about getting rid of the DHS, but I don't know if that's gonna fly. Just the problem is that I don't. I guess, and if abolish ICE gets majority support, that's fine. But I am wary of that particular slogan because it's very easy to attack that slogan by just saying, see, these people don't want to do any immigration enforcement. Yeah, I think reform ICE would be a better message. I know that you're saying abolish ICE should be the goal only, P, but the problem is that I'm assuming that when you say that, you don't mean that ICE should be abolished and not replaced with something else, right? Like, you're not saying immigration enforcement is actually bad, right? Like, because I don't really think that that's a good strategy. Immigration enforcement is not good. I want it gone, but it won't get enough support right now. Yeah, there you go. You're being you living up to your name there, pragmatic American. I think that there has to be a point where we pivot to solving the problems of tomorrow than fighting about things like ICE. I support abolishing ICE, but it's a hard fight in the Senate. You won't get 60 votes for it ever, so we should focus on serious issues we can fix. No, I agree. Like I think that you could reform immigration stuff. Honestly, I think that probably the next big thing that a Republican president should probably try and do is comprehensive immigration reform. And I think that would be good. I understand that ICE isn't doing anything right. I agree, but like you could probably gut that agency and rebuild it from the ground up, and you could still do it without saying abolish ICE. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like you could take the ICE funding away get rid of a lot of the people that are like probably pretty much everyone that was hired under Trump. And yeah, like hire new people, change the way that it works. And yeah. Right now, ICE gets more money in the current budget than the US Army. That's pretty nuts. If things keep getting worse with ICE, it may end up destroying itself. The way they operate isn't just dangerous to the public, it's dangerous for them too. Yeah, I mean, like, and honestly, if that happens, then that's fine. All I'm saying is I'm talking pragmatically, what's going to get you to win. I don't think that like saying we should abolish ICE is necessarily going to work. Like, I think I do agree with that, like morally or whatever. I do think that you should get rid of ICE and replace it with something else. But yeah, only a few countries spend on national defense more than we do on ICE. Jesus Christ. China, Russia, a few others. I was going to say, what about Poland? Is Poland in there? But yeah, you kind of just got to see abolish ICE is a good message because ICE isn't associated with immigration enforcement. It's associated with being a race police. Yeah, but the problem, only P, is that that's not necessarily true. Just because you think that, that's not necessarily true for all the other Americans. Like I said, you figure out how it polls, figure out whether or not it's even a thing that necessarily is like a good idea or whatever. Because yeah, like you can be anti-ICE. Really, I think what the Dems need to do is they need to push for comprehensive like immigration reform. They need to like have a plan that they push for that basically says like that like is going to give illegals a pathway to citizenship, and they should make it clear that they want to get rid of like any of the like illegal people or whatever. And yeah, or not any of the illegal people, any of the violent criminals. And then like say that we want to fix the system so it's not like so fucking broken so people won't want to immigrate. Langford bill was the closest we got to immigration reform. Yeah, I know. And I think the Langford bill is a good start. It's definitely a good place to start. And then you could follow it up with other legislation. I think their lack of ability, accountability, and how in the face of America they are is why I say abolish ICE. It's a hot button issue. Now, if there's reforms from midterms, then pivot to it. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like I said, it depends. Right now, 40% of Americans are in favor of abolishing ICE, and I'm not necessarily against that. All I'm saying is that just be wary of that kind of shit, you know? Because that, unfortunately, abolish ICE could end up backfiring in the same way that defund the police did. And so, yeah, you just want to be careful with that. I don't think that abolish ICE is like necessarily a great slogan, just because that people are stupid and they might view it in the wrong way. But yeah. I mean, although you could most definitely say like defund ICE, and that actually, hell, defund ICE would actually probably work better, you know, like, or decrease ICE's funding or cut ICE funding. I don't know. Or you could actually, you know what? Instead of this, how about abolish and replace ICE, or replace ICE, something like that, because then you're making it clear that you don't want to just get rid of ICE and not replace it with anything. And then what it is it's literally baked into the slogan. Send ICE funds to infrastructure and the military. True, you can also say that, yeah. That is how you get the West Virginians on board, not the West Virginian Dems on board. Yeah, true. Anything but ICE, there you go. Based. Okay. All right, let's see. I don't know. Well, Marucci sent me that other thing. Do you any of you guys really, do you guys want me to read the Psychic War Manifesto? Or do we want to watch the other thing? Hold on. Let me get that other thing up and going. Freeze ICE. Based. He's going irrelevant. Let's go. Okay, the Psychic War Manifesto is a manifesto that Smugbug wrote, and I think like for his community or whatever, about like how you should like debate or something. It's something that Duckbringer told me about, and then it was sent to me by multiple people. Hold on. Where is it? I'm just scrolling up here. There it is. DHS agent defends murder in unhinged debate. 3 hours and 33 minutes. Holy fucking shit. Okay, I'm probably gonna need a video game or something to play in the background while I listen to this because goddamn. I never should have brought up Smug yesterday. I have sinned against you, my lord. I mean, defrost ice is a really good slogan. True. Psychic war is a political playbook better suited to the post-truth, post-Trump world. It signifies a flexible, idiosyncratic package of ideas and strategies that must change and adjust to the needs of the mimetic realm. There are 3 levels to psychic war. Level 1 and level 2 are contained in this manifesto. Oh no. Oh no. Does that count as a Fed post? Wait, what does? Oh, I named my new AR-15's Salt and registered that serial number with the CADOJ. Does that count as a Fed post? That's an interesting. Yes, this is from Smugbugs community, and I don't know. Duckbringer told me that this was something that like she left that community over because of how stupid all of this was. I don't know if it like, or it, okay, what do you guys want? Okay. How about this? Whoever donates the monies will determine what we do next. Or you could suggest something else. Okay. Do you guys want me to read this? Or do you guys want me to watch this Pisco debate with between him and Irrelevant and like a DHS agent, or at least one of these people is a DHS agent. Do we really have to go through this? Isn't the whole psychic war just a lie constantly about everything and pretend that doing so makes you smart? It might be. Also, if there's something else that you want me to look at, Marusi is just saying you want the debate. You're going to watch the Pisco video anyway. By the way, Only Pete, I'm not going to disagree with Pisco in this debate, just so you know. I'm not going to be shitting on him here. Okay? Like, yeah. Pisco and Irrelevant are not going to be the most unhinged, but this is like 3 hours and 45 minutes. We watched a video essay about how debate is bad. We just watched a video essay about how debate is bad. Yeah, exactly. It won't be fun. Psychic War might be interesting to see your thoughts. It's nice of Pisco to wear a backwards hat so you can tell him and Irrelevant apart. What do you mean? They have different glasses, and also Irrelevant is black and Pisco isn't. Although Pisco is like Pisco's not like super white either, so I can't remember if you covered Fulton County. I mean, I did talk about it. Is there more news out of that? I heard that they're suing. On Monday, Fulton County said that they were suing to get their ballots back. Yes, Pisco is Peruvian, I know. Pisco speaks Spanish too. From William Spaniel on the Discord, okay. Wait, where did you post it, Epic? It's also insanely repetitive debate because the guys defending take a long time to answer. I also really think Relly is dragging it down a bit, but he wasn't bad, just engaging in some clip farming. Oh, that was half an hour. I was asking if you ever watched that one on your own time. Just wait, which one? Sorry, there's been so much. Oh, it's in the Pacific. Oh, okay. I don't think that I have. Oh, Heimar's Unleashed. Yeah, you did tag me on that. I have not. I should. There's just been so much shit. Tom, the moderator, nearly breaks down. I know that Maruzzi really wants me to watch this, but this is 3 hours. That's an awful lot. So music emerging security crisis in the Taiwan Strait right now. I can check that out later. I would definitely will. Psychic War is much shorter. Skip around a little. Okay, guys. How about this? Just, I don't know, like, fucking whoever donates first, I will watch for something. Whoever donates like $5 or more, then I'll watch that, okay? This is a wild ride if you press play. Well, all right, you know what? Fine. Let's take a preview of it. Psychic War is like 15 minutes. Okay, well, if someone wants me to read Psychic War first, money. I also need to get some food because I'm hungry. Smogbug is a leftist. I have read the Psychic War stuff and am still somewhat confused by all of it. Yeah, I'm probably going to be confused too.
You could say, well, hold on, he already took the weapon. There are people that carry secondary firearms, right?
They do, yes. Sure.
Right. So here's the thing, though. Is it reasonable and prudent to understand that it could have been a knife as well, too?
Could have been.
Do we agree that intent is part of this? Yes.
Sure, and we discovered that through the court.
I agree. You have to. It's one of the toughest things to prove in any court.
We can't do that because there's no court case.
So when you just soy down, so when you just soy down, it's out of the law, bro. It's out of the law, bro. When you did that, you just felt it yourself.
Now we wouldn't have known if he was going to like probably effectuate arrest.
And neither would Petty.
Oh my god, this seems absolutely insane. Oh yeah, you're right. It is. It was Tom. Tom was there. Tom is here. Okay, listen, guys. I don't know. Just somebody drop some money, and then I'll do whichever one first. If y'all want me to do the thingy, but I really need to Relly's always had hair like that. I need to grab some food. Okay. I'm trying to think of should I play something? Well, actually, you know what? I will. I'm just gonna keep listening. We're gonna keep playing this, but oh, he did have it. You're right. I guess he did have it shorter. I don't remember. Relly hasn't. East Coast stole Relly's stash. True. Oh shit, I'm using my phone for the cat cam right now, so I can't do this thing with the audio, so that I can't listen when I walk away from the computer. You know what? That's fine. I'll just turn the volume way up, and I'll just play this for a bit, and we'll see. Okay. But yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta get something to eat. BRB, guys. And if someone wants me to read the Psychic War thing, or if they want me to watch this, I don't know, somebody like donate in order to, yeah. BRB though.
Wait. You just said it. You just said it. And I've
in situations where I had to make a split-second decision, and I couldn't wait for the person to present the firearm or whatever it was they're going to do, and I made split-second decisions. In the line of duty, I've done this.
Okay, so he just said it is justified to shoot. He said it's justified to shoot and kill you because you could have another weapon with no evidence. Just to be clear, he just admitted that. I said no evidence, could have another weapon. He said yes. That is insane. That is there is no evidence.
Appreciate everybody joining us for a new series of panels that we're doing this year. We do a couple panels every year until I get tired of streamers bullshit with them not showing up on time, or showing up on time and still taking forever to set up, or stuff like that. Eventually I get sick of it and just stop doing them. But we are doing a bunch of panels right now, a week we're going to get into. These are supposed to be a bit more of like Piers Morgan style panels, so eventually we'll have a bit more production going on at the same time, where we'll be able to show news clips while we're introducing topics. It is a bit more heavily moderated. I didn't mean to go over this before we started, but yes, it is more active moderation, so I will be asking a lot of questions. You guys are still free to engage with one another, but when I do jump in, allow me to jump in and moderate the show. Also, I had this problem last week, so apparently when I'm asking a lot of questions, these aren't necessarily my positions. The implications shouldn't be there. I am moderating. I am asking questions. I'm not really debating. So if I do ask a question, I am obviously very liberal, very standard Democrat. That's where my biases are, but I do try to moderate fairly. And so if I ask questions that are from another person's perspective, I do try to steel man it and try to give it the best perspective so the person can answer it as best as possible. So it doesn't necessarily imply any sort of positions from me. Mm-hmm. But with that said, I think it was 2 weeks ago now, we had another shooting. I think this one was it wasn't from an ICE officer, it was from a DHS officer of Alex Preddy, where the gun seems to be removed from him before he was shot. And then we also had a bunch more reasons given from the government afterwards that didn't seem to align with what it was that everybody else saw. So I do want to start with Marte, because you said that you used to be an ICE officer. Is that correct?
HSI.
HSI? What is that?
Same shit. It's borderline same shit. So I mean, so you're talking like 10 plus years in law enforcement, different agencies and stuff like that. I got some well-rounded knowledge when it comes to use of force, the force continuum. I'm pretty sure Pisco, I did review your debate when it came to counterpoints. That was the most, to be honest, no offense, it was the most boring shit I've seen in my life. But we're going to dig into the crates, as it were, when it comes to law, statutes, things like this. But I don't want to get bogged down into your litigation. Let's kind of stick to YouTube, stick to the facts. And all I want to do is talk about prudence and justifiable cause and articulating why we think this probably could have happened. If we can keep it simple, I'd love that. That'd be great.
What does HSI stand for?
Homeland Security Investigations.
Homeland Security Investigations. Okay. And so that based on, if that's what you were doing, did you make arrests of people who were immigrants as well?
Yeah. ICE. Yeah. So if you think about this,
did you think that this was justified? How did you feel about the situation with Alex Preddy?
I think it was a justified shoot, although I think that I will give Pisco in the guy with the scrunchy face right now, kind of an olive branch right now. Here's the thing, though, I'll say. I think that it was a good shoot. but I do think that the communication was bad. They used bad tactical communication when they did take the gun away. Instead of saying shoot, 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 they could have uttered something like, hey, I've got the gun. The verbiage could have been differently. They could have articulated the fact that they've disarmed the guy, but that wasn't worded, right? This is to your point. So this is me being really benevolent and giving you an olive branch. I think that if the verbiage was different, this would have played out differently. The reason why I think that this was also justified shoot was because they were impeding a federal investigation. Now, that's not grounds for just shooting somebody in the back. I will say this, but here's the thing though, leading up to this is the entailment leading up to this, is I think that this all could have been prevented by not these people you're going to call protesters. These people are obstructionists. That's what they are. There's no ifs, ands, abouts. I'm not going to dance around this up. They're purely there to obstruct because of the signal apps and everything else. They were there to impede investigations. They were following ICE agents around, doing all this. And I think that when they did come up and they put a body between, Preddy put his body between himself and the woman's person. We don't know if an arrest was going to happen, but he did try to disperse and create space. Now, when that happened, the chances.
What? Tom is fair. Oh, yes, yes. Thank you, Short Stat Goblin. Why can I hear the spit in Tom's mouth? It's like his tongue is fucking his tongue. Oh, yeah, clearly his mic is way too high, apparently. I remember the... Wait, does the Tom is fair meme come from the fact that, like, Tom was on Reddit, like, on an alt account saying, like, praising himself? And he literally said, like, and in one of the comments he wrote, Tom is fair. Oh, it's his voice, I see. That's funny. Okay. So yeah, do we want to watch this guy? I mean, whatever. If no one's gonna donate, that's fine. I'm not gonna like push it. It will start to look kind of lame and stupid. Yeah, I can probably read the Psychic War shit. You said it would take about 15 minutes. You know what I'll do? That's slander. It was his roommate, true. You know what? We'll watch this, or like I'll watch this while I eat, and then I'll switch over and read Psychic War, and then we'll come back to this. I'm finally back. I see we're back to Pisco being normal. Yes. I mean, honestly, only I kind of agree that Alex Preddy debates are a little bit boring. I don't know. I need my phone back, guys. I've been in his community for like 2 years. It was a thing well before the Reddit stuff. Wait, what was the thing? The Tom is fair thing? Oh, okay. I mean, fair enough. But I do think that it was funny how people were, or how like he basically made fucking alt accounts. Yeah, I only read the introduction. Here, let me read. I'll read the whole thing. Or actually, wait. I should wait. I rushed to go to Junkbringer. Are you back now? Because if you are, then like I'll read it while you're here. Or we can watch. I don't know. Maruzzi obviously really wants me to watch this. Do a goal.
Of casualties going up. If you bring if you're carrying a weapon, loaded weapon to a, I would say an active scene, whether it's a crime scene or investigation, the chances of casualties do go up. So I know I'm kind of gish galloping a little bit, but when he did push the woman, that was to create some distance. We do need a reactionary.
Also, I'm gonna need a source on like, is there actual evidence that these people conspired to obstruct ICE and that they literally weren't just there to like protest and film shit ICE was doing? Also, grocery shopping on Super Bowl Sunday is a madhouse. Yeah, I can imagine. I forgot today's Super Bowl Sunday.
Gap, and unless we create that reactionary gap, it might have not been the best thing that you.
I mean, we could also watch this. Because I think this is an interesting conversation about what Democrats should do to reform the country. Yes, apparently filming is obstruction. Wait, really? That's their actual position? Okay, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna watch this while I eat, and then I'm gonna switch over and read Psychic War. I'm not gonna watch the rest of this, and then I will go back and watch the ice thing, okay? While I play video games, because that's like 3 hours, so I don't know if I'll finish it all. But I will watch it, Maruzi, because I am kind of interested, because this guy is like an actual, like, fucking DHS agent, so... Wait, which video? This one, Matt? Is this the video you're talking about? Okay.
Unbelievably cut and doesn't understand modern politics at all. So here's the debate between Pisco, Hutch, and Josiah. And Hutch literally argues that the Democrats should not run on a political accountability for the current administration because that would violate the apolitical process.
I don't think that Hutch said that. I listened to part of this debate. I'm pretty sure that was not his position.
Prosecution norms and undermine the legitimacy of institutions. But first of all, I did not say that the Democrats should not run on political accountability. The opposite. I think Democrats, where this kind of message would really resonate, should run, especially congressional Democratic candidates, should run on oversight and accountability for the current administration. 100%. Political accountability is different from legal accountability. But I don't even think Democrats that are running from congressional seats should shy away from opining on legal accountability for the Trump.
The Patriots are owned by a MAGA dude? Oh shit. Wow, only P voting for the Patriots just to make everyone mad. Every NFL owner is probably MAGA. That is possible.
Trump administration. I don't think there's anything wrong with a Democratic candidate running for a seat in Virginia or something like that to say, I think that the Trump administration has committed crimes and I would like to see the legal system hold them accountable. There's nothing corrupt about that. They could even say, in my capacity as a House of Representative, like a U.S. representative, you can count on my vote to deliver criminal referrals to the Department of Justice if we investigate the previous administration and find crimes. We will make criminal referrals to the DOJ. That's something that the Congress can do, and there's nothing corrupt about that inherently. We literally had 4 years of this shit under Biden. It didn't matter how much Merrick Garland did to appease the Republicans, how much he tried to prove his neutrality by going after Democrats. Half the country still believe that the prosecution of Trump is political. I don't even like this framing. So should he not have prosecuted Menendez and Cuellar? Should he not have investigated Cuellar and Menendez? Like, it seems like that's what he's saying. Well, we already tried that thing where we had an AG that prosecuted Democrats. Is he saying that the Justice Department should be explicitly partisan? That's what it seems like.
The Justice Department should investigate and prosecute anybody who has committed crimes. I know, this is such a hot take.
He's saying it's the same shit with MSM. They literally go out of their way to be neutral, which means they are infinitely tougher on Democrats and easier on Republicans. And it literally doesn't get them any credit because the entire right wing is still convinced that the media is all biased against them. Bro, they are just working the refs to unfairly tilt the game in their advantage, and Dems just let them do it because they are terrified of violating norms. Meanwhile, Trump literally sent innocent people to foreign torture gulags. I don't know what he means when he says the Dems just let them do it. I don't know what that means. The Democrats are very actively pushing for accountability for this administration. And if we give them controlling chair of the House and the Senate in November, they will very expeditiously start holding public hearings with cabinet members. And I feel pretty confident that they'll impeach Trump again. I think we're...
So, I think that, I only go on Destiny subreddit occasionally, but they're definitely like the times that I have, at least lately, I used to visit there quite a bit more, but every time I open Reddit, I'm often like get sidetracked because my Reddit feed is also full of adorable cat pictures and adorable doggo pictures. So I will frequently get sidetracked by that. But oh, thank you, Con Radical.
Blue heart emoji.
Thank you for the $2. Well, I watched both 20 Days in Mariupol and 2,000 Meters to Andreevka last night. Dude is great at what he does, but holy wow, that was rough. Jesus Christ, you watched both of them? God damn. Watching both of them in like the same night? That's good job, dude, I guess. That's kind of crazy though. That's a lot. I'm waiting for a movie on the Battle of Hostomel. Gonna go hard as fuck. Wait, is that a...
inevitably headed towards that. So I don't know what he means when he says like Dems just let them do it. Like they have power, so they're gonna do these things. They're gonna violate these norms, and it is what it is. But like, I just want to say once again, I just want to stress once again, what is Trump actually getting for violating these norms? It is making him less popular with voters. They perceive it as corrupt.
Military engagement fought over control of the town of Hostomel between the Russian and Ukrainian armed forces. Part of the offensive on Kyiv, Russia's forces sought to control Hostomel, Bucha, and Irpin in order to encircle and siege the capital city, Kyiv, from the west. The Kyiv Oblast administration would later name Hostomel, along with Irpin, Bucha, Highway M06, the northern part of Vyshhorod Road, as the most dangerous places in Kyiv Oblast. Oh yeah, this was like when they first started. Apparently this was crazy. William Spaniel made like a long ass video about this, or about like the Battle of Kyiv. And I think he probably talks about this in there. But it's the most important battle of the war by far. I imagine it probably is result Ukrainian victory. Yeah, this is I assume this is part of when they drove out the Russians because they managed to stop them. I don't know how it was that they did that. Although I doubt that it helped very much that the Russians decided that they were just going to march towards Kyiv in a long-ass line of vehicles. That seemed like a really dumb idea. If the Russians had gained operational control over that airspace, they would have won the war in 2 weeks like they planned. I know that sounds hyperbolic, but it's not. Yeah, I can believe that. What's up? What's up, Maruzzi? Oh my god, what? For the catnip again? You guys want me to give Stuart more catnip?
For the catnip.
He doesn't need to be popular if he's power grabbing and ignoring the rule of law. You're right. It's true. He doesn't. He doesn't need to be popular. What a shame Destiny built up 2 people that now hate him. I mean, wait, who are you talking about? Hutch doesn't hate Destiny. Hutch is doing fine. Hutch does not hate Destiny. Hutch talked to Destiny recently. Also, by the way, arguably Destiny didn't build up any of these people except for Pisco. You might be talking about Vosh and Hassan. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's true. Hassan and Vosh are definitely the case. Horse mentioned Hassan and Vosh, but not Hutch. Oh, okay. I didn't see the other part. the long line was supposed to link up with this airport. They stalled because they didn't take the airport. Oh, damn. Laws for politicians need to be written like laws for everyone else. Yeah, I mean, potentially. Although, like everybody always, I guess, like, there is some merit to saying there's not really much point in, like, adding a bunch of new rules if the administration is just going to break those rules. But I do think that having some sort of separation, except for in the extraordinary circumstances that Epic mentioned between the president and the DOJ, would probably be good. Although at the same time, then it's going to turn into, well, who is the, what counts as an extraordinary circumstance? But yeah.
They don't like stuff like him directing DOJ to
I'll give Stuart more catnip, though. Since you guys are telling me to.
investigate people. It's not politically beneficial that Trump is doing these things. I don't understand the premise that, well, they're doing it, so we should do it. Like, really? I don't think it's going over well with voters. At one point in the debate, Hutch literally says that if a Democrat talked about prosecuting Trump, that would lose them massive popularity. I don't know if I said massive popularity. Josiah asked a reasonable counter that Trump has literally run on this and got elected twice, and Hutch's response is that
you're feeding that beast catnip. Chase, I fed him catnip already. He went crazy. It was very funny.
Actually, the Republican Party has lost more elections in the last 10 years, except for the ones that actually mattered. Now, this is fucking ridiculous. Excuse me? The 2018 election really mattered. That was the reason why Trump got impeached not once, but twice.
I think DGG is making the same mistake that I often make, which is thinking too much about the presidency and not enough about, like, congressional elections, which are really, really, really important.
The 2020 election was obviously mattered. The 2022 elections obviously really mattered. Like, picking up an extra Senate seat in 2022 is the reason why it's possible that Democrats can win the Senate in 2026. Do you guys realize this? If we had not picked up a Senate seat in 2022, the Senate would be totally out of reach in this election cycle. Trump had a winning election cycle in 2016, or Trump and Republicans had a winning election cycle in 2016.
By the way, I might not watch the entirety of this, just so you guys know. We'll depend if it'll see if I get bored.
And 2024. They had a losing election cycle in 2018.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna. All right. Psychic War. Level 1, implicit. Level 2. Wait, what do you mean level 1, implicit? You're not going to tell us what? Okay. Level 2. Psychic War is based on 3 premises. If any of these do not apply, do not Psychic War, and continue to deploy strategies that prevent the collapse of shared reality to delay it. Exactly. He never. Wait, really? So they never explain. All right, sure. Okay. Wait, there's a video version of this? Where did you link the video version of it? Oh yeah, they did a video on it. But I think this page has been updated since then too. I take personal issue with Hassan. He is ungrateful to his uncle and will and will destiny any credit. I survived their BS. Hassan, big credit taking care of his mom and endeavoring trait to make those millions. Oh, particularly the end part about level 1. Oh, so you're saying that it's better for me to read this than just watch the video? Okay, well, I don't see where the video was linked about it anyway, unless, or wait, or was it in stream suggestions? Oh, the Psychic War Manifesto. There's a video version. Oh my god. I'm starting to understand why Hutch drives people crazy. It's like he's not living in the same world as the rest of us. Well, I mean, Maruzzi, I think that in that case, DGG was misrepresenting him, but it also really depends, honestly, because I don't necessarily disagree with the idea that that like the president shouldn't like I don't think that the Democrats and the next Democratic president needs to act like MAGA in order to prosecute MAGA. And sometimes it feels like DGG just wants that. And I don't think that's good. Or at least the people on Destiny subreddit. Like I feel like they've taken this whole tit for tat thing too far. Like they're reaching levels of our enemies are ontologically evil and therefore and therefore nothing that I do against them isn't justified, you know, like where they basically think like it would be fine to just or like to take insane measures against Republicans. Oh yeah, no, you did, Bill. I see it there. They need to actually try, they never try. No, I mean, yeah, obviously, Pat, Democrats are not good at doing political shit, which isn't good. And they need to be. Like they need to fight harder. But I think they can do that without going full MAGA, which is what I sometimes feel like DGG is advocating for. That they just really want they really just want Dems to take revenge on the Republicans. But I think it's be fine to just prosecute prosecute the people who broke the law. It's not hard. You can do that without like sacrificing norms and shit. Okay. Premise 1, shared reality has collapsed. A plurality of the electorate of a democratic country has entered the shadow realm, leaving the material plane. A parallel universe with its own parallel history. There is no shared context, convention, or fact except by sheer coincidence. This is partly true, at least for the most insane of MAGA. Premise 2, reality collapse is irreversible. I don't think that's necessarily true. There is no practical, scalable, non-violent solution to bring people in the shadow realm back to the material plane. Realignment is impossible. I don't know about that. Premise 3, politics is reality agnostic. Everyone knows something is wrong. The wrongness reverberates across dimensions, each realm giving it a different name, shape, and mark. Psychic warriors act with conviction, whether a cabal of billionaires, Jews, or lizard people secretly rule the world. Your value system is designed to be useful in most, if not all, situations. We can achieve real-world positive outcomes in the material plane, even when a majority of people do not live in shared reality, if we collaborate across dimensions. Okay. How did this happen? These divergent manufactured realities are an inevitable end product of reality abstraction by democratized / capital / neoliberal / techno-feudal / meritocratic / materialist / malevolence. Even the quants now understand that they have lost their grip on maintaining shared reality. Okay. An example of shared reality to collapse, disrupting democracy. What? Misinformed views on immigration, crime, the economy correlated with ballot choice. Violent crime rates are at a near all-time highs in major American cities. False. Not correct. Huh. Wait, is this saying... People are saying that this is correct? Did those people, like, vote Democrat? Inflation in the U.S. has declined over the last year and a half. And is near historic averages. True. Okay, yeah, Republicans don't think that that's true. The U.S. stock market is at or near all-time highs. That is true. Democrats see that's true. Over the last few months, unauthorized border crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border are at or near the lowest level in the last few years. That's true. Democrats recognize that as correct. Republicans don't, but not as many Republicans. Okay. What it's saying is Dems Dems correctly answered the question. Yeah, I see. Although I thought that the Wait. Among respondents who answer the question incorrectly. Oh, I see. I just didn't read that because I'm a dumb fuck. Okay. Yeah, okay. So Democrats are saying that this is correct, that all these things are correct. Or that all these things, that like, this is, Democrats recognize that what's true here is true and what's false is false. So the only one of these statements is false, but yeah. Yeah, no, I understand that. Yes. Republicans live in a different reality than the rest of us, or at least the Republican base does. Why wouldn't you just say etc.? I don't know. COVID was an accelerant as hundreds of millions of normies lacking inoculations against internet culture were instantly overwhelmed by decades of parallel digital evolution. The Shadow Realm ate everyone. Today, effective political operatives do not attempt to return to the material plane. They are advantaged until their opponents realize that reality collapse is irreversible and become psychic warriors themselves. Today, almost all psychic warriors are on the right. Strategies for psychic warriors. There are some non-exhaustive principles to guide psychic warriors in the correct direction. They tend to be negations of conventions that render discourse ineffective. Strategy 1, everything is true. Meaning absent fact trumps facts absent meaning. Political winners listen to the people carefully and reflect their desires accurately. They attune to the psychic vibrations of the masses. They do not consider or recommend policies. They signal understanding and value alignment. They operate and exude vibes. They are socially adept. We are all on the same team and we want the same things. Psychic warriors do not use facts, only truth. Okay. This is fucking weird. Okay, yeah, so it sounds like how this was summarized to me is true. These people are literally saying that instead of like trying to educate individuals, you should just like accept that people are fucked and just like assume what they're saying is true and then tell them or give them what they want and say fuck it. Fuck what's like fuck reality, fuck facts. Just pretend, yeah. They don't use facts, only truth, except truth is whatever you want, I guess. Strategy 2, converge before conversing. Your opposition live in a parallel reality dissimilar to your own. Convergence can only occur in the present tense. Do not force them into your reality. Do not jump timelines. The psychological stress will harm you both. Remain steadfastly together. Seek their help in preventing the forces wedging you apart from ending your brief convergence. Prevent divergence at all costs. Do not allow your opposition to develop misunderstandings that benefit you unless you intend only to appeal to your own audience. You are rivals, not enemies. The quickest route to trust is vulnerability. Trust them to navigate you through your shadow realm, through their shadow realm, and they will trust you in return. What is this, bro? This is so fucking weird. Yes, this is where my disagreements begin. This is impossible for a lot of monotropic types to allow. It assumes your psychic war opponent is an idiot, which lots of people into it, even if you are agreeable to them. Well, I mean, yeah, that's also true, right? Like, do you think that most of the people that you argue with don't realize that they're just fucking lying? Like, especially if you're talking about arguing with like content creators or people like that, you know. This guy watched The Matrix one too many times, true. Yeah, I know the Shadow Realm is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference, TRC. I'm aware. But yeah, it's just weird. Like, it's just like, just lie. He explains this in the video if you want me to put that in the Discord. Oh, it was put in the Discord. I like Smog's writing, and his most recent article is much more interesting than this. You probably agree with it heavily. Also, it would be interesting to see a streamer react to it, maybe. If divergence has occurred, act urgently, stop and return to your shared reality, the prime timeline before continuing. Do not resolve contradictions. They didn't mishear, you didn't misunderstand. They experienced the alternative history. You say what they heard, apologize, correct yourself, and roll with it. Never dispute what happened. Oh, okay. So basically I'm supposed to validate somebody else's stupidity. I'm just supposed to like validate their narratives. How far are you in this? Yeah, I'm not I'm about halfway through it, halfway down this page. Yes, and strategy 3, the quants are anti-human. The only measurement that matters is human opinion and expressed democratically. Outside of democracy, this doesn't matter either. Humans do not understand or consider quantitative data. Humans do not want 2% real wage growth, 2% inflation, and 5% unemployment. Humans are not average. Humans do not care about the number on their groceries. Humans also have 3 understandings of probability. Never 50-50, always. Humans cannot read and understand graphs. Humans do not understand the difference between 100, 0, 0, 0, 1 million, and 100,000. Oh, sorry. What? These numbers are printed out weirdly here. Or I'm just a dumbass because I don't know how to, this one, Jesus, my eyes are glazing over. 100,000 and 1 million. Sometimes my eyes just do not read the number, or like the number of zeros just kind of blend together on the screen. And I'm like, is that 3 or 4 zeros? It's weird. Yeah, or 1 billion. Okay. 1 million and 1 billion. Sorry, I don't see 1 billion written out very often, honestly. Nobody ever does that. They just write billion. Well, I've just exposed my own stupidity. See you later, guys. It's time for me to go. Bye. Yeah, okay, anyway. No, yeah, I mean, I guess I am proving the point in a way, but okay, yeah, so fine. He's saying that people don't care about data. You know, that's all you really needed to do was just say that people don't care about data. Humans are not empiricists. I agree. Chase, this is Smugbug's Psychic War document that was written by the Pawn Scum people to talk about like how to argue in the post-truth world. And it seems like basically what you're supposed to do is just like argue by fucking lying or like accepting and like validating the other person, like the other person's shitty opinions on things. It's okay. I once flubbed on stream saying 500 million Ukrainian casualties and only noticed I mixed up when chat corrected me. Dyslexia strikes again. Yeah, it's called the Psychic Warfare Manifesto. It's not really about debate. I mean, no, it's not. I guess it's about bringing people to your side, but this just seems like I'm sorry, but there has to be a better way to like reckon with the fact that yeah, that people are not empiricists. But that doesn't mean that like we should reckon with this by basically being okay with them not living in reality. Why wouldn't we type the words out like 1 million, etc.? Oh yeah, Epic. Dispel probably is an enjoyer of this, although I think that I think Duckbringer maybe might like yeah. I think the Smug video explains it better. Psychic War is global, not local. The game ends at funding, at which point autonomy is deferred to local execution. One policy will not fit. Every state is a country, every town a province. Heal the road before counting potholes. You do not psychic war in the material plane. In the material plane, you do politics, community, and normalcy. Do not transgress boundaries. Be normal in real life. Psychic warriors do not operate in the material. I mean, is there? Oh, stop question. You know what? Maybe what I'll do is I'll look at the questions. But fine. I'm just gonna watch the video. Fuck it, because people are saying that it seems like it would be better. No, Epic, Dispel and I were both arguing with Smug about this, but I think Smug agrees that the subversive type of online, with the subversive type of online interaction more than I do. Yes, Smug is British, Short Stat Goblin, which I understand is a terrible sin. Borrowing exists. Okay. I miss old Pawn Scum. You got to make it seem like the change in viewpoint was their idea and not yours. I mean, sure.
Is this Can of Beans talking?
I'm coming out. I'm coming out. Hold on. What?
Oh my god, dude, you got a little something on there.
Yeah.
So second.
Wait, this is an hour and 37 minutes? Seriously? Really? Why is all this shit so long? Okay. Oh, there's callers. Caller. Okay, well then, you know what? We can just probably watch the first part where they explain it. I'm not gonna listen to this entire video. It's online politics, average video length is 4 hours. Yeah, well, it doesn't make for great React content, okay?
People are going well then, for you?
Yeah, the bigger my brain got, the better I got at Psychic War. I've been out here surviving alone for weeks. Where you been?
I've been in the trenches, dude. All sorts of shit's going on. A whole big evil psychic battlefield.
Oh, sick. Yeah, I love Psychic War. I've been going hard on the Psychic War myself. Psychic War. No, I wanted to stop. I wanted to stop this.
All right. Just
so,
thank you.
The reason that I wanted to call your attention here today, Wiz, into my brain, is to take you through the Psychic War manifest.
Oh, this is Wiz. Careful, they used to play copyrighted music. Have fun, folks. Be back later. See you in a bit, Insomniac. And Epic and you are quant-based attack user. Yes, I like empiricism and things that are true. I understand that most people don't, and that there needs to be a way to talk to those people. But like, actually, you know what? You know what's funny? A long time ago, Destiny had a debate with this girl whose entire worldview was kind of built up around anecdotes. And in order to counter her, he basically started making up his own anecdotes to get her to agree with him more. But his anecdotes were based on empirical evidence. You talk to these people, calling them retarded. We need Psy and fun-based attack users to work with the quant attackers. Only quants should have the vote. I agree. Only well, maybe, but actually, no, I don't. But empirical evidence can't explain personal anecdotes. It can't, but it actually, in some ways, it can. Personal anecdotes can, like, anecdotes can be useful if you're using them as examples to back up empirical evidence. Or they can also be useful as a thing that works with empirical evidence. If I wanted to do Psychic War, I would have joined the CIA. True. Well, that's why you're talking about military gear. Well, Peter Thiel is taking over the world.
I have concocted a new strategy designed for the times. A new way of fighting back against the insanity of the right. A new way of conducting warfare. Psychic warfare. Brain emojis in chat! Get ready! We're psychic warring. Psychic war is brain. Okay, brain is the universal symbol of psychic war. So here's the deal. I'm going to drop this manifesto. We're going to talk through it. If you guys have points or elaborations or things, then we can argue about it. But
forgive me if I use you going over this to make your ego combat pilled, but I think it gives fun shorthand to analyzing debates. This video is going to make me right-wing. You know what? It just might. I'm not the CIA. That's exactly what someone in the CIA would say. True. Got my eyes on you, Epic. Wait, why would Epic need to be in the CIA? He could be in military intelligence, and we'd never know about it. It's not like he's allowed to talk about the kind of shit that he does for the Air Force. Other than the fact that he flies an F-16 or an F-15E, but I mean, like, that doesn't really say too much. Epic was noted most likely to be a Fed in high school.
But this is basically the thing I've been working on for the last couple weeks. A few people have seen it. It's been peer-reviewed by prestigious members of the community, and now it is time to publicize it. This is the Psychic War Manifesto. Welcome to the Psychic War.
So, listen, I'm not trying to, like, start anything here. Actually, you know what? I'm just not going to say anything.
Psychic War is a political playbook better suited to the post-truth, post-Trump world. It signifies a flexible, idiosyncratic package of ideas and strategies that must change and adjust to the needs of the mimetic realm. There are 3 levels to Psychic War. Level 1 and Level 2 are contained in this manifesto. Level 1 is implicit. Level 2.
What? Why wouldn't you? Okay. All right, whatever. Actually, you know what? I understand. It's just part of the same shit. CSIS. Oh, yeah. I'm just here for the lols. As you should be, ZJM. We're all here for the lols. Start shit. I'm confused as hell. I thought it was going to be psychological warfare. This is, I don't know. I mean, it kind of is, but it's not. It's basically saying that you need to, like, go along with somebody on their break from reality, in order to, like, promise them things and win them over. And so you need to, like, reaffirm. It's essentially asking you to, like, reaffirm whatever crazy shit people. Setting aside the fact that the only reason these people believe this crazy shit is because that they fucking got sucked into, like, it's because that they got sucked into fucking Facebook memes. My biggest complaint is that it's the most effective interpretation. Smug is basically describing active listening. Oh, and is that in its most effective interpretation, Smug is basically describing. Oh, you mean like listening to like other? Sorry, I don't actually know what do you mean by active listening? I'm learning so much. Listen, guys. Okay, I need to come clean with you. It's really important that you know. Okay, I'm actually very, very stupid, except for on like history and like political opinions or whatever. And I think I have this is a good time for Clanker. Oh, you want me to ask ChatGPT to explain active listening? All right, sure, why not? Actually, fuck it. You know what? We're gonna have even more fun with this. Hold on. Where is it? Hello. Wait. Use microphone allowed. Oh shit, I can't do that here because I don't have this mic plugged in on ChatGPT. Boo! I need to get a mixer. Linux moment. Oh good, a robo-slave. Hello, Mr. Clanker. Well fine, fuck it, we'll just do it over here then. No, it's not a Linux moment, Duckbringer. It's the fact that I don't have a mixer. Well, no, I mean, I could use my phone. No, it's because I don't have a mixer, and this microphone is plugged into the laptop because I'm actually streaming from the laptop, and then I'm just broadcasting just phone speaker to the mic. No, that's a no. We can just do that. It's fine. Log in. Oh, what the fuck? What are you on about? All right, fine. Hold on. Oh. Not even fucking logged in here? Boo. All right, fine. I will. Because that's what I did before. Ooh, the mailing list is active again. For the crazy shit with the tenant stuff. In my building. Okay. All right, guys, just let me know that you can tell it to implement the lessons of psychic war against you. All right, what do you want me to ask ChatGPT? Oh, to explain active listening. Active listening is being attentive to what's communicated verbally and non-verbally, then relaying that information to be understood, clarified, and create connection. Clanked it. Oh, okay. Oh, you already asked the clanker. I mean, okay. Side note, anyone watch the Black Mirror episode Be Right Back since it first aired? It's funny that 70% of the concerns of that app have been realized. I have not watched that, no. So basically, this entire manifesto actually really just says, hey, you should listen to the concerns that these people have, and you should be able to repeat them back to you. So what I should do then is when I'm talking to a QAnoner, I should be able to say to them, as they explain to me that the world is run by a cabal of pedophiles who murder children in order to suck the adrenochrome out of their out of their bodies to consume them in order to maintain their immortality. And Donald Trump is fighting back against these people from the inside. And these people are the deep state. So when someone comes to me and says this insane shit to me, I should say, I understand what you're saying. I understand your concerns about the evil pedophile cabal that consists of Democrats like Hillary Clinton, and that it was run out of a pizza shop. And I understand that there is supposedly a secret agent inside of the government named Q who is trying to help Donald Trump. Is that about it, Duckbringer? Is that what this manifesto is basically saying? That's what I should be saying to fucking QAnoners? Is that what active listening looks like? Somewhat, yes. Well, you would accept there's an evil cabal, but then you slide in your narrative in there. Oh yeah, of course. But like, what the fuck would my narrative? Okay, so there is an evil cabal, and then what? Actually, I suppose that if I was talking to someone like that, probably what I would do is I would probably focus on the, oh, well, I mean, okay, I understand. Yeah, I think pedophiles are really bad and we should be going after the pedophile cabal. You know, I get it. The Jeffrey Epstein stuff, that was really terrible. So does it like bother you that Donald Trump had such a close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Because that seems like really bad. Don't you think that's really bad? And also, like, what about all these other like conservative or Republican pedophiles that have been exposed too? Like, I guess that would be a way of doing it. But I mean, really, let's be real. The other person isn't going to believe you, and they're just going to say, no, Donald Trump was only friends with Epstein so he could like cooperate with the authorities. Yeah. However, I think there's some merit to it. For example, I've successfully got my parents to not be MAGA by leaning into my dad's tendency to watch First Amendment adult videos. So I talked to him about all the ways the First Amendment is being undermined by Trump's admin. Oh yeah, if you find something that somebody really cares about, like, no, like, honestly, this is like a fucking no-brainer. Like, this isn't even that hard. You could even, like, fuck, I've seen Destiny do this shit too, but I only came to that argument by accepting that my father is someone with valid sensibilities. I mean, I think it's valid to not like the First Amendment, or to like the First Amendment. Jesus Christ. I think it's valid to be concerned about attacks on the First Amendment. And if someone actually really cares about that and they're not lying, then I think that works. Okay, but then centrists don't do it, or if they do, they fuck it up. Well, I mean, wait, which centrists are you talking about? She said 1A adult videos, not 1A adult, or 1A audit videos, not 1A adult videos. Okay, thank you, Jesus. I'm sorry. Maybe I should make the text bigger. Maybe I do have a little bit of dyslexia. I read that wrong. But yeah, I mean, no, listen, if you care about the First Amendment, then that's fair. And if you actually really care about it, that's the other thing too. Sometimes these people are lying about things that they say they care about. And you would immediately lose them. Oh, when would I immediately lose them, Marusi? You mean if I start talking about if I start talking about how Trump collaborated with Epstein? And like asking, hey, isn't that kind of strange that this is a thing that Trump did? Compare the Jubilee videos between Beasley and Andrew Callaghan. Wait, Beasley did Jubilee? Like, my dad cares about transparency from government, so the way the Trump admin has handled the Epstein files is a huge red flag for him. We can utilize some of those lessons, but even when Smug made this, I think a lot of what he was saying was common knowledge. Well, yeah, it is. I mean, this is literally the same strat that Destiny will use in debates. Like, for example, he'll appeal to the fact that a lot of these MAGA people, or at least a lot of like a certain segment of MAGA, fucking loves Trump, even though these people are really concerned about Israel and the extent to which Israel impacts American politics. And so Destiny will appeal to that by talking about how much Trump loves Israel and how like Trump is the most Zog president ever or whatever, you know? Or he'll... yeah, or like he'll talk about how shitty Trump has been on immigration in order to try to win like people who care about immigration over. Or people who say they care about things like fraud or government transparency and stuff. Epstein somehow died in government control. Cameras failed. I mean, I'm not surprised. People commit suicide in prison all the time. By the way, it's always very funny to me how people in Destiny's how like there are some people in DGG who have like certain takes that Destiny hardcore disagrees with. I can call in today in a few if we keep going over this. I'll mostly just be silent while you play the content, but this is something I think about a lot. Yeah, sure, if you want to. Dog stop. Oh my god, is your dog like is your dog like shoving his nose against you in order to stop you from listening or from like saying things? And yes, Duckfinger, I'll be down for you to call in. Did you see Anna Kasparian crashing out on a co-host? No, Chase, I didn't. If you have stuff you want to link me, please do. And then Republicans will turn ICE will be turned against QAnon. Oh yes. Wait, Anna has crashed out on her co-host more than once. Maritza, your dog is trying to censor you. This must be stopped. You must do something about this. To
the post-truth, post-Trump world. It signifies a flexible, idiosyncratic package of ideas and strategies that must change and adjust to the...
Oh, on the all-ladies panel? Wait, really? She crashed out again? Oh my god, that's always really funny. Chase, you need to find that for me. I'll definitely watch that. Listen, I know that Jenk and... Actually, you know what? I think that Jenk and Anna are a little bit more interesting even when they talk about Israel. Or a little bit more interesting when they talk about Israel, because the things they say are always so much more insane than your average lefty. And that's saying a lot, because Jenk and Anna like veer super hardcore into just being openly anti-Semitic. Like, and it's generally just like way, way worse than anything, than like stuff that you're going to hear from your average leftist, unless it's like fucking bad empanada or whatever. Like even Noah Samson doesn't necessarily go as far as Jenk and Anna do, you know? Watching them is like watching a train wreck. Yeah. Aw, your doggo's in your lap. Would you like to take a picture? All 70 pounds of her? Oh Jesus. You want to take a picture of that? It's like if Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson had their own media company. Yeah, Chase, I see it. I'll watch that in a second. One thing at a time. I don't want to get like dragged off. I don't think they go further, but they are just so bad about being so... Yeah, okay, you know what? I think that puts it better. Like, it's like I feel like Cenk and Anna are like they're just, it's such a sort of weird kind of fascination in like their masks are not very well constructed, basically. Whereas like with Noah, so like for example, if I were to go and like at Fire and find him and pull him in here, I bet that Fire would probably agree with me that Cenk and Anna are just fucking anti-Semitic. Because they're just so much more open about anti-Semitic they are, or how anti-Semitic they are. Whereas people like Noah Samson generally are just like they talk about Israel enough that it just seems like to leftists that they're not like just anti-Semitic, even though they are. But yeah, like I think Cenk is just like flying over into that other, you know. Yeah, TYT has gotten like oh yeah, well yeah, that's also because that they're doing the stupid shit. Yeah, they have a mask like Hassan has subtlety. Yeah, like their mask is like no, Addy, I understand that you don't see a difference between them. Like I don't think that there's really any difference between them in terms of their impacts. Like I still think that they're both bad. I just think that they kind of come at it from a different way, you know. Like TYT's problem is that ever since like the election is the fact that they're doing this weird like kind of fake populist sort of thing, or this weird populist thing that's like I don't even know how to describe it. Like totally fair, just sharing my view on the matter. No, I understand. I get it. And obviously, honestly, if you're Jewish, like it's totally understandable that you're just gonna look at this and it's just gonna be like, oh, more people who fucking hate me. They're just saying it in different ways, but it's still the same shit. Obviously, I'm coming from a very specific position. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I feel like a lot of people would feel that way. Yeah, in outcome, there's not really much difference. Anna's way more upfront with it, and Cenk is super built into populist essentialist BS. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
The needs of the mimetic realm. There are 3 levels to Psychic War. Level 1 and Level 2 are contained in this manifesto.
Okay, wait, hold on. I feel like I got the gist of this. Duckbringer, is there like more to this that I'm missing out on if I don't listen to the rest of this? Like, I think I understand. Like, he's basically saying that you need to like, that like you have to listen to people's concerns or whatever, and that you shouldn't correct them. The only difference is that less people tell me I'm wrong for calling them out for anti-Semitism by other Gentiles. I'd rather opine about TYT than watch this, to be honest. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, by the way, I'm not going to watch this entire. If I was going to watch this, I wouldn't watch the whole thing. I was only going to watch up to like them reading it, or like them like reading it, and then it's literally just gonna. It was just going to be like the first like 22 minutes basically. He expands on a few points, but if you read it, it'll be fine. I don't recall a lot of the video. I forgot who posted it. I think Wiz does a decent job of asking the obvious questions, and Smug elaborates. That's the only value. Move on if you want to. Well, I mean, I think I get it. Like, I think this is stupid. It's fine if you want to engage in a kind of active listening, and you can totally do that. But this notion that you just need to say, like, you just need to give up on this idea that nothing is true anymore, and we now live in a post-truth world and the truth doesn't matter. Like, it sounds like the most uncharitable reading of this literally comes across as Smug just saying, you know what, fuck it, Asmongold is right. All that matters are your vibes and your feelings, and we need to lean into this fact. Like, no, I don't want to do that. Truth matters, and I care about it. It matters what's real and what's not. It's silly, yes, and it is something that Pixie already explained perfectly well on the Destiny election coverage. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember she did that. Yeah, and I remember. Yeah, she had a good explanation. Pick and pet picks. I tagged you. Ooh. Aw, Epic posted some cute pics. Oh my god. Oh, look at her. She's so adorable. Look at her face. Is she soft? She looks like she's soft. Sorry, y'all. It's just really detached and indirect. People in general hate inauthenticity. Well, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's true. She does look like she's judging us. Also, Maruthi, why are you a heathen? Why? Why is your YouTube using the light theme? What is this disgusting, god-awful, absolute, like, assault on my eyes? Who the fuck uses light mode? Light mode and a huge taskbar. Rutsi is spiritually 89 years old. Oh, you mean, yeah, well, this is Mac OS, which, I mean, you know, that's its own thing. But, I mean, I don't know. Listen, Maruzi is a boomer, okay? I imagine she probably did not do much to change her Mac's, like her Mac settings. Like, I suspect that she's probably not like me, and she probably didn't go in and customize it to whatever ability you were able to. What the fuck? Oh, hello, Insomniac. This is Maruzi's dog. Isn't she adorable? She's currently judging all of us as she, like, sits next to Maruzi on what I'm guessing is the couch or the chair. She's younger than me. Listen, being a boomer is a state of mind. It doesn't actually have anything to do with your actual age, okay? I mean, I'm a boomer. But, is that a shot collar? Oh, no. No, it's not a shot collar. Maruzi would never, ever do such a thing. Her neck is very squishy. It does look like it's squishy. Wait, isn't that what Hassan said? Dark mode is great if you want to be in bed and have the text you read hours ago burned into your retina. Oh, you're racist. Okay, geez. Where's Dev at? We need to come and welcome him back to the chat. He needs to come in here and, like, you know, be at home with your fellow racists. But no, yeah. This reminds me of a joke that Vosh made a long time ago about how only like the only people who use the light mode in Discord are obvious white supremacists. How do you do, fellow racist? Yes, exactly. No, wrong kind of racism, Rootsy. White people suck. No, Kalinda, that is a lie. You use Arch Linux. You can't be more anti-boomer if you literally programmed the base. No, I'm not a boomer in that way. Actually, no, you know what? I feel like the way that I'm describing this means I'm not a boomer. What I'm basically saying is that, listen, Maruzi, I love you, but yes, I would say that you are a boomer in the sense of, like, my customers, my former customers. That is my lap. I have my legs up on this settee portion of the couch. She is on top, still on top of him. Oh, so she's fully on. Oh, that's your lap, and then, like, you've got the laptop next to you. That's so cute. Also, obviously, she looks very, like, she's like, what, 70 pounds? That's fucking crazy. She's adorable, though. If I ever get a dog, I'd probably get, like, a lab or, like, a lab mix. Or I just go to the shelter and see whichever medium-sized or small or whichever dog basically, like, chooses me, and then I would go from there. If only I was old enough to be racist. So much hate. What do you mean, Insomniac? You live in Israel. You're totally old enough to be racist. Or not to be racist, but I guess to, like, copy people who are racist. I don't know. Mutt mix. Yes, exactly. I thought you knew lots of racist, Insomniac. Aren't there, like, lots of crazy Likud voters around where you live? Honestly, though, Insomniac, I'm glad that you're a liberal Israeli. It's nice. Racism knows no age in the Middle East. True! Unfortunately. Yeah, well, but it's not okay. No, well, yeah, but it's not okay. I know, I agree. Listen, the level of racism in Israel just shows how truly Middle Eastern all of you guys are. I love husky and wolf hybrid. A friend. Oh yeah, I love huskies. Although I feel like from watching videos, huskies are the kind of dog that you enjoy when your friends have, but that you don't have yourself because they're a ginormous hand. Okay. Fuck. Wait, was there something else? Oh, right. The thing that Chase sent me, and then I'll watch that the crazy immigration debate panel. Hold on. How long is this? Oh, it's 1 minute. Anna briefly leaves the sunken place. Oh no.
But I also just want to tell you that the situation gets even worse for Billie Eilish. Not only does she live in a $3.3 million mansion in Los Angeles, her mansion sits on Indian land. I kid you not.
Native American, Lindy, excuse me, please use the politically correct term. They're Native Americans.
That's correct, yeah.
Wait, is Anna gonna get mad at these people? Wait, hold on. Is Anna actually gonna be like kind of like normal here or whatever? Although I do have to say that like the I feel like saying no one is illegal on stolen land is that's pretty cringe. Like you don't need to. Not gonna lie, the Netherlands was just as racist as Israel. I mean, there is quite a bit of, Billie isn't unique here. Well, no, of course not. I mean, she's just doing the, most Indians don't like being called Native Americans and want to be called American Indian. Wait, really? Don't they just want to be called, wouldn't it be indigenous people? The white people speaking for Indian Americans should stop. Do they actually want to be called Indian American Indians? Or call them by their nation. That's true. I imagine probably that most of them would like to be called by their nation name. They prefer because they see themselves as Americans. Ah, okay. Are you not currently a white person speaking for Native Americans? Yeah, maybe in Canada we call them Indigenous Canadians. That's typically what we refer to them as. Sometimes I see Native Canadians, but typically it's usually Indigenous people. It depends on who you ask, though. Or First Nations. First Nations is also another one that I've heard too. I have been told this by every Native American I have ever met in my life, and there's literally tribes saying this. Okay, I think it's kind of funny that, but I mean, whatever. I guess like if they have embraced the term Indian, that's fine. Even though obviously that's not like when you think about where that term came from, but yeah. There's literally leaders of multiple tribes out there saying, stop taking away our heritage as Americans. The Cherokee Nation even did a statement on it. Oh, yeah. These people do seem insufferably stupid. Yeah. Just make it about ICE, for fuck's sake. These people might say the same. I think if people want to be safe and say Native Americans or a specific tribe name, that's a good compromise. I mean, as long as it's, I don't know. Obviously, like, though, I feel like a lot of these people are, like, just kind of mocking. Or maybe they're just laughing. Like, Billie Eilish, obviously, is, like, it's cringe.
Good job, Caroline. Continue, Lindy.
All right. So, the tribe confirmed she
Just
is
in Canada,
not
we care about using politically correct terms like undocumented and illegal. Which the correct
Listen,
term
bitch,
is still
you
illegal.
use language I don't like, and I didn't get
just
on your
please
ass
get through
about
this?
it. So I would appreciate if you shut the fuck up and don't
Oh
get on
my
my ass about
God.
it. Would that be nice? I'd appreciate that.
I'll let the audience decide what they think about those comments.
All right. So
Okay,
I'm going to
good.
keep presenting this, guys. So the Indian tribe confirmed she has not contacted them about returning the stolen land. You know, according to her worldview,
I'm
it must be
shocked.
returned.
I'm shocked.
They actually released a statement as the first people.
I mean, well, it arguably, like, actually, I don't know. Yeah, they are kind of concern trolling, but people should use what makes them comfortable. But I'm just saying, don't police others for saying Indian when Indians typically like it. Typically, yeah, it's just, I don't know. That's, obviously, they're doing that to mock Billie Eilish here, or maybe actually no, they're not doing it to mock Billie Eilish. They're doing it to mock probably like like super woke people who will police your language. I'm sorry, can we watch it one more time? Oh, you want me to start it again? It's called Farsi, true. And they put out a whole statement. No, this is all wrong. The Lakota did? I thought you said that the Cherokee did. It's a useless virtue signal, but Anna went overboard probably because she was keeping her anger pent up until this point. I mean, what exactly is this podcast? Is this just a podcast with a bunch of populist women? Is that what's going on here? And some of them are like conservatives or whatever? Is that what this is? Is that why Anna is disagreeing so much with this lady? I also saw that other clip where Anna got like or where where one of them got super mad that Anna kept making everything about Israel and she walked off the set. I think she actually just left. Oh, most are conservative? Okay. Back in the day, Obama told the army to stop naming helicopters after tribes, and the next helicopter was the Lakota, and the Lakota asked the army to go through with it because they wanted it. Oh, okay. They are not populist, really? Okay. Because Anna is like hardcore, like cringe populist. They used to have Jillian Michaels on it. Yeah, I know, but then she left because she got mad at Anna constantly making everything about Israel. I saw that clip.
But I also just want to tell you that the situation gets even worse for Billie.
By the way, I only just rewound this because ZJM told me to.
Eilish. Not only does she live in a $3.3 million mansion in Los Angeles, her mansion sits on Indian land. I kid you not. A tribe
Native American, Lindy, excuse me, please use the politically correct term. They're
they're just making fun of political correctness.
Native Americans.
That's correct. Yeah. Good job, Caroline. Continue, Lindy.
All right. So the tribe confirmed she
Just
is
in
not.
Anna, we care about using politically correct terms like undocumented and illegal. Which the correct
Listen,
term
bitch,
is still
you
illegal.
use language I don't like, and I didn't get on your
please
ass
get through
about
this?
it. So I would appreciate if you shut the fuck up and don't get on my ass about it.
Oh
Would
my
that be nice?
God.
I'd appreciate that.
I'll let the audience decide what they think about those comments.
Also, is it just me or are their lips not syncing up with like their voices? Or am I just like getting mind fucked? Jillian Michaels is a garbage bag full of hot trash juice. I don't what is I think Jillian Michaels, wasn't she involved with that that fucking television show where they tried to get fat people to lose weight and they did it in a really unhealthy way? Wait, Anna is so base there. I mean, like, she is because she's obviously calling out these people for being like for like just mocking political correctness for the sake of it or what. Yeah, The Biggest Loser. Yeah, she was involved with that, I think. And that was not a good, Anna isn't based. She's just personally responding to the slight from Blondie. Oh, okay. She was a coach for them. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to keep presenting this, guys. So the Indian tribe confirmed she has not contacted them about returning the stolen land. According to her worldview,
I'm
it must be
shocked.
returned.
I'm shocked.
They actually released a statement. As the first people of the greater Los Angeles basin, we do understand that her home is situated in our ancestral land.
It seemed like, okay. Like, I mean, honestly, I do think that like, it did seem like these guys are just kind of like laughing about like the whole native ancestral land shit or whatever. Like they just don't care. How is this show still going? Funded by Iran? They should ask for a refund. This show is the sunken place. She just used the respirator for a second. Yeah, I don't. Does Anna just spend this whole show fighting with the blonde lady? My province is British Columbia, mix of all three. It includes Washington State and a few other. Alberta would be plain. Wait, Horses Unite second. Are you Canadian? Sounds like you are because you said your province. Because that sounds pretty funny. Um, anyway, honestly, Billie Eilish could probably fit all 4,000 of the Tongva people in her house. Very, very possibly, yes. She could probably buy up all the land around her house and like make like a nice place where they could all come live. Honestly, I think listen, I'm just gonna say it. I think that land acknowledgements are kind of a cringe virtue signal. I'm not necessarily saying that you shouldn't do them, but it feels like that was one of the things that was in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I think, and everybody rushed to bring up everyone rushed to implement land acknowledgements. But we've not really done much of anything that is that would actually help like Indigenous Canadian people to have their lives improved or deal with all the problems that they have, or like the issues with crime or the missing and murdered Indigenous women or any of that shit. Instead, we just implemented the most virtue signally shit from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission because it was easy. And then we were just like, fuck it, we don't care about the rest of it. And it's really stupid. Yeah, I do. In the U.S., I don't actually know how things are for you guys with your Indian people or with your American Indians. Yeah, because they were easy, but actual reform of Indian reservations is hard. Yeah, that's why no one's fucking done it. Epic says that we shouldn't do them. Actually, we signed treaty with the tribes and we should respect those treaties. Land acknowledgements are retarded. I think they're a cringe virtue signal. It's nothing like Canada. It's a very, very different situation. Yeah, I figured as much. I don't know. All I hear is that like apparently Indians in America own a lot of casinos, and I guess that's generated a bunch of wealth for them. Is that true? Are they doing better than ours? Because ours aren't doing great. I'm sure that there's still tons of problems, though. The reservations are their own nations outside of the state's territories. Okay. Oh, okay. Is the casino thing in somewhere? You can just say Indigenous peoples. A lot of land back is more so about recognizing and adhering to past treaties and resource rights. Ours still aren't doing great. Okay, it's a lot to explain in text blobs that are 200 characters, to be honest. Oh, well, I mean, if you want to come on and explain, you totally can. They do have casinos, though. Actually, the casinos probably only help some number of them. It's not like they all own casinos. Do those casinos employ other Indigenous people? In Canada, Native Indigenous go missing. Yeah, I know horses. Yeah, they do. Missing and murdered Indigenous women. That's a problem that happens because they are a vulnerable community and people take advantage of that community, which isn't good. And that's and like the cops don't help. I can if you want. It's up to you. Also, big water problems. Also, a lot of just normal cities have casinos now too. I know Baltimore and Detroit do. I don't know if these are owned by tribes, but I could be wrong. You know what? Sure, Epic. If you want to hop in, you can. Just a sec. Let me just get this. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Oh, hello. Okay.
So, the casino thing you're talking about,
Yes.
basically, so if you think of states as their own like sovereignty entities under the federal government, reserves are nations protected by the federal government that aren't part of the states. So when you look at a map of the US, you see those 50 states. It's not actually true because there's reservations in all of them that aren't actually state territory. So in my state, in California, gambling is illegal. You can't have a casino. But if you go to a reservation, you're no longer in California. They can have their own tribal reservation laws. So that's why you have casinos. You also have
Oh.
like fireworks are illegal in California, but I can drive to the nearest Indian reservation and buy fireworks because I'm no longer in the state of California. They have their own tribal police, they have their own tribal government. Some nations, like the Cherokee Nation, have ambassadors to other countries in their own foreign policy. They're not part of the United States. They're protected nations by the federal government via thousands of treaties we made with thousands of different tribes during 200 years of westward expansion. And each tribe has its own treaty arrangement with the US government, and it is so complicated, to say the least.
Jesus. Are these reservations, they must be small as fuck.
So some states are more tribal land than state land. Oklahoma is mostly tribal reservation. Most of what you see when you look at Oklahoma does not belong to the government of Oklahoma. But there are some states with no reservations. All of the original 13 colonies have no reservations because they just kind of like ethnically cleansed themselves before the Constitution was a thing.
Oh.
And a lot of the eastern states along the Mississippi, when Andrew Jackson was president and did Indian removal, those reservations got pushed westward. That's what like the Trail of Tears was, right? We were taking people and saying, we don't give a fuck about your treaties. That's where the quote, the Supreme Court has made its ruling, now let them enforce it. That was the Supreme Court telling Jackson not to ethnically cleanse America. But yeah.
Yeah. Wait, people should open abortion clinics on Indian land in Texas. Oh my god.
I think they do that. I think that's actually a thing that happens, as far as I'm aware. Like people will go to reservations. I'm gonna put this in your little side chat just so you can visualize it. But those are the tribal nations in the U.S. So everything you're seeing on that map, those are like separate. When you enter those, there have been times like state police have accidentally wandered onto reservations and they've gotten arrested by tribal police for like trespassing and violating treaties. Like they're pretty much their own little nations within the U.S. is kind of how they work. Think of them like territories, like Puerto Rico, right? Like Puerto Rico kind of does its own thing.
Oh yeah. Do they just not so wait, but do they get to vote or do they just vote as like state residents? I'm assuming.
They get to vote in the state that they're residents in, yeah. So a lot of them have residency in the state. There are people in tribal reservations that couldn't vote for most of American history, but during civil rights, we made it so states have to let them vote even if they live in the reservation.
Okay. Wow, damn.
Yeah. But that was only in the 1960s. So until the 1960s, most Native Americans could not vote in the U.S. because they weren't state residents really.
I guess I'm assuming they still suffer lots of socioeconomic problems or whatever.
Well, it's like the territories, right? So Guam has higher rates of heart disease. Why is that? Well, they don't get federal funding. They're a territory. They don't get, like, they have no representation in Congress. So the Congress doesn't give a fuck about them. Like if a hurricane hits Louisiana, the FEMA and the whole federal government makes it a priority. If a hurricane hits Puerto Rico, Trump can just say, fuck it, we don't care about the Puerto Ricans. And there's no congressional law that really can stop him. So the reservations are like
that.
Yes, he did twice.
Yeah, Jesus.
And while like Puerto Ricans were like literally like running out of water, he was like tweeting about how like the Puerto Rican Democratic governor or whatever they call I don't know if they call it governor in Puerto Rico, I'm not sure. But whoever's in charge, their chief executive, he was like tweeting that they're hiding water from the citizens and trying to undermine their recovery efforts. So the problem with this whole system is that in one way, the natives got their own reservations, their own laws, their own customs protected. So that, I guess, was okay or a good thing. But the downside is now they're in these reservations that don't get federal funding, that their schools lag behind, that are very poor compared to the rest of the U.S. with like worse outcomes across the board. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
like some of these reservations have like GDP per capita comparable with like African countries. Not to like shit on African countries, but it's not. Like these people are much poorer than the rest of the U.S. and they don't have representation in Congress. The Cherokee Nation doesn't send people to the House or the Senate, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
So it's a little different than Canada, is all I'm saying. It's
yeah, we don't have. I mean, obviously, yeah, we've got it worse. I'm actually not sure about the extent to which the native reservations are. Why the fuck is land back a thing though? It sounds like they actually got. Well,
they had it all, and now they have what you see on that map. So,
Oh,
that line
okay.
back is. So here's the deal. So the Indian Wars are like 200 years. They start before the U.S. is an independent country, and they end in about when the Civil War ends, right? And people think of the Indian Wars as like one war, but it's not. It's thousands of wars with thousands of tribes. Some of those tribes just got exterminated. Some of those tribes got ethnically cleansed. Some of those tribes got a reservation. So a lot of land back is like the tribes that didn't get treaties with the US government that kind of just got displaced and fucked over. And then there's also issues where not every state really respects these treaties very well. And again, these reservations don't have federal representation. So if a state, for instance, passes a law saying, yeah, we're going to build a pipeline through your reservation, and the reservation sues in the court and it doesn't make it to the Supreme Court, there's a pretty good chance the state's just going to get to do what it wants. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like they should maybe they should have representation, or like states shouldn't be able to just build shit through their land without any kind of oversight or whatever. That sucks though, because it's
Yeah. Well, there's a Department of Indian Affairs that's supposed to protect these people, but it's underfunded and nobody gives a fuck about it. So to me, like, if we can fix those issues, we'd go a long way. But
Oh yeah, they should probably just get they should get federal funding or some kind of funding from the government or the state governments or whatever, so that their shit can like catch up and like they could actually fix their issues. Or I wonder if on our reservations there's a ton of like alcoholism is a huge problem.
yeah, alcoholism is it's like, I think it's the #1 cause of death on a lot of these reservations.
Okay, so it is, yeah.
These people are poorer than us. Their schools are worse. They're doing worse by every single measure. And again, they don't really have representation in the federal government. So, because the United States government represents the United States, as in the 50 states that are in the Union. The territories and the reservations are kind of like colonies to us. Like, that's kind of what they are, if we're being honest. It's a modern version of a colonial relationship. I'm not trying to compare it to like what the British did in Africa, but like at the end of the day, it is an imperial relationship we have with these territories. They don't have representation in the federal government, but they pay taxes and they have to do what the federal government says.
Yeah, okay. That's shitty. Thanks for explaining it though. Now I have a better understanding of the way that works. And
yeah, no
okay,
problem.
Yeah, it kind of
Anyways, I'll let you get back
sucks
to your stream.
because the Indian reservation, or because the casinos, like you would think they would produce a lot of wealth, but I guess I don't know if how that works or whatever. But
they're doing better in some places than others. Oh, you know what? I will say this before I go. There were multiple attempts to give Indians a state. Like Indiana is named Indiana because it was going to be a state run by Indians. And then Andrew Jackson became president and that changed. And then Oklahoma was supposed to be like the Oklahoma Constitution. They basically Control-C, Control-V the Indiana Constitution. And that's why Oklahoma, like if you look at Oklahoma, it's got the largest share of. I don't know if it's on that map. I'm not sure why.
By the way, apparently
some of it might be with the state. Yeah.
Apparently there are not any abortion clinics in Texas on on Texas land. Although, or maybe if there are, like they wouldn't like
advertise. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've heard of it happening, but I haven't heard specifically Texas. So maybe there's none in Texas. I don't know.
Yeah. But that's interesting though.
Yeah, no
anyway.
problem.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'll let you get back to it. Have a good one.
Okay, bye. Okay. Yeah, so stuff. All right, chat. Now that we've diverged on the whole Indian thing, I guess I mean I'm gonna listen to this for a few more minutes and we'll see if I can get bored. Can we just give all of the Dakotas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, and Kansas totally back? We'll never lose the Senate again or the House. True. Wait, horses unite second. I don't understand what you're saying. I feel like you're being kind of schizo. In Canada, Indigenous, yes, in Canada, we don't really grant, yeah, Indigenous people are fucked in Canada. We haven't really done much to help them. Or the presidency, true. Wait.
120 and
I really need I really, really, really need to get a well, I don't need to, but I should get a mixer of some kind so that I can share audio between the laptop and the and my desktop for like the microphone and stuff. I think that that would be good. That would be a good thing for me to do. And it would be cheaper than buying a new PC. Way cheaper. Okay, let's see what Hutch has to say here.
2022. They're going to have another losing cycle in 2026. And I believe we are inevitably headed towards a future where in 2028, the Democrats probably win a trifecta in government again. So in the whole era of Trump, if my predictions are correct, the Democrats will have had 5 winning election cycles versus 2 for Donald Trump. That to me does not indicate that Trump has made the Republican Party stronger or that we should be emulating his tactics. I think I'd rather not. He is unable to grapple with the fact that 10 years is of his fucking milquetoast establishment norms based strategy has led us to the hell that we're in right now. I don't even really understand what that means.
I don't think I agree with that. I don't think that that's a fair, like, what? I mean, like, I guess maybe there's definitely certain things that maybe you could say, but at the same time, the problem is when people are often clamoring for Democrats to like fight harder or to do more or to try to do insane, crazy shit, they're not in control of anything in order for them to really be able to do that. Like, at no point is there really any kind of like, you know, and then oftentimes, or when they are in control, like with the whole thing about how Biden needed to just fire the Senate parliamentarian because I think that like they were the one who was saying stuff about what's Hutch reading? Oh, this is a post in DGG Con Radical or in the r/Destiny subreddit where they're saying that Hutch is like is a cuck basically because he cares a lot about going back to norms or something. And then but a lot of this argument is they're just misrepresenting him, I think, because I don't think that in that debate Hutch said, "Oh no, don't run on X, Y, or Z," or don't run on like prosecuting Republicans. I think it was more that he just said that like the president shouldn't be running on directing his attorney general to do shit. Whoops. I did not mean to do that.
Genuinely don't understand what that means. Milquetoast establishment norm of the independent nature of the DOJ. That's milquetoast? That's what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think preserving the independence of the DOJ is pretty important. I think it's really bad that Trump has basically violated this norm. Because Canada, mine, Alberta, Conservatives, Ontario, and Quebec, few other provinces. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't really entirely understand what you were saying. Horses United. The Reddit community is just a bit full of Fed posters. Yeah, it feels like it is now, way more so than before. Like, it is full of people who are super fucking mad about all of this shit and who have basically decided to like express that anger they have decided to express that rage basically by like posting shit on the subreddit about taking revenge against Republicans. And if all it is talk, then I don't necessarily care. But if these people actually think that that's what should happen, then I don't think that that's good. I don't think that the answer should be like Democrats should get elected and they should do exactly the same shit that Republicans did. We should act just like MAGA. That sounds like a terrible idea. And the other thing too is that I don't know if the Democratic base would be in favor of that kind of shit either. Just like, this is kind of like why I don't necessarily think the psychic war thing would necessarily work, or like the idea of like basically abandoning any kind of reality and like agreeing with like weird conspiracy theorists to try to meet them where they are or whatever. Because I think that at least to some degree the Democratic base probably does care about things about like what's true, or maybe if they don't care about what's true, like I don't know. I just don't think that the Democratic base is necessarily fond of like principleless politicians who just want to like fucking lie or whatever. They feel the American Attorney General Let the right get away with January 6th and all the other indictments. Listen, I don't necessarily disagree. I think it's fine to be really fucking mad at Merrick Garland. He should have gone way faster. Like, he should have appointed Jack Smith on day fucking 1 and let him go to work. That's what he should have done. There shouldn't have been any waiting around. It's just stupid.
Bro, any prosecution of Trump will be seen as politically motivated.
Oh, Nuxie's still here. You misunderstand. The psychic war isn't something we do. It's just something that is. It's happening anyway. Okay. Oh, Nuxie, are you like some sort of pawnscum person? I mean, it sounds like it is something that you do, though. That whole manifesto is talking about people being psychic warriors.
Motivated, I assume they mean, by around 40% of the country. Your attempt to avoid that is futile. I don't think you can avoid that. There are going to be people with partisan brain rot, and whether it's 30 to 35%.
Listen, Horses Unite Second, I don't understand what you are talking about. You are typing in a very fragmented way. I apologize. I don't know if English isn't your first language or what is going on, but I don't know what the fuck you are saying. You just sound like a schizo. The old luniferous aether argument. It just is, bro. I don't remember Nuxie and Pawnscum. I mean, Nuxie might not have been active there. I have no idea, but I don't know.
Or 40%. There is going to be a baked-in percentage of the country that, no matter what, view these kinds of.
Oh, somebody paid for catnip before. Although Stuart wants some dry food right now, so. Hello. That is currently what he is asking for. He's got the munchies. Yeah, he wants food.
Prosecutions as political, even if there's no evidence. You can't actually avoid that.
Okay, Stuart, I need you to leave the I need you to, you know. Oh yeah, he doesn't. His tail's not that floofy, but it does kind of look like it is. Okay, hold on, just a second. Oh, thank you, Sans, for the sub. Kindly vacate, sir. My donation was for the Stuart Super PAC. It's up to him how he allocates the funding. Spellrunner, you're not usually schizo. I usually understand what it is that you are saying. I understand you from a grammatical perspective. I just don't necessarily entirely understand you when you start talking about levels. But I think I understand that more now. Probably on catnip. No, he's just, he's just being Stuart, guys. He's just being Stuart. That was very funny, though. I was not expecting him to go that fucking insane for that catnip. I didn't think that would happen. That was kind of crazy. Okay.
What you can avoid is losing a lot of normies by just coming out and saying, I'm gonna fuck.
Wait, hold on. What did he say?
Baked in percentage of the country that, no matter what, view these kinds of prosecutions politically motivated. I assume that any strategy has led us to the hell that we're in right now. I don't even really understand what that means. Genuinely don't understand what that means. Milquetoast establishment norm of the independent nature of the DOJ. That's milquetoast? That's what we're talking about? Bro, any
listen, bots, don't mind Horses. Horses is having a weird schizo moment in chat. I don't understand what's happening.
any prosecution of Trump will be seen it as politically motivated, I assume they mean, by around 40% of the country. Your attempt to avoid that is futile. I don't think you can avoid that. There are going to be people with partisan brain rot, and whether it's 30 to 35% or 40%, there is going to be a baked in percentage of the country that no matter what view these kinds of prosecutions as political, even if there's no evidence. You can't actually avoid that. What you can avoid is losing a lot of normies by just coming out and saying, I'm going to fucking direct prosecutions. But Garland waiting around and not doing it for years was way more damaging.
Watched the Winter Olympics curling all morning, and I feel like I understand Canada better now, based. I have no idea what horses is going on about. Or like I kind of do. It sounds like they're like complaining about the way like provinces are categorized in Canada or something. I don't. Okay. Hopefully y'all can hear me just fine. Should be able to. Is horses currently smelling toast? Should we be concerned? Yeah, I mean, honestly, Maruzzi, I was kind of wondering the same. Yeah. Okay.
Then striking when the iron was hot because it gave people time to forget all the shit they hated about Trump and only remember the pre-COVID economy. The Dems trying to play 100%. I agree with this. The Dems trying to play 100% by the norms got them nothing. I mean, this is just not true either.
I don't think that it would have been against the norms to go after Trump on day one. He committed crime. I don't think that it would have like made people that mad. And they can get over that. I'm not going to just trust the current leadership will actually follow through. I mean, yeah, I don't know if you want to say that. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think that it was stupid. I think that Biden was too worried about seeming like about wanting to be bipartisan, whatever. And yeah, I think that was an issue. And so he picked Merrick Garland so that Garland could be super nice. That's not great. But otherwise, like, I don't think that like running on prosecuting people who broke the law, or not necessarily running on it, but I don't think that Merrick Garland doing that immediately. And yeah, I agree with what the last bit of This has been driving me crazy. Destiny and Short Fat Hotaku have, for the last 2 years, been constantly attacked and called Blue Mega because of laws and norms. Yeah, I know. Although I'm a bit worried now that Destiny might be going down the path about not caring about norms. Just because, or like that he would be okay with a Democrat running on like saying that they were going to correct their DOJ on day one prosecution. And he was saying that he might, yeah, like, I feel like that would be, I don't think that would be a good idea. I think that honestly, he should just, like, the next Democratic president, whoever they may be, should appoint somebody who will, who like cares about justice and cares about enforcing. And just like let that person go at it. And I think that on day one, that person should appoint Jack Smith. Oh, sorry. Just a little? Fuck, you know what? I'll be right back.
Analyses just ignore all the Republican losses. It sounds like Hassan. Like when Hassan talks about the Democratic Party, he'll say stuff very casually like, this is why the Democrats always lose. It's like, well, that's just like obviously not true. The Democrats win quite often. In fact, in the last year, they're winning a lot. People don't care about democratic norms if they perceive you to be trying to help them or on their side. This just feels like a logic to just, you know, get rid of norms that strengthen liberalism in America. This is like tanky. This is like, this is what I call black pill libs. They're just kind of using the tanky logic They want a benevolent dictator. That's what they want, right? That's what they're going for here, right? Dems aren't winning because of being Dems. They're winning because the GOP is despicable. But why are I don't even dispute that. I don't think the Democratic Party is especially popular right now. But why do people think that the GOP is despicable? It's because Donald Trump is corrupt as fuck. And he is governing like a would-be authoritarian tyrant, i.e., he is ignoring norms. And in some cases, laws and constitutional rights. That's not making him more popular. Also, any Democrat who refuses to run on accountability will massively demoralize their own base and will be seen as weak, especially after all the Epstein shit. Bro, the public literally perceives that administration to literally be full of files. If there was ever a time to run on, we're going to throw the book at these people. That time is now. The next Dem candidate should be able to straight up call Trump a file, or at least directly talk about Epstein allegations on the debate stage. Hutch literally thinks calling for DOJ to look into crimes from previous admin is too far. Bro, the public is past that. The Democrats are already doing that now. They're already running on oversight and accountability for the Trump administration. They're currently running on that to wild electoral success. Actually, I don't know if the candidates themselves are running on that, but certainly members of Congress are very vocally talking about the need for accountability. And I assume once we get closer to the midterms, we will see more instances of Democrats that are running for seats that are just outwardly saying, like, one of my pitches to voters is going to be, if you elect me, we are going to conduct necessary oversight for this corrupt administration. All of that is fine. Quote, when people feel uncertain, they'd rather have someone strong and wrong than someone weak and right. Bill Clinton. This seems like it's a pitch that we should employ a strategy of pursuing candidates that are strong and wrong. I don't really want that. Like I genuinely, maybe that's not the binary that they're coming up with. Like I genuinely thought the 2024 elections definitely disproved all this shit. The American people do not give a shit about norms. They literally elected a guy who tried to steal an election, and it was still about immigration and inflation. Kamala literally ran the most, quote, appeal to the moderates, end quote, strategy of all time, and she still lost. I mean, that's just not true. That's just not true. We're saying that her 2024 platform was the most moderate platform of all time. But the way she ran her campaign, she was running on Trump's corruption, by the way. Except Kamala already did. Hang on. Because she seemed inauthentic and fake and was tied to Biden, which she refused to distance herself from. That's obviously a bad thing that she did. We talked about that a lot. Hutch genuinely seems to think that the way you appeal to moderates and independents is by moderating on policy and respecting the norms. Except Kamala already did that and lost the popular vote. When will he understand that Trump actually appealed to moderates and independents by seeming authentic and running on populist drain the swamp message? I think if the world had not experienced the post-COVID inflation, that Donald Trump would not have won that race. Period. End of story. I do not think he would have been especially... I think he would have lost by bigger margins. Definitely.
I think this is true, by the way. Like, I think it's true that that it was like basically the economy, but also at the same time, I don't even know the extent to which this is true, because that it's just wrong. Like, it's just, the problem is the economy wasn't even doing that bad. And like it wasn't actually, but people thought that it was because vibes. Hutch just sounds like he will tut them in like some old man. I think that's why I'm so uncharitable. I mean, I agree that Hutch is pretty idealistic. Like, Hutch is saying, like, after the Texas special election, Hutch was saying stuff about how Trumpism is over. There's been so many instances where we thought Trumpism was over. I don't think, I'm sorry, but I don't think that Trumpism is over until like Donald Trump dies and people stop believing in his ideology. I don't think that it's, I don't believe it. I mean, the economy is right now still shaky, but but mostly fine, and people are still negative. Well, yeah. Yes, horses, inflation did go up. I understand. But the problem was that Biden, like inflation, by the time the election came around, inflation was nowhere near as high as it was when Biden first took office. That's the issue. But people were still talking about it like it was. And people were talking about egg prices and how groceries have gotten more expensive. I also think that people don't understand inflation, okay? Inflation is just like the prices go up when inflation gets really high, but over time prices go up anyway. And if people thought that inflation not being, or that like inflation going down meant the prices were going to go down, no, it didn't. It just meant the prices were going to were basically going to rise at a slower rate. Like your eggs ain't getting cheaper. Unless like, yeah, it has fallen. Your eggs ain't getting cheaper. Unless like something else drives the price down, but it's not going to be because inflation like fell, or the rate of inflation fell rather. You know, the rate of increase. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like groceries ain't going to get cheaper. I don't know what to say, what to tell you, you know? But yeah, I don't know.
Lost in 2020. As soon as you inject economic disruption into like a nation's politics, then that will always take priority over everything else. That is the reason why he won. And the reason why Kamala lost was not because she moderated. That is nonsense. That does not make any sense. She lost because she moderated too.
That sounds like that sounds like what Hassan would say. Kamala didn't win because she was too moderate.
Much, and yet like 60% of the country thought that she was too liberal. Like, how does that make any sense? She did better. She performed better in the battleground states than she did relative to performance in the other states. And she was aggressively campaigning in those states. She did better in those states, and somehow her moderating rhetorically hurt her in that election. Like, where is that coming from? That is like a purely vibes-based analysis. There's no like data basis like whatsoever for that claim. It's just internet bubble shit. That's all that is. It's just people that person follows on social media. They're all saying that she lost because she moderated a little bit, and they just accept that as truth. There's nothing
she lost because of the economy
that you can point to say that she lost because she moderated. There's no,
or rather because of people's vibes about the economy.
Basis for this. When will he understand that Trump actually appealed to moderates and independents by seeming authentic and running on a populist drain the swamp message? I actually already do acknowledge this. Wait a second. Hang on. Trump won because he appealed to moderates, but Kamala lost because she appealed to moderates? Like, pick one. That doesn't make any fucking sense. So it was good to appeal to moderates, right? She literally campaigned with Liz Cheney, dude. Oh my God, we're not going to do this. Dude, you don't actually think that was a big deal, do you? Do you really think that? Lefties point to the Liz Cheney thing as this thing that's like worthy of mockery, but the irony is that if you're a lefty who didn't support Kamala for whatever reason, she wasn't sufficiently anti-capitalist or anti-Israel enough, then unironically, Liz Cheney did more to save the fucking republic than these lefties. Liz Cheney, like, it actually paints a horrible picture of the particular lefties that I'm talking about. That they didn't understand that the moment required for each individual voter and all these politicians to move beyond like the normal kind of analysis. He was so dangerous that a lifelong hardcore conservative, like Liz Cheney was not just like a moderate conservative. She is a.
If Trumpism was going to go away, it would have in 2020. The reality is, like the Christian Science Church and others, we are stuck with a percentage of Trump cultists trying to disrupt for a generation. I mean, that's probably true. There is definitely going to be a percentage of these people. The question is just how many of them are going to remain and how many of them are going to I guess, like, stop being, or like come out of it or whatever. Or maybe they won't. I don't know. But I have no idea how much of the Republican base is full on hardcore MAGA, and how many of them think that Trump is cool, or think that Trump is fine because he's not raising their taxes, or like shit like that, you know? Because like the Republican base is not a monolith that is composed of a single group of people. There are different like voter different groups within it. And obviously, yeah, they all approve of Trump, which is fucking insane. But I don't know how much of that is because they are like super hardcore MAGA. There was Pew Research did a really interesting poll a while ago, back like after Trump won in 2016, where he brought up where they basically broke down the Trump's coalition, and in order to like identify the various different groups that existed within it. Being a GR unit right now must be an easy job. America loves self-sabotage. Yeah, I know, right? Although, I mean, let's not say, like, the Russian shit is not as big of a deal as everyone necessarily says, but obviously, I mean, that shit's still a problem, and and it should be dealt with. And also, you know, let's throw out the obligatory fuck Russia.
Hardcore conservative. And she ran with...
Yeah, like the Russians are exploiting or exacerbating these issues, but they existed before, just like in 2016.
She endorsed Kamala and did 2 campaign stops with Kamala Harris. Not because she liked Kamala's policies. In fact, she would go out of her way to say, I don't like her policies. We have different politics, but I'm choosing to walk across the aisle because I think Donald Trump is so dangerous. She recognized the threat when these fucking idiot lefties didn't. They didn't understand the threat, and they still don't, to be honest with you. How many of those people have come out and said, I made a mistake. He's been so awful and I should have taken the election seriously? Besides Ogre Boy, apparently he's taken a different position lately. Cheney lessened Harris's chance of winning over the people she was never going to win over anyways. Exactly. Exactly. And even if it is somewhat electorally damaging, winning on a super...
The Russians love pretending to be Americans in comment sections during BLM. That's funny. Fuck. Okay, it is 3:30 and it is beautifully sunny outside right now. So, let me check the temperature. Let's see. What is the temperature? Feels like -19. Oh boy. But the fact that it is beautifully sunny, I feel like I should probably go to the store. Because I really need to go to the store. I'm running out of food. I ran out of pancakes or pancake mix. I had oatmeal this morning. I'm out of cereal. Yeah, I should go to the store. Hutch, they don't care, or kosher. Remember, they're super incurious people. You are right when we're talking about leftists. They don't care. And yeah. It's cold as fuck here. I need to do that too. And Super Bowl time soon. Oh yeah. 86% of the votes counted. Seems like I have a right-ord president stream suggestions. Oh, in Portugal. I'm assuming this guy's the normal person. 64% to 35%. Damn. No, this isn't Hungary. When is Hungary's election? Yes, yeah, it's the Portuguese election. Short Stack Goblin is Portuguese. Oh, April 12th. Okay, this is a bit of a ways away. Still got a couple months left before this. And all we can do is just hope that Viktor Orban doesn't win again. Sergio is the normal person from the evil Socialist Party. I mean, listen, socialism means something different to you guys than it does to Americans. Huh. From the Socialist Party, Seguro was Secretary General of the PS from 2011 until 2015. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, oh, wait, hold on. So in Portugal, the Socialist Party is just a SOCDEM party. Political position, center left. Ideology, social democracy. Oh, okay. Also based social democrats. But it's funny that they call themselves the Socialist Party. I'm guessing that when they were founded, they were actually more socialist, and then they became democratics, or then they became SOCDEMs. That's very funny. You can click the thing in the middle for the results to see the first round. What, you mean this? You mean this? Wait, why the fuck don't I just... National territory, global results, national territory. Socialists in a lot of Europe are center left. It's always a workers' party or communist party that chills out over time. Yeah, that kind of, you know. I mean, like, the Social Democrats in Germany were kind of like that too, because that they were full of people who like who wanted to, like, you know, eventually get to socialism or be like socialists or whatever. But they were kind of like, you know, sort of pragmatic liberals. And oh, see results from the first suffrage. Okay. Oh, yeah. Why is it translated like that? Unless, like, you guys actually use the word first suffrage for the first round. I think political pragmatism is what separates the left and leftists. True, it is. Political pragmatism is based. Oh, okay. So what you guys do is you have like round one, and then all the people who didn't get enough votes, like, and then like only the top two remaining candidates get move on to the next round. The Socialist Party started by nationalizing the electric grid, education, home healthcare, etc. in the 80s. Then they moderated. Ah, well, hey, you know what? Based. Well, I'm glad that this normal person won and not this other crazy person. The leader of the opposition. Affiliated with the Social Democrat, was affiliated. Oh, this guy was in the Social Democratic Party until 2018. Okay. And then he founded his own right-wing political party. Nationalism, right-wing populism, ultra-nationalism, Euroscepticism, political position, far right. Oh, God. Oh, it's disgusting. It's so gross. Leftists love to dream and moralize about a revolution that will never fucking come true. We do use suffrage to mean moment of voting. Oh, okay. But I mean, you know what? Congratulations, Short Stat Goblin. Congratulations on electing a normal president. Or at least I'm presuming that. Oh, they've counted 90% of the votes. Oh, was it 50% turnout? Is that the turnout that you guys got? Chega means enough. That's what he named his party. Nice. Yes, I can, I'm sure that he had terrible things to say about immigrants. Your turnout is always trash. That's not fun. You know what? 50% is not that bad. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm gonna go because I need to go to the store. And I kind of want to take a nap too, but I will watch this though, Maritzi, if you're still here. Or I'll either watch this on stream or I'll just listen to it. But this will definitely be something that yeah, like I'll watch. I need to find a game that I can play in the background that's more like trying to think of how to put it. I need to find a game that I can play in the background that is a little bit more mindless, rather than not. But anyway, guys, thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you had fun. Okie dokie, later, y'all. Yes, congratulations, Goblin. Yes, everybody, yes, have a nice Super Bowl, all you American people who love that shit. Have lots of fun watching people kick a ball all over the place. Yeah. And I'll see y'all later. Anyway, bye.